Hello, everybody. How are you today? I don't particularly have anything planned for today, but I want to do something. This is the progress from training last night and starting to learn how to stand up using all their body parts. Up until now, they've had their feet locked into place to help them from not falling over. They've been learning to control their body from the head down. So now they're footloose and fancy free, learning to balance and stuff. So I'll probably run them for another day or two, perhaps. One second, I need to check something. But I'm also going to listen to things in the background and maybe chit chat about them. This story is about a Catholic bishop files a lawsuit to protect the secrets of criminals.
Last update for you on a story I covered already. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but the state of Washington recently passed a law requiring clergy members to report child abuse to law enforcement officials, even if they learn about it through the act of confession. It's a law that's going to protect children from predators. It'll prevent lifelong trauma. So why do I bring this up now? Because Catholic bishops have now filed a lawsuit to overturn it because they care more about predators than children. And just to give you a brief recap, like all this bill did is it adds members of the clergy to the list of mandated reporters in the state. And it specifically said clergy members would not be protected by an older law, which allows certain privileged communications to remain private. In other words, if you learn about abuse through confession, you cannot just say, it's confession, I don't have to tell anyone about it. You have to report it to authorities. And if we find out later you knew about this and didn't do anything, you could be prosecuted for it. And under the law, all mandated reporters, including priests, have to report suspicions of abuse within 48 hours. If they don't do that and they're caught, it could lead to a year-long prison sentence and a $5,000 fine. And when this bill was being debated, a Catholic bishop in Seattle, he argued it would be impossible for a priest to comply with this bill because he said the penalty for breaking that seal of confession is excommunication, which who cares what I don't care about the rules of your weird game. Like in no rational world is getting excommunicated worse than letting a child continue to suffer sexual abuse. And if you would rather protect priests than kids, your organization should at least admit you do not care about children's safety. And it is telling that the Catholic governor of the state of Washington, Bob Ferguson, when he was asked about this bill and like whether he might veto it, this is what he said at the time. Keeping the confessional in the bill did not give Ferguson pause. Not for me, he said. As a Catholic, I'm very familiar with it. Been to confession myself. I felt this was important legislation for protecting kids.
Every day, thousands of people sit down at their dining tables, relax in comfort on their sofas and sectionals, or fall asleep in their comfy bedroom sets on a new mattress from JR Furniture. For over 50 years, JR Furniture has provided the Seattle and Portland areas the best selection of quality dining sets, bedroom furniture, living room furniture, and mattresses at the best prices in the region.
Nobody has a bigger selection with these kind of savings.
Feeling healthier and happier can start with doing just one thing.
Hey, Brad, what you doing?
Cardio. You?
Cardio.
Cardio.
We make it easy to choose the one thing that works best for you. With access to a large network of doctors and hospitals, helpful tools, and more.
That's the Democratic governor saying that. But the conservative Catholic priests are like, what? No, who cares about the kids? So this is what it comes down to. What's more important, protecting a religious tradition or protecting children? And when like Democratic governors have a higher ethical standard than your church, your religion's probably doing something very, very wrong. So after the bill was signed, the Washington State Catholic Conference insisted, you guys, we totally care about protecting kids. This is the statement they put out after the bill was signed. While we remain committed to protecting minors and all vulnerable people from abuse. Really, Catholic Church, you think you're the poster boys for protecting kids? Priests cannot comply with this law if the knowledge of abuse is obtained through the sacrament of reconciliation. And here's how you know they know this is bad optics for them. Because they stopped saying, well, if some dude confesses to abusing a kid in a little box in a Catholic church, yeah, the priest should have to tell the police. That's what's happening. But they're trying to cloak it using magical, mystical, multisyllabic language. So they're like, well, if this knowledge of abuse is obtained during the sacrament of reconciliation, doesn't that scare you? Why would you want to go up against that? That's how they're trying to scare people into thinking this is wrong. And then they also said, this is where it gets even more interesting. Look at what they said at the bottom here. Once the approved bill went to the governor for his signature, the bishops of the state of Washington asked for a meeting to discuss our concerns with the governor, who unfortunately did not respond to our request. We already knew what your request was. Why would we take that meeting just so we could say no? It's a waste of time. And this is also interesting. Once the state asserts the right to dictate religious practices and coerce information obtained within this sacrament, privileged communication, where is the line drawn between church and state? What else may the state now demand the right to know? What other religious practices will it try to legislate? Oh my God, all we are talking about is if a predator walks into the confession booth and says, yeah, I've been doing a lot of the predating. You know what I mean. If he says that.
It's unfortunate that all this organized religion falls to these things constantly. Wherever there is power structures, there is corruption. All right, so let me think. What do I even want to do today? What do I work on? Goes for all in all for right now. They're on track. Let me think. What do I want to work on? I could reset up the scoring. See, I've been working on this for a year or two. Kind of really giving myself a deep learning experience on programming in C. So there are some systems that have been disconnected through the processes of me updating and modifying. I feel like my audio is probably messed up. Is there something going on? No, it just seems to have a weird pop and rise to it. All right, so man, I'm ADHD. It's hard for me to concentrate all the time, so let me think.
That, then you should tell police because he's going to hurt other kids. And the way they are distorting that fact to say the state is dictating our religious practices. Their religious practices are apparently shielding predators from being prosecuted. And they're trying to coerce information obtained within this sacrament. Privileged communication. Yeah, it's a confession of abuse. Just say it. Like, stop hiding behind this language and just admit what you're doing, which is if a predator walks into our booth, we don't care if he keeps abusing children. His secret is safe with us. That's how confession works. Just say that. That's what this is all about. And they go on to say, why is this privileged communication between priest penitent the only one singled out? Why not attorney-client, doctor-patient, spouses? Here's the thing, and I've covered this in other videos. If you are representing a client for some reason and you find out that dude is molesting his kids or something, even a lawyer does not get to keep that secret. That's not why he's defending the dude, right? And a doctor-patient thing, if you find out your patient, it's not like you're saying, hey, doctor, I have a rash, and that's confidential between you two. If you confess you are molesting a kid, a doctor can, in fact, testify against you in court. You know who doesn't have to testify against you in court? Priests under this law. So this idea that priests have it worse than other groups that have some form of confidentiality is BS. Priests still actually have it better. They don't have to do as much stuff as other groups, much less teachers and social workers who are obligated to follow the law.
For the first time in 200,000 years, one product is about to shift the power dynamic between wasps and humans. Introducing the Spectracide Wasp, Hornet, and Yellow Jacket trap to the creepy compound.
So anyway, Washington was not targeting religious conduct. It wasn't impacting their rituals. Lawmakers just said you can't use, honestly, I think they have it backwards. It's not that the state was telling the Catholic Church how to run its religion. It's that the state said your religion cannot be used as an excuse not to follow the law. And I think that's backward. I think that's different. If, to put it another way, I think if the state cannot interfere with the religion's beliefs, the state should not be allowed to hand out exemptions to groups based on their religion. And I think that's the fix that they made with this law. The other reason I said this was all a problem is because suppose I gave the Catholic Church the option of saying there's no more privileged communication anywhere. Lawyers, if they hear something from a client, no longer confidential. Doctors, spouses, none of that stuff is confidential. So yeah, priests don't get any confidentiality either. Are you good with that now?
That's another version of this.
And you know the Catholic bishops would be like, no, we demand special treatment for things we hear in confession. So they don't actually...
Nothing in particular. So that's they have one that says have them stand looking at a target and actually stand looking away from the target for guarding. So that might be a good one to intermix with them still learning how to stand on themselves on their own. I don't think the current one is what I want. I'm going to start with what I have already for the stand looking around. Like I said, this is hoping for a long time. So, all right. So, this up really fast. We want to keep everything as is. However, want to add a reward for facing your current target. Alright, so so I want to make sure that we'll base it on the way that it's facing forward. I think if this is going to be correct, yes. And now we want to find where I put my target location at. My body target transform, that's what we want. Walker rebuild, that's where we are.
Want to be treated the same as all these other groups. They want the bar to be low for everybody, while Democrats want the bar higher for everybody. Again, why are you losing an ethical battle to politicians? That's that on your part. Now, why am I bringing all this up now? For two reasons. One is, and I mentioned this earlier, last month, literally a month ago, the Justice Department under Pam Bondi and the Trump administration, these Republicans announced a First Amendment investigation into this law, because the Trump administration is like, what? Predators might get in trouble? Oh no, step in, we got to protect them. And they said the Civil Rights Division, because they're not dealing with racism anymore, they're going to investigate the apparent conflict between Washington's law and the First Amendment's free exercise of religion. And again, I want to clarify, what do we mean by free exercise of religion under the First Amendment? For the Catholics in this story, the free exercise of religion is protecting child predators. Everyone should get used to saying that reflexively and stop using their language. But the other reason I wanted to point this out is that the Catholic bishops in Washington have now sued the state of Washington because they want their self-proclaimed right to protect sex predators. And look at how they are phrasing this in their lawsuit because it's seriously disgusting. Let me share this with you. This is from their lawsuit. This is line 15, number 4. Putting clergy to the choice between temporal criminal punishment and eternal damnation, ... is something really bad. They are saying these are our only two choices. Keep the predator's secrets a secret and go to jail, temporal criminal punishment, or get kicked out of the church and face eternal damnation. Eternal damnation is a consequence they made up in their head. It's not real. They just made that one up. No one should be taking that seriously. This idea that, listen, we have two options. Go to jail because we love predators, or, yeah, I don't know, get a slap on the wrist from the Pope. Who cares? And they're like, we can't get eternal damnation. We got to protect the predators. That is honestly, I'm not even making this up. This is what their argument boils down to. And they're using coded language again because they know if they just come right out and say, we got to protect the secrets of sex predators, these are our people. They know that looks bad, but that is what they are arguing.
When mosquitoes and bugs invade, your family can feel trapped indoors. Make your escape with help from Cutter Products. With a range of effective area bug solutions, you can choose the best one for your family. From lawn treatment that lasts all summer to a backyard fogger for your deck or patio. Plus Cutter candles, perfect for summer evenings. Escape the indoors with Cutter Area Insect Solutions, a leader in mosquito protection for 25 years. Cutter, protect your people.
You combed through every last piece of evidence. You made the final, impossible connection. And all the while, you were soaking in the bath. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
They think their only two options are go to jail or be tortured for eternity, and they made up the second one. Like, the heart of the lawsuit says priests are being treated worse than everyone else, but like I told you already, that's a lie. Clergy members are not singled out. They say clergy members were...
That's Catholicism. A lot of things that derive from Judaism include a hell forever. But the teachings of Jesus tell people that the kingdom of God was here within them right now, here and now. That people make their own heaven and hell here today. What you decide to fill your little noggin with.
Listed specifically in the bill, and that's true, but they were only mentioned in the bill because they were the ones who were exempt in the past, and you have to take them off the list now. So anyway, if anything, like I said, priests still get off lightly. I also wanted to show you one other thing in this lawsuit, because I was just shocked by how much they were citing this. Look at all the religious language they use in this lawsuit. Look at line 11 here, section 47. They're trying to explain how protecting predators is really a big deal for them. As taught by the Roman Catholic Church, Jesus Christ, the eternal Son of God, became incarnate and was crucified on the cross as an atonement for man's sins.
And that's the Nicene Creed. It's something the Catholic Church made up 350 years after the death of Jesus Christ at the First Council of Nicaea. Not everybody, and Jesus never said he was God. I don't believe in the Holy Trinity. but you never told her to come through. You told her to go down the same old street. Do I even know how to make a switch statement? Changing this multiple if statements just to switch statement. A lot easier since I'll be adding multiple game modes and stuff like that. I'll be excited to have them learn how to jump it around. Jump up, and get down. Alrighty then. Let's see what happens.
Through baptism, I don't care. I'm not giving you a Sunday school lesson, but this goes on for a while where they just talk about their fictional story going on for a while. And they're like, see, everybody, did you read our little Sunday school lesson here? And that's why we have to protect child sex predators. Again, if you read between the lines and go past the, what are you saying about baptism does not, however, eradicate the temporal consequences of sin? All these Catholics are doing is saying predators deserve to not go to jail. Unbelievable. If my religion told me it was more important, let me show you this last section right here. Look at line 55. Priests are obligated to defend the sacramental seal, if necessary, Latin, through the shedding of blood. These priests would rather die than confess to a cop that, oh, by the way, a child sex predator came into my booth and he's totally going to abuse a child again. We would rather die and shed our blood than allow that predator to not go after a kid again. Like, if your religion taught you you should die instead of giving up a child sex predator, like,
that's a hard call to make, because like if you go into confessional and you tell those things to the police, then people are going to stop confessing them, you know. So it's like, golly, it's like, you know. So what do you do on that one where you don't want to discourage people from coming and seeking help and confessing to crime so that you can help the children, you know? It's one of the problems that society has, is that if you disallow things and they go into hiding, and then a lot of other festering things come from that, you know, lack of oversight. It's like yeah, you know, yeah. Child hunters are, yeah, that's something hard to deal with in society. All right, so golly,
maybe ditch that religion. It's not a good religion.
you know, there's a lot of confusion between what's Christianity and what's the teaching of Christ. Catholicism teaches a whole lot of things that are against the teachings of Christ. So I tell people they are Catholics are Catholics. They're not really Christians insofar as much as they follow Christ. The Romans, they were pagans during the time of Christ. Um, they're the ones who put Christ up on a cross. Nero, about 60 years after Christ died, he would burn Christians up on a stake to illuminate his gardens at night for parties and stuff. You know, it's like, golly, and I know a lot of people have a lot of problems with the Christian coming over here, the Catholics, you know, coming over here and burning witches on the stake. And it's like, if you knew the history, you'd understand that Romans just enjoy, you know, it's just part of their punishment structure is tortures, you know. It's nothing at all to do with Christ. Christ fought against those people, fought against murder and vengeance and all this other stuff that would directly correlate to this type things.
Again, this is not a complicated dilemma. This is very clear cut. And I don't understand why they think secular courts should take their religious mythology seriously. I know that precedent under the Supreme Court right
why civil courts take religion seriously is because Americans America's laws were based on Christianity under John Locke. He was a Protestant. He used scripture to argue against kings and set up an argument against king and God appointed rulers, and instead put that divinity within citizens under things called inalienable rights. And those inalienable rights come from philosophy, which is metaphysics, which is the same thing as religion. So when you're having an argument about your concepts and your thoughts, those are metaphysics. And so religion is included in metaphysics because religion is just another form of philosophy.
Right now is if you sincerely believe something, we have to take that into account. I believe that Catholic priests very seriously take the act of confession, but I don't think that should be an excuse to let a sex predator keep getting away with it. And it is appalling to me that these Catholic bishops say, no, the predators deserve to go on molesting kids because it's not our job to stop it, even though we know it's happening. So this lawsuit was filed on behalf of the bishops by Becket Fund for Religious Liberty, one of those right-wing legal groups, and First Liberty Institute, another conservative religious group, along with another law firm, Wilmer Hale, which is like an actual big white-collar law firm. I'm surprised they're getting involved in this. But I don't think it helps when they make statements about this case, because the things they are saying in it is kind of the way they're defending this lawsuit is kind of insane. Check this out. This is from the guy running Becket, Mark Rienzi. Washington's law isn't about protecting kids. It's about jailing priests for following the church's ancient faith practices. No, my dude, it is 100% about protecting kids, and no one cares about your ancient faith practices. No one wants to jail priests, by the way, either. This is not about jailing priests. I don't want priests to go to jail. I just wish they had some ethical backbone to say maybe we should protect children for once.
When I see a tag that says 100% wool, I rarely think about what goes into creating the materials used in a suit jacket or a coat. As I learn more
Hopefully that'll be enough of a small reward. I gotta go and handle some business, so let me set this back up and I'll let it train while I'm gone. Let me think. I don't want you in the. I'll stand facing towards target. Yeah, I can go ahead and do that. Yeah. Oh, dagnabbit, I need to get rid of that debug. You get in a hurry and things end up going slower. I'm gonna shut this stuff down and get out of here. Love you all. See you later. When I get back, I'll do some more programming, probably. Or maybe even some level design or something else. Oh, we shall see. And we are just going to I'm just going to resume the previous run. Is there anything else I should be doing? I don't 25 environments, 6 players each. It's 150 agents being trained. And what's running now, the demo, is not what's currently being trained, but it's what was previously trained last night. And what the previous stream was showing was their practice from the hips up, I think. I don't think they had control of their knees or their feet at that point in time, but now you'll see that they're lifting their feet up off the ground and stuff like that. This current training, what I'm hoping to see is not only them focus their heads towards the green target in the middle there, but I would also love for them to eventually be able to start knowing that they should turn their bodies around to look towards that direction if they're not currently in that direction right now. You see their spawned different rotations. Wish I had more time to show and talk about stuff. It's all a pretty complex system thus far, but I got to get out of here. So I love you all. Smooches. Bye-byes. Hey, 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 hello. Sorry I had to step away for just a little bit, but that's the way life seems to go. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, ooh. Let me see what's been going on with you. What in tarnation? There we go, Billy. What in tarnation? So this all has been an accumulation of all these runs right here that you see on the tensor board. This is the episode length. This is how long they've been able to live for. And this is over different tasks, over different pieces of control. Sometimes they only have control of their upper body and stuff, so they'll score differently. However, point being is you'll see the total times that these things have been running: 18 hours plus 20 hours plus 2 2/3 day, 12 hours, 14 hours. So it's like 38, 39, 49, 50, 51, 65, 65, 71, like what, 129 hours or so. It's hard for me to do math in my head. I got like this number dyslexia shit where numbers kind of float out of position. This is accumulation of so far 5.5 days almost. I'm really proud of them because it's taken me a long time to get here to even have them this capable. So, let's see if I can get back into the groove of what I was doing. It's almost sometimes difficult to do in programming, especially when you have ADHD, especially on a really large code set to jump in and out of something. Which is why it's kind of funny, all these Doge employees trying to go in and talk about all these other programming and environments that other people have created, thinking they need to jump in and toggle this, that, and the other and know exactly what they're doing. It's just the creator would not even know that. Very, very doubtfully. Let's get rid of attention. I'm proud of my guys here too. I see they reached up to a reward of 4. About the highest I can get is about 10, 11-ish or so. That's pretty good. Which is better than what they're performing there. Good. They came in at what, 3.2. Like over here on TensorBoard, you can see where it says distributions and stuff. So even though the scores aren't dramatically increasing, the distributions, I can see that there is a growing tendency. Whereas the middle baseline, you can see it's been pretty standard, and that's the actual scoring, but you'll see that it's deviating from that standard baseline, so that's opening up more possibilities. More and more people are starting to score higher. So it's still promising for extra progress and stuff. The histogram here lets you see change over time. So you can see way up here, there wasn't hardly any scores up in the 8 and the 9s. And over time, you can see that that's shifted over to be where the majority of the scores are going. 8.67 is where they're peaking at. I still have some immediate failures through here. I've noticed sometimes on the demo that people are just flying off, and I have to imagine right now that it's because they have the ability to grip things, and I don't think I have a grip strength defined for a break, slip thing. So I think it's just like they're holding until the computer just cannot calculate it any more than they break and go flying off. I think I've seen that a couple of times, so something in the code that I'll need to think about, because the AI agents also decide how hard they're going to grip things and whatnot. Like I said, they've got help and stuff for every single one of their body parts, so they're learn not to hit themselves and stuff. So I'm looking forward to having them learn to hit other people, and they also will learn not to hit their teammates. And right now you'll see that once they just lose a little bit of head height, they just like fall down, and that's just because I've been training them to keep their head high. So right now the rule is that if it falls below 90% of that total height that it's capable of having, then it puts the little guy to sleep. And the other way they can go to sleep is to run out of average stamina over all of their body parts, and also to run out of hit points, once again, over the entirety of their body parts. And depending on what they hit and what they hit with, they have different resistances. Yada, 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 yada. Anaconda prompt is what I use. Startup Unity. Give a second before it plops on up. Boom, 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 boom. Good loving is what I got. Ooh. Now to remember that good
Court to step in and stop the state from turning a sanctuary for the soul into a tool of surveillance. Because if there's one thing conservatives hate, the ones who just signed a contract.
That's the separation of church and state, though. You can't say that you want a separation of church and state in one direction and not the other way. You know. So, do you want the church to be a part of the state and be a part of law enforcement? Because the church has different goals than the state has. The churches are for the salvation of people's souls, and the state is for the furtherance of society and mankind in general. So, and this is what the United States was built on by John Locke, father of liberalism.
With Palantir to spy on everybody and want an autism database. They don't like surveillance. Anyway, no one's surveilling these confession booths. Like I said, even if someone did confess to this stuff in a confession booth, it's very hard to know that a priest heard this confession and did not act on it and then prosecuting the priest. It's very hard to get this done. I don't necessarily know if this law will accomplish what they hope it'll accomplish, even though I think it's the right thing to do. But the way these defenders are going about it is ridiculous. I will give props to the governor of Washington, Bob Ferguson. This is his response to the lawsuit. I'm disappointed my church is filing a federal lawsuit to protect individuals who abuse kids. That's it. You don't have to say any more. That's your mic drop statement right there. And you're right. That's how we should all talk about it. The Catholic Church wants to protect child predators. That's it. That's the end of the story. They're going to court because they would rather protect predators than protect children. Anyway, I think I'll stop there. What questions do we have for this story? Morality is doing what is right regardless of what you were told. Religion is doing what you were told regardless of what is right. A beautifully put statement. Thank you for sharing that. Aren't there scriptures acknowledging a difference between God's law and man's law, and like give to Caesar what is Caesar's and God what is?
See, that's the issue. These people don't understand Christianity. Christ said that all things are lawful, all things are permissible. We're allowed to do anything. In fact, he said, do not be conformed by this world, but to make sure to try everything so that you yourself personally know what is good and what is not good. So, people confuse the teachings of Christ with Judaism. And Catholics are Catholics. They don't follow the teachings of Christ either. So.
God. Yeah, but these people haven't read the Bible, you see? So it's hard.
And I don't know that this guy's read the Bible either. And even so, there's a whole difference between reading something and understanding something. For some reason, it escapes most people's mindset, even though they claim to be intellectuals, that the New Testament is parables, that they were a collection of oral stories that were not solidified until 350 years after the death, after they had splintered. The Catholic Church came together and debated what Jesus was and was not. And it's like George Washington was 250 what years ago. Like what do we really actually know about George Washington, you know? So these people try to misrepresent a number of things, unfortunately. And for what reason, I don't know. I mean, if you have a good point, you shouldn't need to rely on subterfuge, lies by omission, misrepresentations. I don't know if they're playing dumb or just are ignorant. I don't know.
Hard to use it against them. Catholic Church, secrets are greater than children. That is correct. That's what they're suing the state to defend. Unbelievable. So reporting child sexual abuse gets you eternal damnation. What kind of religion is this? One that's been in the news for at least 25 years for defending child sex abuse and protecting predators. I mean, this is not a surprise. This is what the Catholic Church does.
All right, people, this is an emergency. Sales are plummeting.
I'm not a fan of organized religion. I believe that bad people can do good things, good people can do bad things. So it's like
this is Democracy Watch.
Some of the Catholics do good things because people do good things, but I don't like organized religion on the whole. And it's like if you just look at Catholicism and all the gold, all the luster and desire for power, it's like if you were to read the teachings of Christ and looked at Catholicism, you would quickly understand. You understood the Romans and their practices, and then how it transferred over to the Catholics and their practices in early America. You would understand that those things are not in line with the teachings of Christ, and so what people call it Christianity. It's just loosely based on a person. It's like Jesus was known to have fought against the Romans and the Jews. So now both parties have, in my opinion, defiled and corrupted Jesus and the messages of Jesus for their own purposes and stuff. But like I said, there's just absolutely. It's like I talk to a number of Baptists and stuff, and for some reason, not many of them have decided
than what every
be curious about what's within the Book of John, or wanting to even
preface to Book 1 of 2 treatises of civil government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1. Preface. The present edition of this book has not only been...
This is a free audio book called 2 Treatises of Civil Government. I talk about John Locke a lot. He was a Protestant Christian. He protested against the rule of the Church of England back in early England, before America was. I think he died in 1680, maybe 1700s. But 2 Treatises of Civil Government is one of the books of his that sets up the state of our government and stuff, and it's using religious arguments against the Catholic Church's religious arguments to put power into the hands of the people instead of rulers chosen by God. And I want to talk to y'all more, just ramble on some. Man, it's like it worries me, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, talking about he wants to be the new Moses. It's like if Christians understood the way Jesus talked about Moses, they would be upset about someone wanting to be the new Moses. Yeah.
been collated with the first 3 editions, which were published during the author's life, but also has the advantage of his last corrections and improvements from a copy delivered to him by Mr. Peter Cost, communicated to the editor, and now lodged in Christ College, Cambridge. 2 Treatises of Government. In the former, the false principles and foundation of Sir Robert Filmer and his followers are detected and overthrown. The latter is an essay concerning the true original extent and end of civil government. Preface. Reader, thou hast here the beginning and end of a discourse concerning government. What fate has otherwise disposed of the papers that should have filled up the middle, and were more than all the rest, it is not worth while to tell thee. These which remain, I hope, are sufficient to establish the throne of our great restorer, our present King William, to make good his title in the consent of the people, which being the only one of all lawful governments he has more fully and clearly than any prince in Christendom, and to justify to the world the people of England, whose love of their just and natural rights, with their resolution to preserve them, saved the nation when it was on the very brink of slavery and ruin. If these papers have that evidence I flatter myself is to be found in them, there will be no great miss of those which are lost, and my reader may be satisfied without them. For I imagine I shall have neither the time nor inclination to repeat my pains and fill up the wanting part of my answer by tracing Sir Robert again through all the windings and obscurities which are to be met with in the several branches of his wonderful system. The King and body of the nation have since so thoroughly confuted his hypothesis that I suppose no body hereafter will have either the confidence to appear against our common safety and be again an advocate for slavery, or the weakness to be deceived with contradictions dressed up in a popular style and well-turned periods. For if any one will be at the pains himself in those parts which are hereto untouched, to strip Sir Robert's discourses of the flourish of doubtful expressions, and to endeavour to reduce his words to direct, positive, intelligible propositions, and then compare them one with another, he will quickly be satisfied. There was never so much glib nonsense put together in well-sounding English. If he think it not worth while to examine his works all through, let him make an experiment in that part where he treats of usurpation, and let him try whether he can with all his skill make Sir Robert intelligible and consistent with himself or common sense. I should not speak so plainly of a gentleman long since past answering, had not the pulpit of late years publicly owned his doctrine, and made it the current divinity of the times. It is necessary those men who, taking on them to be teachers, have so dangerously misled others, should be openly showed of what authority this their patriarch is, whom they have so blindly followed, that so they may either retract what upon so ill grounds they have vented, and cannot be maintained, or else justify those principles which they preached up for gospel, though they had no better an author than an English courtier. For I should not have writ against Sir Robert, or taken the pains to show his mistakes, inconsistencies, and want of, what he so much boasts of and pretends wholly to build on, scripture proofs, were there not men amongst us who, by crying up his books and espousing his doctrine, save me from the reproach of writing against a dead adversary? They have been so zealous in this point that if I have done him any wrong, I cannot hope they should spare me. I wish, where they have done the truth and the public wrong, they would be as ready to redress it, and allow its just weight to this reflection, viz., that there cannot be done a greater mischief to prince and people than the propagating wrong notions concerning government, that so at last all times might not have reason to complain of the drama ecclesiastic. If any one concerned really for truth undertake the confutation of my hypothesis, I promise him either to recant my mistake upon fair conviction, or to answer his difficulties. But he must remember two things. First, that cavilling here and there at some expression or little incident of my discourse is not an answer to my book. Secondly, that I shall not take railing for arguments, nor think either of these worth my notice, though I shall always look on myself as bound to give satisfaction to any one who shall appear to be conscientiously scrupulous in the point, and shall show any just grounds for his scruples. I have nothing more but to advertise the reader that Observations stands for Observations on Hobbes, Milton, etc., and that a bare quotation of pages always means pages of his Patriarcha, edition.
He mentions Hobbes. That's the ruling philosophy before liberalism came, which is pretty much that any ruler was a good ruler as long as they maintained social order, that there was no expectations of a ruler to be kind or just, only that a ruler was expected to be powerful. Yeah. And if you look at current day politics, you'd see that, really it's just a continuation of these two philosophies being debated amongst society. And that's why I try to educate people on these things, because we are having this debate whether we like it or not. And we would this is a Christian nation as some kind of defense of their points of view, when if the left understood the teachings of Christ, them saying this is a Christian nation could be answered back with, yes, exactly, and that's why we want to feed the homeless. Yes, exactly, that's why we care for people and treat people how we want to be treated. So, unfortunately, wherever there's a structure of power to be found, there'll be someone trying to utilize it for their own gain, whether that's crypto, banking, loaning money out around the neighborhood, whatever. There's some system in hand. There will be people who try to corrupt and manipulate that system. To its ultimate. Just look at the narco state in other countries, or the rule of Russia, that's pretty much, you'd say pretty much mafia, mob rule. So these things matter, and hopefully everybody's starting to understand how much they matter. Looking around on TV lately, watching people being trampled by horses and stuff. Hopefully neither right nor left see that and think it's a good thing for society in general.
1680. End of preface. One of two treatises of civil government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 1. Slavery is so vile and miserable an estate of man, and so directly opposite to the generous temper and courage of our nation, that it is hardly to be conceived that an Englishman, much less a gentleman, should plead for it. And truly, I should have taken Sir Robert Filmer's Patriarcha as any other treatise, which would persuade all men that they are slaves, and ought to be so, for such another exercise of wit as was his who writ the encomium of Nero, rather than for a serious discourse meant in earnest, had not the gravity of the title and epistle, the picture in the front of the book, and the applause that followed it, required me to believe that the author and publisher were both in earnest. I therefore took it into my hands with all the expectation, and read it through with all the attention due to a treatise that made such a noise at its coming abroad, and cannot but confess myself mightily surprised that in a book which was to provide chains for all mankind, I should find nothing but a rope of sand, useful perhaps to such whose skill and business it is to raise a dust and would blind the people, the better to mislead them, but in truth not of any force to draw those into bondage who have their eyes open, and so much sense about them as to consider that chains are but an ill wearing, how much care soever hath been taken to file and polish them. If any one think I take too much liberty in speaking so freely of a man who is the great champion of absolute power, and the idol of those who worship it, I beseech him to make this small allowance, for once, to one who, even after the reading of Sir Robert's book, cannot but think himself, as the laws allow him, a free man, and I know no fault it is to do so, unless any one better skilled in the fate of it than I should have it revealed to him that this treatise, which has lain dormant so long, was, when it appeared in the world, to carry, by strength of its arguments, all liberty out of it, and that from thenceforth our author's short model was to be the pattern in the mount, and the perfect standard of politics for the future. His system lies in a little compass. It is no more but this, that all government is absolute monarchy, and the ground he builds on is this, that no man is born free. In this last age, a generation of men has sprung up amongst us that would flatter princes with an opinion that they have a divine right to absolute power, Let the laws by which they are constituted and are to govern, and the conditions under which they enter upon their authority, be what they will, and their engagements to observe them never so well ratified by solemn oaths and promises. To make way for this doctrine, they have denied mankind a right to natural freedom, whereby they have not only, as much as in them lies, exposed all subjects to the utmost misery of tyranny and oppression, but have also unsettled the titles and shaken the thrones of princes. For they too, by these men's system, except only one, are all born slaves, and by divine right are subjects to Adam's right heir, as if they had designed to make war upon all government and subvert the very foundations of human society to serve their
Let these
present
little
turn.
fools have a slap fight.
However, we must believe them upon their own bare words when they tell us we are all born slaves, and we must continue so, there is no remedy for it. Life and thraldom we entered into together, and can never be quit of the one till we part with the other. Scripture or reason, I am sure, do not anywhere say so, notwithstanding the noise of divine right, as if divine authority had subjected us to the unlimited will of another. An admirable state of mankind, and that which they have not had wit enough to find out till this latter age. For, however Sir Robert Filmer seems to condemn the novelty of the contrary opinion, Patriarcha, page 3, yet I believe it will be hard for him to find any other age or country of the world but this, which has asserted monarchy to be jure divino. And he confesses, Patriarcha, page 4, that Hayward, Blackwood, Berkeley, and others that have bravely vindicated the right of kings in most points, never thought of this, but with one consent admitted the natural liberty and equality of mankind. By whom this doctrine came at first to be broached, and brought in fashion amongst us, and what sad effects it gave rise to, I leave to historians to relate, or to the memory of those who were contemporaries with Sibthorpe and Mannering to recollect. My business at present is only to consider what Sir Robert Filmer, who is allowed to have carried this argument farthest, and is supposed to have brought it to perfection, has said in it. For from him every one who would be as fashionable as French was at court has learned, and runs away with this short system of politics, viz., men are not born free, and therefore could never have the liberty to choose either governors or forms of government. Princes have their power absolute and by divine right, for slaves could never have a right to compact or consent. Adam was an absolute monarch, and so are all princes ever since. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 2, of Paternal and Regal Power. Sir Robert Filmer's great position is that men are not naturally free. This is the foundation on which his absolute monarchy stands, and from which it erects itself to an height that its power is above every power, caput inter nubila, so high above all earthly and human things that thought can scarce reach it, that promises and oaths which tie the infinite deity cannot confine it. But if this foundation fails, all his fabric falls with it, and governments must be left again to the old way of being made by contrivance, and the consent of men, anthropine ctisis, making use of their reason to unite together into society. To prove this grand position of his, he tells us, page 12, men are born in subjection to their parents, and therefore cannot be free. And this authority of parents he calls royal authority, page 12, 14. Fatherly authority, right of fatherhood, page 12, 20. One would have thought he would, in the beginning of such a work as this, on which was to depend the authority of princes and the obedience of subjects, have told us expressly what that fatherly authority is, have defined it, though not limited it, because in some other treatises of his he tells us it is unlimited and unlimitable. Footnote: in grants and gifts that have their original from God or nature, as the power of the Father hath, no inferior power of man can limit, nor make any law of prescription against them. Observations 158. The Scripture teaches that supreme power was originally the Father, without any limitation. Observations 245. End of footnote. He should at least have given us such an account of it that we might have had an entire notion of this fatherhood or fatherly authority whenever it came in our way in his writings. This I expected to have found in the first chapter of his Patriarcha. But instead thereof, having 1. En passant made his obeisance to the Arcana Imperii, page 5, 2. Made his compliment to the rights and liberties of this or any other nation, page 6, which he is going presently to null and destroy, and 3. Made his leg to those learned men who did not see so far into the matter as himself, page 7, he comes to fall on Bellarmine, page 8, and by a victory over him establishes his fatherly authority beyond any question. Bellarmine being routed by his own confession, page 11, the day is clear got, and there is no more need of any forces. For having done that, I observe, not that he states the question, or rallies up any arguments to make good his opinion, but rather tells us a story, as he thinks fit, of this strange kind of domineering phantom, called the fatherhood, which whoever could catch presently got empire and unlimited absolute power. He assures us how this fatherhood began in Adam, continued its course, and kept the world in order all the time of the patriarchs till the flood, got out of the ark with Noah and his sons, made and supported all the kings of the earth till the captivity of the Israelites in Egypt, and then the poor fatherhood was under hatches, till God, by giving the Israelites kings, re-established the ancient and prime right of the lineal succession in paternal government. This is his business from page 12 to 19. And then, obviating an objection and clearing a difficulty or two with one half reason, page 23, to confirm the natural right of regal power, he ends the first chapter. I hope it is no injury to call an half quotation and half reason, for God says, "Honour thy father and mother," but our author contents himself with half, leaves out thy mother quite, as little serviceable to his purpose. But more of that in another place. I do not think our author so little skilled in the way of writing discourses of this nature, nor so careless of the point in hand, that he by oversight commits the fault that he himself, in his Anarchy of a Mixed Monarchy, page 239, objects to Mr. Hunton in these words: "Where first I charge the author that he hath not given us any definition or description of monarchy in general, for by the rules of method he should have first defined. And by the like rule of method Sir Robert should have told us what his fatherhood or fatherly authority is, before he had told us in whom it was to be found, and talked so much of it. But perhaps Sir Robert found that this fatherly authority, this power of fathers and of kings, for he makes them both the same, page 24, would make a very odd and frightful figure, and very disagreeing with what either children imagine of their parents, or subjects of their kings, if he should have given us the whole draught together in that gigantic form, he had painted it in his own fancy. And therefore, like a wary physician, when he would have his patient swallow some harsh or corrosive liquor, he mingles it with a large quantity of that which may dilute it, that the scattered parts may go down with less feeling, and cause less aversion. Let us then endeavour to find what account he gives us of this fatherly authority, as it lies scattered in the several parts of his writings. And first, as it was vested in Adam, he says, not only Adam, but the succeeding patriarchs had, by right of fatherhood, royal authority over their children, page 12. This lordship which Adam by command had over the whole world, and by right descending from him the patriarchs did enjoy, was as large and ample as the absolute dominion of any monarch which hath been since the creation. Page 13. Dominion of life and death, making war and concluding peace. Page 13. Adam and the patriarchs had absolute power of life and death. Page 35. Kings, in the right of parents, succeed to the exercise of supreme jurisdiction. Page 19. As kingly power is by the law of God, so it hath no inferior law to limit it. Adam was lord of all. Page 40. The father of a family governs by no other law than by his own will. Page 78. The superiority of princes is above laws. Page 79. The unlimited jurisdiction of kings is so amply described by Samuel. Page 80. Kings are above the laws. Page 93. And to this purpose see a great deal more which our author delivers in Baudin's words: "It is certain that all laws, privileges, and grants of princes have no force but during their life, if they be not ratified by the express consent or by sufferance of the prince following, especially privileges." Observations, page 279. The reason why laws have been also made by kings was this: when kings were either busied with wars or distracted with public cares, so that every private man could not have access to their persons to learn their wills and pleasure, then were laws of necessity invented, so that every particular subject might find his prince's pleasure deciphered unto him in the tables of his laws. Page 92. In a monarchy, the king must by necessity be above the laws. Page 100. A perfect kingdom is that wherein the king rules all things according to his own will. Page 100. Neither common nor statute laws are, or can be, any diminution of that general power which kings have over their people by right of fatherhood. Page 115. Adam was the father, king, and lord over his family. A son, a subject, and a servant or slave were one and the same thing at first. The father had power to dispose or sell his children or servants, whence we find that the first reckoning up of goods in Scripture, the manservant and the maidservant, are numbered among the possessions and substance of the owner, as other goods were. Observations, preface. God also hath given to the father a right or liberty to alien his power over his children to any other, whence we find the sale and gift of children to have much been in use in the beginning of the world, when men had their servants for a possession and an inheritance, as well as other goods, whereupon we find the power of castrating and making eunuchs much in use in old times. Observations, page 155. Law is nothing else but the will of him that hath the power of the Supreme Father. Observations, page 223. It was God's ordinance that the supremacy should be unlimited in Adam, and as large as all the acts of his will, and as in him, so in all others that have supreme power. Observations, page 245. I have been fain to trouble my reader with these several quotations in our author's own words, that in them might be seen his own description of his fatherly authority, as it lies scattered up and down in his writings, which he supposes was first vested in Adam, and by right belongs to all princes ever since. This fatherly authority, then, or right of fatherhood, in our author's sense, is a divine, unalterable right of sovereignty, whereby a father or a prince hath an absolute, arbitrary, unlimited, and unlimitable power over the lives, liberties, and estates of his children and subjects, so that he may take or alienate their estates, sell, castrate, or use their persons as he pleases, they being all his slaves, and he lord or proprietor of everything, and his unbounded will their law. Our author having placed such a mighty power in Adam, and upon that supposition founded all government and all power of princes, it is reasonable to expect that he should have proved this with arguments clear and evident, suitable to the weightiness of the cause, that since men had nothing else left them, they might in slavery have such undeniable proofs of its necessity that their consciences might be convinced, and oblige them to submit peaceably to that absolute dominion which their governors had a right to exercise over them. Without this, what good could our author do, or pretend to do, by erecting such an unlimited power, but flatter the natural vanity and ambition of men, too apt of itself to grow and increase with the possession of any power, and by persuading those who, by the consent of their fellow men, are advanced to great but limited degrees of it, that by that part which is given them, they have a right to all that was not so, and therefore may do what they please, because they have authority to do more than others, and so tempt them to do what is neither for their own, nor the good of those under their care, whereby great mischiefs cannot but follow. The sovereignty of Adam being that on which, as a sure basis, our author builds his mighty absolute monarchy, I expected that in his Patriarcha, that his main supposition would have been proved, and established with all that evidence of arguments that such a fundamental tenet required, and that this, on which the great stress of the business depends, would have been made out with reasons sufficient to justify the confidence with which it was assumed. But in all that treatise I could find very little tending that way. The thing is there so taken for granted, without proof, that I could scarce believe myself, when, upon attentive reading that treatise, I found there so mighty a structure raised upon the bare supposition of this foundation. For it is scarce credible that in a discourse where he pretends to confute the erroneous principle of man's natural freedom, he should do it by a bare supposition of Adam's authority, without offering any proof for that authority. Indeed, he confidently says that Adam had royal authority, page 12 and 13, absolute lordship and dominion of life and death, page 13, a universal monarchy, page 33, absolute power of life and death, page 35. He is very frequent in such assertions. But what is strange, in all his whole Patriarcha, I find not one pretence of a reason to establish this his great foundation of government, not anything that looks like an argument, but these words. To confirm this natural right of regal power, we find in the Decalogue that the law which enjoins obedience to kings is delivered in the terms, "Honour thy father," as if all power were originally in the father. And why may I not add as well, that in the Decalogue the law that enjoins obedience to queens is delivered in the terms of "Honour thy mother," as if all power were originally in the mother? The argument, as Sir Robert puts it, will hold as well for one as the other. But of this more in its due place. All that I take notice of here is that this is all our author says in this first or any of the following chapters to prove the absolute power of Adam, which is his great principle, and yet, as if he had there settled it upon sure demonstration, he begins his second chapter with these words: "By conferring these proofs and reasons, drawn from the authority of the Scripture," where those proofs and reasons for Adam's sovereignty are, bating that of "Honour thy father" above mentioned, I confess I cannot find, unless what he says, page 11, in these words we have an evident confession, viz. Of Bellarmine, that creation made man prince of his posterity, must be taken for proofs and reasons drawn from Scripture, or for any sort of proof at all, though from thence, by a new way of inference, in the words immediately following, he concludes, "the royal authority of Adam sufficiently settled in him." If he has in that chapter, or anywhere in the whole treatise, given any other proofs of Adam's royal authority, other than by often repeating it, which among some men goes for argument, I desire anybody for him to show me the place and page, that I may be convinced of my mistake, and acknowledge my oversight. If no such arguments are to be found, I beseech those men who have so much cried up this book, to consider whether they do not give the world cause to suspect that it is not the force of reason and argument that makes them for absolute monarchy, but some other by-interest, and therefore are resolved to applaud any author that writes in favour of this doctrine, whether he support it with reason or no. But I hope they do not expect that rational and indifferent men should be brought over to their opinion, because this their great doctor of it, in a discourse made on purpose to set up the absolute monarchical power of Adam in opposition to the natural freedom of mankind, has said so little to prove it, from whence it is rather naturally to be concluded that there is little to be said. But that I might omit no care to inform myself in our author's full sense, I consulted his observations on Aristotle, Hobbes, etc., to see whether, in disputing with others, he made use of any arguments for this his darling tenet of Adam's sovereignty, since in his treatise of the natural power of kings he has been so sparing of them. In his observations on Mr. Hobbes' Leviathan, I think he has put in short all those arguments for it together, which in his writings I find him anywhere to make use of. His words are these: "If God created only Adam, and of a piece of him made the woman, and if by generation from them two, as parts of them all mankind be propagated, if also God gave to Adam not only the dominion over the woman and the children that should issue from them, but also over all the earth, to subdue it, and over all the creatures on it, so that as long as Adam lived no man could claim or enjoy anything but by donation, assignation, or permission from him, I wonder," etc. Observations 165. Here we have the sum of all his arguments for Adam's sovereignty and against natural freedom, which I find up and down in his other treatises, and they are these following: God's creation of Adam, the dominion he gave him over Eve, and the dominion he had as father over his children, all which I shall particularly consider. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 3. Of Adam's title to sovereignty by creation. Sir Robert, in his preface to his observations on Aristotle's Politics, tells us, "A natural freedom of mankind cannot be supposed without the denial of the creation of Adam." But how Adam's being created, which was nothing but his receiving a being immediately from omnipotence and the hand of God, gave Adam a sovereignty over anything, I cannot see, nor consequently understand how a supposition of natural freedom is a denial of Adam's creation, and would be glad anybody else, since our author did not vouchsafe us the favour, would make it out for him. For I find no difficulty to suppose the freedom of mankind, though I have always believed the creation of Adam. He was created, or began to exist, by God's immediate power, without the intervention of parents or the pre-existence of any of the same species to beget him, when it pleased God he should. And so did the lion, the king of beasts, before him, by the same creating power of God. And if bare existence by that power, and in that way, will give dominion without any more ado, our author by this argument will make the lion have as good a title to it as he, and certainly the ancienter. No, for Adam had his title by the appointment of God, says our author in another place. Then bare creation gave him not dominion, and one might have supposed mankind free without the denying the creation of Adam, since it was God's appointment made him monarch. But let us see how he puts his creation and this appointment together. By the appointment of God, says Sir Robert, as soon as Adam was created, he was monarch of the world, though he had no subjects. For though there could not be actual government till there were subjects, yet by the right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. Though not in act, yet at least in habit, Adam was a king from his creation. I wish he had told us here what he meant by God's appointment, for whatsoever providence orders, or the law of nature directs, or positive revelation declares, may be said to be by God's appointment. But I suppose it cannot be meant here in the first sense, i.e. by providence,
because that would be to say no more but that as soon as Adam was created, he was de facto monarch, because by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. But he could not de facto be by providence constituted the governor of the world at a time when there was actually no government, no subjects to be governed, which our author here confesses. Monarch of the world is also differently used by our author, for sometimes he means by it a proprietor of all the world exclusive of the rest of mankind, and thus he does in the same page of his preface before cited. Adam, says he, being commanded to multiply and people the earth, and to subdue it, and having dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world. None of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. 2. Let us understand then by monarch, proprietor of the world, and by appointment, God's actual donation and revealed positive grant made to Adam, 1 Genesis 28, as we see Sir Robert himself does in this parallel place, and then his argument will stand thus. By the positive grant of God, as soon as Adam was created, he was proprietor of the world, because by the right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. In which way of arguing there are two manifest falsehoods. First, it is false that God made that grant to Adam as soon as he was created.
There we go. This will be fun
Since,
for him.
though it stands in the text
To teach him how to
after his creation, yet it is plain it could not be
push
spoken
each other
of
around.
until after Eve was made and brought to him. And how then could he be monarch by appointment as soon as created, especially since he calls, if I mistake not, that which God says to Eve, 3 Genesis 16, the original grant of government, which not being till after the fall, when Adam was somewhat, at least in time, and very much distant in condition from his creation, I cannot see how our author can say in this sense that by God's appointment as soon as Adam was created, he was monarch of the world.
That'll be fun.
Were it true that God's actual donation appointed Adam monarch of the world as soon as he was created, yet the reason here given for it would not prove it, but it would always be a false inference that God, by a positive donation, appointed Adam monarch of the world because by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. For having given him the right of government by nature, there was no need of a positive donation. At least, it will never be proof of such a donation. On the other side, the matter will not be much mended if we understand by God's appointment the law of nature, though it be a pretty harsh expression for it.
Both of them messed up that time,
and
Billy.
by monarch of the world, sovereign ruler of mankind. For then the sentence under consideration must run thus. By the law of nature, as soon as Adam was created, he was governor of mankind, for by right of nature it was due to Adam to be governor of his posterity. Which amounts to this: he was governor by right of nature, because he was governor by right of nature. But supposing we should grant that man is by nature governor of his children, Adam could not hereby be monarch as soon as created, for this right of nature being founded in his being their father, how Adam could have a natural right to be governor before he was a father, when by being a father only he had that right, is, methinks, hard to conceive, unless he will have him to be a father before he was a father, and to have a title before he had it. To this foreseen objection our author answers very logically: he was governor in habit and not in act. A very pretty way of being a governor without government, a father without children, and a king without subjects. And thus Sir Robert was an author before he writ his book, not in act, it is true, but in habit, for when he had once published it, it was due to him by the right of nature to be an author, as much as it was to Adam to be governor of his children when he had begot them. And if to be such a monarch of the world, an absolute monarch, in habit but not in act, will serve the turn, I should not much envy it to any of Sir Robert's friends that he thought fit graciously to bestow it upon, though even this of act and habit, if it signified anything but our author's skill in distinctions, be not to his purpose in this place. For the question is not here about Adam's actual exercise of government, but actually having a title to be governor. Government, says our author, was due to Adam by the right of nature. What is this right of nature? A right fathers have over their children by begetting them. Generatione jus acquiritur parentibus in liberos, says our author out of Grotius, Observations 223. The right then follows the begetting as arising from it, so that, according to this way of reasoning or distinguishing of our author, Adam, as soon as he was created, had a title only in habit and not in act, which in plain English is, he had actually no title at all. To speak less learnedly and more intelligibly, one may say of Adam he was in possibility of being governor, since it was possible he might beget children, and thereby acquire that right of nature, be what it will, to govern them that accrues from thence. But what connection has this with Adam's creation, to make him say that as soon as he was created, he was monarch of the world?
Looks like I just have an index out of range issue.
Noah, that as soon as he was born,
Everybody spawned right in that time.
Since he was in possibility, which in our author's sense is enough to make a monarch in habit, to outlive all mankind but his own posterity. What such necessary connection there is betwixt Adam's creation and his right to government, so that a natural freedom of mankind cannot be supposed without the denial of the creation of Adam, I confess for my part I do not see, nor how those words, by the appointment, etc., Observations 254, however explained, can be put together to make any tolerable sense, at least to establish this position with which they end, viz., Adam was a king from his creation. A king, says our author, not in act, but in habit, i.e., actually no king at all. I fear I have tired my reader's patience by dwelling longer on this passage than the weightiness of any argument in it seems to require, but I have unavoidably been engaged in it by our author's way of writing, who, huddling several suppositions together, and that in doubtful and general terms, makes such a medley and confusion that it is impossible to show his mistakes without examining the several senses wherein his words may be taken, and without seeing how, in any of these various meanings, they will consist together, and have any truth in them. For in this present passage before us, how can anyone argue against this position of his, that Adam was a king from his creation, unless one examine whether the words from his creation, to be taken as they may for the time of the commencement of his government, as the foregoing words import, as soon as he was created he was monarch, or for the cause of it, as he says, page 11, creation made man prince of his posterity. How farther can one judge of the truth of his being thus king, till one has examined whether king be to be taken, as the words in the beginning of this passage would persuade, on supposition of his private dominion, which was by God's positive grant, monarch of the world by appointment, or king on supposition of his fatherly power over his offspring, which was by nature due by the right of nature. Whether, I say, king be to be taken in both or one only of these two senses, or in neither of them, but only this, that creation made him prince in a way different from both the other. For though this assertion that Adam was king from his creation be true in no sense, yet it stands here as an evident conclusion drawn from the preceding words, though in truth it be but a bare assertion joined to other assertions of the same kind, which confidently put together in words of undetermined and dubious meaning, look like a sort of arguing, when there is indeed neither proof nor connection, a way very familiar with our author, of which, having given the reader a taste here, I shall, as much as the argument will permit me, avoid touching on hereafter, and should not have done it here, were it not to let the world see how incoherences in matter, and suppositions without proofs put handsomely together in good words and a plausible style, are apt to pass for strong reason and good sense, till they come to be looked into with attention. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 4. Of Adam's Title to Sovereignty by Donation. Genesis 1:28. Having at last got through the foregoing passage, where we have been so long detained, not by the force of arguments and opposition, but by the intricacy of the words and the doubtfulness of the meaning, let us go on to his next argument for Adam's sovereignty. Our author tells us, in the words of Mr. Selden, that Adam, by donation from God, Genesis 1:28, was made the general lord of all things, not without such a private dominion to himself, as without his grant did exclude his children. This determination of Mr. Selden, says our author, is consonant to the history of the Bible and natural reason, Observations 2:10. And in his preface to his Observations on Aristotle, he says thus: "The first government in the world was monarchical, in the father of all flesh, Adam being commanded to multiply and people the earth, and to subdue it, and having dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world. None of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. The earth, saith the psalmist, hath he given to the children of men, which show the title comes from fatherhood." Before I examine this argument, and the text on which it is founded, it is necessary to desire the reader to observe that our author, according to his usual method, begins in one sense and concludes in another. He begins here with Adam's propriety or private dominion by donation, and his conclusion is, which show the title comes from fatherhood. But let us see the argument. The words of the text are these: "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." 1 Genesis 28. From whence our author concludes that Adam, having here dominion given him over all creatures, was thereby the monarch of the whole world, whereby must be meant that either this grant of God gave Adam property, or, as our author calls it, private dominion, over the earth and all inferior or irrational creatures, and so consequently that he was thereby monarch, or, secondly, that it gave him rule and dominion over all earthly creatures whatsoever, and thereby over his children, and so he was monarch, for, as Mr. Selden has properly worded it, Adam was made general lord of all things. One may very clearly understand him, that he means nothing to be granted to Adam here but property, and therefore he says not one word of Adam's monarchy. But our author says Adam was hereby monarch of the world, which, properly speaking, signifies sovereign ruler of all the men in the world, and so Adam, by this grant, must be constituted such a ruler. If our author means otherwise, he might with much clearness have said that Adam was hereby proprietor of the whole world. But he begs your pardon in this point. Clear, distinct speaking not serving everywhere to his purpose, you must not expect it in him, as in Mr. Selden or other such writers. In opposition, therefore, to our author's doctrine that Adam was monarch of the whole world, founded on this place, I shall show, 1. That by this grant, 1 Genesis 28, God gave no immediate power to Adam over men, over his children, over those of his own species, and so he was not made ruler or monarch by this charter. 2. That by this grant God gave him not private dominion over the inferior creatures, but right in common with all mankind, so neither was he monarch upon the account of the property here given him. 1. That this donation, 1 Genesis 28, gave Adam no power over men, will appear if we consider the words of it. For since all positive grants convey no more than the express words they are made in will carry, let us see which of them here will comprehend mankind, or Adam's posterity. And those, I imagine, if any, must be these: every living thing that moveth.
The words in Hebrew are hahaya haromeset, i.e. bestiam reptantem, of which words the scripture itself is the best interpreter. God having created the fishes and fowls the 5th day, the beginning of the 6th he creates the irrational inhabitants of the dry land, which, verse 24, are described in these words. Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth after his kind. And, verse 2, and God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth on the earth after his kind. Here, in the creation of all the brute inhabitants of the earth, he first speaks of them all under one general name, of living creatures, and then afterwards divides them into 3 ranks. 1. Cattle, or such creatures as were or might be tame, and so be the private possession of particular men. 2. Haya, which, verse 24 and 25 in our Bible, is translated beasts, and by the Septuagint, teria, wild beasts, and is the same word that here in our text, verse 28, where we have this great charter to Adam, is translated living thing, and is also the same word used, Genesis 9:2, where this grant is renewed to Noah, and there likewise translated beast. 3. The 3rd rank were the creeping animals, which, verses 24 and 25, are comprised under the word haromeset, the same that is used here, verse 28, and is translated moving, but in the former verses creeping, and by the Septuagint in all these places, herpeia, or reptiles, from whence it appears that the words which we translate here, in God's donation, verse 28, living creatures moving, are the same which, in the history of creation, verses 24-25, signify 2 ranks of terrestrial creatures, viz. Wild beasts and reptiles, and are so understood by the Septuagint. When God had made the irrational animals of the world, divided into 3 kinds from the places of their habitation, viz. Fishes of the sea, fowls of the air, and living creatures of the earth, and these again into cattle, wild beasts, and reptiles, he considers of making man, and the dominion he should have over the terrestrial world, verse 26, and then he reckons up the inhabitants of these 3 kingdoms. But in the terrestrial leaves out the 2nd rank, haya, or wild beasts. But here, verse 28, where he actually exercises this design and gives him this dominion, the text mentions the fishes of the sea and fowls of the air and the terrestrial creatures in the words that signify the wild beasts and reptiles, though translated living thing that moveth, leaving out cattle. In both which places, though the word that signifies wild beasts be omitted in one, and that which signifies cattle in the other, yet, since God certainly executed in one place what he declares he designed in the other, we cannot but understand the same in both places, and have here only an account how the terrestrial irrational animals, which were already created and reckoned up at their creation in 3 distinct ranks of cattle, wild beasts, and reptiles, were here, verse 28, actually put under the dominion of man, as they were designed, verse 26. Nor do these words contain in them the least appearance of anything that can be wrested to signify God's giving to one man dominion over another, to Adam over his posterity. And this further appears from Genesis 9:2, where God, renewing his charter to Noah and his sons, he gives them dominion over the fowls of the air and the fishes of the sea and the terrestrial creatures, expressed by haya and romeset, wild beasts and reptiles, the same words that in the text before us, 1 Genesis 28, are translated every moving thing that moveth on the earth, which by no means can comprehend man, the grant being made to Noah and his sons, all the men then living, and not to one part of men over another, which is yet more evident from the very next words, verse 3, where God gives every remis, every moving thing, the very words used chapter 1:28 to them for food. By all which it is plain that God's donation to Adam, chapter 1:28, and his designation, verse 26, and his grant to Noah and his sons refer to and contain in them neither more nor less than the works of the creation of the 5th day, and the beginning of the 6th, as they are set down from the 20th to 26th verses inclusively of the 1st chapter, and so comprehend all the species of irrational animals of the terraqueous globe, though all the words whereby they are expressed in the history of their creation are nowhere used in any of the following grants, but some of them omitted in one and some in another. From whence I think it is past all doubt that man cannot be comprehended in this grant, nor any dominion over those of his own species be conveyed to Adam. All the terrestrial irrational creatures are enumerated at their creation, verse 25, under the names beasts of the earth, cattle, and creeping things. But man, being not then created, was not contained under any of those names. And therefore, whether we understand the Hebrew words right or no, they cannot be supposed to comprehend man in the very same history and the very next verses following, especially since that Hebrew word remis, which, if any in this donation to Adam, chapter 1:26, must comprehend man, is so plainly used in contradistinction to him, as Genesis 6:20, 7:14, 21, 23, Genesis 8:17, 19. And if God made all mankind slaves to Adam and his heirs by giving Adam dominion over every living thing that moveth on the earth, chapter 1:28, as our author would have it, methinks Sir Robert should have carried his monarchical power one step higher, and satisfied the world that princes might eat their subjects too, since God gave as full power to Noah and his heirs, chapter 9:2, to eat every living thing that moveth, as he did to Adam to have dominion over them, the Hebrew words in both places being the same. David, who might be supposed to understand the donation of God in this text, and the right of kings too, as well as our author in his comment on this place, as the learned and judicious Ainsworth calls it, in the 8th Psalm, finds here no such charter of monarchical power. His words are, "Thou hast made him," i.e. man, the son of man, "a little lower than the angels. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, and the beasts of the field, and the fowls of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the sea." In which words, if any one can find out that there is meant any monarchical power of one man over another, but only the dominion of the whole species of mankind over the inferior species of creatures, he may, for aught I know, deserve to be one of Sir Robert's monarchs in habit, for the rareness of the discovery. And by this time I hope it is evident, that he that gave dominion over every living thing that moveth on the earth, gave Adam no monarchical power over those of his own species, which will yet appear more fully in the next thing I am to show. 2. Whatever God gave by the words of this grant, 1 Genesis 28, it was not to Adam in particular, exclusive of all other men. Whatever dominion he had thereby, it was not a private dominion, but a dominion in common with the rest of mankind. That this donation was not made in particular to Adam appears evidently from the words of the text, it being made to more than one, for it was spoken in the plural number. God blessed them, and said unto them, have dominion. God says unto Adam and Eve, have dominion. Thereby, says our author, Adam was monarch of the world. But the grant being to them, i.e. spoke to Eve also, as many interpreters think with reason that these words were not spoken till Adam had his wife, must not she thereby be lady as well as he lord of the world? If it be said that Eve was subjected to Adam, it seems she was not so subjected to him as to hinder her dominion over the creatures or property in them. For shall we say that God ever made a joint grant to two, and one only was to have the benefit of it? But perhaps it will be said Eve was not made till afterward. Grant it so, what advantage will our author get by it? The text will be only the more directly against him, and show that God in his donation gave the world to mankind in common, and not to Adam in particular. The word them in the text must include the species of man, for it is certain them can by no means signify Adam alone. In the 26th verse, where God declares his intention to give this dominion, it is plain he meant that he would make a species of creatures that should have dominion over the other species of this terrestrial globe. The words are, "And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish," etc. They then were to have dominion. Who? Even those who were to have the image of God, the individuals of that species of man that he was going to make. For that them should signify Adam singly, exclusive of the rest that should be in the world with him, is against both Scripture and all reason, and it cannot possibly be made sense if man in the former part of the verse do not signify the same with them in the latter. Only man there, as is usual, is taken for the species, and them the individuals of that species, and we have a reason in the very text. God makes him in his own image, after his own likeness, makes him an intellectual creature and so capable of dominion, for whereinsoever else the
Yes,
image
where I
of
can't even
God
stay awake.
consisted,
I'm about
the
to that point now. I'm
intellectual
gonna have to
nature
take a
was
nap.
certainly a part of it, and belonged to the whole species, and enabled them to have dominion over the inferior creatures. And therefore David says in the 8th Psalm above cited, "Thou hast made him little lower than the angels, thou hast made him to have dominion." It is not of Adam King David speaks here, for verse 4 it is plain it is of man and the Son of Man, of the species of mankind. And that this grant spoken to Adam was made to him and the whole species of man is clear from our author's own proof out of the psalmist. "The earth," saith the psalmist, "hath he given to the children of men," which shows the title comes from fatherhood. These are Sir Robert's words in the preface before cited, and a strange inference it is he makes. God hath given the earth to the children of men, ergo the title comes from fatherhood. It is pity the propriety of the Hebrew tongue had not used fathers of men instead of children of men to express mankind. Then, indeed, our author might have had the countenance of the sound of the words to have placed the title in the fatherhood. But to conclude that the fatherhood had the right to the earth, because God gave it to the children of men, is a way of arguing peculiar to our author. And a man must have a great mind to go contrary to the sound as well as the sense of the words before he could light on it. But the sense is yet harder and more remote from our author's purpose, for as it stands in his preface, it is to prove Adam's being monarch, and his reasoning is thus: God gave the earth to the children of men, ergo Adam was monarch of the world. I defy any man to make a more pleasant conclusion than this, which cannot be excused from the most obvious absurdity, till it can be shown that by children of men, he who had no father, Adam alone, is signified. But whatever our author does, the Scripture speaks not nonsense. To maintain this property and private dominion of Adam, our author labours in the following page to destroy the community granted to Noah and his sons in that parallel place, 9 Genesis 1, 2, 3, and he endeavours to do it in two ways. 1. Sir Robert would persuade us, against the express words of the Scripture, that what was here granted to Noah was not granted to his sons in common with him. His words are, "As for the general community between Noah and his sons, which Mr. Selden will have to be granted to them, 9 Genesis 2, the text doth not warrant it." What warrant our author would have, when the plain express words of Scripture, not capable of another meaning, will not satisfy him, who pretends to build wholly on Scripture, it is not easy to imagine. The text says, "God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them," i.e., as our author would have it, unto him. "For," saith he, "although the sons are there mentioned with Noah in the blessing, yet it may best be understood with a subordination or benediction in succession." Observations 2:11. That indeed is best for our author to be understood, which best serves to his purpose, but that truly may best be understood by anybody else, which best agrees with the plain construction of the words, and arises from the obvious meaning of the place, and then with subordination and in succession will not be best understood in a grant of God where he himself put them not, nor mentions any such limitation.
But yet our author has reasons why it may best be understood so. The blessing, says he in the following words, might truly be fulfilled if the sons, either under or after their father, enjoyed a private dominion. Observations 211. Which is to say that a grant whose express words give a joint title in present, for the text says, into your hands they are delivered, may best be understood with a subordination or in succession, because it is possible that in subordination or in succession it may be enjoyed. Which is all one as to say that a grant of anything in present possession may best be understood of reversion, because it is possible one may live to enjoy it in reversion. If the grant be indeed to a father and to his sons after him, who is so kind as to let his children enjoy it presently in common with him, one may truly say, as to the event, one will be as good as the other. But it can never be true that what the express words grant in possession and in common may best be understood to be in reversion. The sum of all his reasoning amounts to this: God did not give the sons of Noah the world in common with their father, because it was possible they might enjoy it under or after him. A very good sort of argument against an express text of Scripture, but God must not be believed though he speaks it himself, when he says he does anything which will not consist with Sir Robert's hypothesis. For it is plain, however he would exclude them, that part of this benediction, as he would have it in succession, must needs be meant to the sons, and not to Noah himself at all. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, says God in this blessing. This part of the benediction, as appears by the sequel, concerned not Noah himself at all, for we read not of any children he had after the flood, and in the following chapter, where his posterity is reckoned up, there is no mention of any. And so this benediction in succession was not to take place till 350 years after, and to save our author's imaginary monarchy, the peopling of the world must be deferred 350 years, for this part of the benediction cannot be understood with subordination, unless our author will say that they must ask leave of their father Noah to lie with their wives. But in this one point our author is constant to himself in all his discourses. He takes great care there should be monarchs in the world, but very little that there should be people. And indeed his way of government is not the way to people the world. For how much absolute monarchy helps to fulfill this great and primary blessing of God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth, which contains in it the improvement too of arts and sciences and the conveniences of life, may be seen in those large and rich countries which are happy under the Turkish government, where are not now to be found 1/3, nay, in many, if not most parts of them, 1/30, perhaps I might say not 1/100th of the people that were formerly, as will easily appear to any one who will compare the accounts we have of it at this time with ancient history. But this by the by. The other parts of this benediction or grant are so expressed that they must needs be understood to belong equally to them all, as much to Noah's sons as to Noah himself, and not to his sons with a subordination or in succession. The fear of you and the dread of you, says God, shall be upon every beast, etc. Will anybody but our author say that the creatures feared and stood in awe of Noah only, and not of his sons without his leave, or till after his death? And the following words, into your hands they are delivered, are they to be understood, as our author says, if your father please, or they shall be delivered into your hands hereafter? If this be to argue from Scripture, I know not what may not be proved by it. And I can scarce see how much this differs from that fiction and fancy, or how much a surer foundation it will prove than the opinions of philosophers and poets, which our author so much condemns in his preface. But our author goes on to prove that it may best be understood with a subordination or a benediction in succession, for, says he, it is not probable that the private dominion which God gave to Adam, and by his donation, assignation, or cessation to his children, was abrogated and a community of all things instituted between Noah and his sons. Noah was left the sole heir of the world. Why should it be thought that God would disinherit him of his birthright,
and make him of all men in the world the only tenant in common with his children. Observations 211. The prejudices of our own ill-grounded opinions, however by us called probable, cannot authorize us to understand Scripture contrary to the direct and plain meaning of the words. I grant it is not probable that Adam's private dominion was here abrogated, because it is more than improbable, for it will never be proved, that ever Adam had any such private dominion. And since parallel places of Scripture are most probable to make us know how they may be best understood, there needs but the comparing this blessing here to Noah and his sons after the flood, with that to Adam after the creation, 1 Genesis 28, to assure anyone that God gave Adam no such private dominion. It is probable, I confess, that Noah should have the same title, the same property and dominion after the flood that Adam had before it. But since private dominion cannot consist with the blessing and grant God gave to him and his sons in common, it is a sufficient reason to conclude that Adam had none, especially since in the donation made to him there are no words that express it, or do in the least favour it. And then let my reader judge whether it may best be understood, when in the one place there is not one word for it, not to say what has been above proved, that the text itself proves the contrary, and in the other the words and sense are directly against it. But our author says Noah was the sole heir of the world. Why should it be thought that God would disinherit him of his birthright? Heir, indeed, in England, signifies the eldest son, who is by the law of England to have all his father's land. But where God ever appointed any such heir of the world, our author would have done well to have showed us.
What you doing, Zach? I'm rehearsing for our T-Mobile home internet commercial. You gotta talk really fast. T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet.
A part of the earth for the support of themselves and families, when the whole was not only more than Noah himself, but infinitely more than they all could make use of. And the possessions of one could not at all prejudice, or, as to any use, straiten that of the other. Our author, probably foreseeing that he might not be very successful in persuading people out of their senses, and, say what he could, men would be apt to believe the plain words of Scripture, and think, as they saw, that the grant was spoken to Noah and his sons jointly, he endeavours to insinuate, as if this grant to Noah conveyed no property, no dominion, because subduing the earth and dominion over the creatures are therein omitted, nor the earth once named. And therefore, says he, there is a considerable difference between these two texts. The first blessing gave Adam a dominion over the earth and all creatures. The latter allows Noah liberty to use the living creatures for food. Here is no alteration or diminishing of his titles to a property of all things, but an enlargement only of his commons. Observations 211. So that in our author's sense, all that was said here to Noah and his sons gave them no dominion, no property, but only enlarged the commons. Their commons, I should say, since God says, to you are they given, though our author says his, for as for Noah's sons, they, it seems, by Sir Robert's appointment, during their father's lifetime, were to keep fasting days. Anyone but our author would be mightily suspected to be blinded with prejudice, that in all this blessing to Noah and his sons could see nothing but only an enlargement of commons. For as to dominion, which our author thinks omitted, the fear of you and the dread of you, says God, shall be upon every beast, which I suppose expresses the dominion or superiority was designed man over the living creatures as fully as may be. For in that fear and dread seems chiefly to consist what was given to Adam over the inferior animals, who, as absolute a monarch as he was, could not make bold with a lark or rabbit to satisfy his hunger, and had the herbs but in common with the beasts, as is plain from 1 Genesis 2, 9 and 30. In the next place, it is manifest that in this blessing to Noah and his sons, property is not only given in clear words, but in a larger extent than it was to Adam. Into your hands they are given, says God to Noah and his sons. Which words, if they give not property, nay, property in possession, it will be hard to find words that can, since there is not a way to express a man's being possessed of anything more natural nor more certain than to say,
it is delivered into his hands. And verse 3, to show that they had then given them the utmost property man is capable of, which is to have a right to destroy anything by using it. Every moving thing that liveth, saith God, shall be meat for you, which was not allowed to Adam in his charter. This our author calls a liberty of using them for food, and only an enlargement of commons, but no alteration of property. Observations 211. What other property man can have in the creatures but the liberty of using them is hard to be understood. So that if the first blessing, as our author says, gave Adam dominion over the creatures, and the blessing to Noah and his sons gave them such a liberty to use them as Adam had not, it must needs give them something that Adam, with all his sovereignty, wanted, something that one would be apt to take for a greater property. For certainly he has no absolute dominion over even the brutal part of the creatures, and the property he has in them is very narrow and scanty, who cannot make that use of them which is permitted to another. Should any one who is absolute lord of a country have bidden our author subdue the earth, and given him dominion over the creatures in it, but not have permitted him to have taken a kid or a lamb out of the flock to satisfy his hunger, I guess he would scarce have thought himself lord or proprietor of that land or the cattle on it, but would have found the difference between having dominion, which a shepherd may have, and having full property as an owner. So that, had it been his own case, Sir Robert, I believe, would have thought here was an alteration, nay, an enlarging of property, and that Noah and his children had by this grant not only property given them, but such a property given them in the creatures as Adam had not. For, however, in respect of one another, men may be allowed to have property in their distinct portions of the creatures, yet in respect of God, the maker of heaven and earth, who is sole lord and proprietor of the whole world, man's propriety in the creatures is nothing but that liberty to use them which God has permitted. And so man's property may be altered and enlarged, as we see it was here after the flood, when other uses of them are allowed, which before were not. From all which I suppose it is clear that neither Adam nor Noah had any private dominion, any property in the creatures, exclusive of his posterity, as they should successively grow up into need of them, and come to be able to make use of them. Thus we have examined our author's argument for Adam's monarchy founded on the blessing pronounced 1 Genesis 28, wherein I think it is impossible for any sober reader to find any other but the setting of mankind above the other kinds of creatures in this habitable earth of ours. It is nothing but the giving to man, the whole species of man, as the chief inhabitant, who is the image of his Maker, the dominion over the other creatures. This lies so obvious in the plain words that any one but our author would have thought it necessary to have shown how these words, that seemed to say the quite contrary, gave Adam monarchical absolute power over other men, or the sole property in all the creatures. And methinks in a business of this moment, and that whereon he builds all that follows, he should have done something more than barely cite words which apparently make against him. For I confess I cannot see anything in them tending to Adam's monarchy or private dominion, but quite the contrary. And I the less deplore the dullness of my apprehension herein, since I find the Apostle seems to have as little notion of any such private dominion of Adam as I, when he says, God gives us all things richly to enjoy, which he could not do if it were all given away already to monarch Adam and the monarchs his heirs and successors. To conclude, this text is so far from proving Adam sole proprietor, that on the contrary it is a confirmation of the original community of all things amongst the sons of men, which appearing from this donation of God, as well as other places of Scripture, the sovereignty of Adam built upon his private dominion, must fall, not having any foundation to support it. But yet, if after all any one will needs have it so, that by this donation of God Adam was made sole proprietor of the whole earth, what will this be to his sovereignty? And how will it appear that propriety in land gives a man power over the life of another? Or how will the possession even of the whole earth give
give anyone a sovereign arbitrary authority over the persons of men. The most specious thing to be said is, that he that is proprietor of the whole world may deny all the rest of mankind food, and so at his pleasure starve them, if they will not acknowledge his sovereignty and obey his will. If this were true, it would be a good argument to prove that there never was any such property, that God never gave any such private dominion, since it is more reasonable to think that God, who bid mankind increase and multiply, should rather himself give them all a right to make use of the food and raiment and other conveniences of life, the materials whereof he had so plentifully provided for them, than to make them depend upon the will of a man for their subsistence, who should have power to destroy them all when he pleased, and who, being no better than other men, was in succession likelier, by want and dependence of a scanty fortune, to tie them to hard service, than by liberal allowance of the conveniences of life to promote the great design of God, increase and multiply. He that doubts this, let him look into the absolute monarchies of the world, and see what becomes of the conveniences of life and the multitudes of people. But we know God hath not left one man so to the mercy of another, that he may starve him if he please. God, the Lord and Father of all, has given no one of his children such a property in his peculiar portion of the things of this world, but that he has given his needy brother a right to the surplusage of his goods, so that it cannot justly be denied him when his pressing wants call for it. And therefore no man could ever have a just power over the life of another by right of property in land or possessions, since it would always be a sin in any man of estate to let his brother perish for want of affording him relief out of his plenty. As justice gives every man a title to the product of his honest industry, and the fair acquisitions of his ancestors descended to him, so charity gives every man a title to so much out of another's plenty as will keep him from extreme want, where he has no means to subsist otherwise. And a man can no more justly make use of another's necessity to force him to become his vassal, by withholding that relief God requires him to afford to the wants of his brother, than he that has more strength can seize upon a weaker, master him to his obedience, and with a dagger at his throat offer him death or slavery. Should any one make so perverse an use of God's blessings poured on him with a liberal hand, should any one be cruel and uncharitable to that extremity, yet all this would not prove that propriety in land, even in this case, gave any authority over the persons of men, but only that compact might, since the authority of the rich proprietor and the subjection of the needy beggar began not from the possession of the Lord, but the consent of the poor man, who preferred being his subject to starving. And the man he thus submits to can pretend to no more power over him than he has consented to upon compact. Upon this ground, a man's having his stores filled in a time of scarcity, having money in his pocket, being in a vessel at sea, being able to swim, etc., may as well be the foundation of rule and dominion as being possessor of all the land in the world, any of these being sufficient to enable me to save a man's life who would perish if such assistance were denied him. And anything by this rule that may be an occasion of working upon another's necessity to save his life, or anything dear to him, at the rate of his freedom, may be made a foundation of sovereignty as well as property. From all which it is clear that, though God should have given Adam private dominion, yet that private dominion could give him no sovereignty. But we have already sufficiently proved that God gave him no private dominion. End of chapter 4. Of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke, Book 1, Chapter 5. Of Adam's title to sovereignty by the subjection of Eve. The next place of Scripture we find our author builds his monarchy of Adam on is 3 Genesis 26. And thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Here we have, says he, the original grant of government, from whence he concludes in the following part of the page, Observations 244, that the supreme power is settled in the fatherhood and limited to one kind of government, that is, to monarchy. For let his premises be what they will, this is always the conclusion. Let rule in any text be but once named, and presently absolute monarchy is by divine right established. If any one will but carefully read our author's own reasoning from these words, Observations 244, and consider, among other things, the line and posterity of Adam, as he there brings them in, he will find some difficulty to make sense of what he says. But we will allow this at present to his peculiar way of writing, and consider the force of the text in hand. The words are the curse of God upon the woman for having been the first and forwardest in the disobedience. And if we will consider the occasion of what God says here to our first parents, that he was denouncing judgment and declaring his wrath against them both for their disobedience, we cannot suppose that this was the time wherein God was granting Adam prerogatives and privileges, investing him with dignity and authority, elevating him to dominion and monarchy. For though, as a helper in the temptation, Eve was laid below him, and so he had accidentally a superiority over her for her greater punishment, yet he too had his share in the fall as well as the sin, and was laid lower, as may be seen in the following verses. And it would be hard to imagine that God in the same breath should make him universal monarch over all mankind, and a day labourer for his life, turn him out of paradise to till the ground, verse 23, and at the same time advance him to a throne, and all the privileges and ease of absolute power. This was not a time when Adam could expect any favours, any grant of privileges from his offended Maker. If this be the original grant of government, as our author tells us, and Adam was now made monarch, whatever Sir Robert would have him, it is plain God made him but a very poor monarch, such an one as our author himself would have counted it no great privilege to be. God sets him to work for his living, and seems rather to give him a spade into his hand to subdue the earth, than a sceptre to rule over its inhabitants. In the sweat of thy face thou shalt eat thy bread, says God to him, verse 19. This was unavoidable, may it perhaps be answered, because he was yet without subjects, and had nobody to work for him. But afterwards, living as he did above 900 years, he might have people enough, whom he might command to work for him. No, says God, not only whilst thou art without other help, save thy wife, but as long as thou livest, shalt thou live by thy labour. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat thy bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Verse 19. It will perhaps be answered again in favour of our author, that these words are not spoken personally to Adam, but in him as their representative to all mankind, this being a curse upon mankind because of the fall. God, I believe, speaks differently from men, because he speaks with more truth, more certainty. But when he vouchsafes to speak to men, I do not think he speaks differently from them in crossing the rules of language in use amongst them. This would not be to condescend to their capacities when he humbles himself to speak to them, but to lose his design in speaking what, thus spoken, they could not understand. And yet thus we must think of God, if the interpretations of Scripture, necessary to maintain our author's doctrine, must be received for good. For by the ordinary rules of language it will be very hard to understand what God says, if what he speaks here, in the singular number, to Adam, must be understood to be spoken to all mankind, and what he says in the plural number, 1 Genesis 26 and 28, must be understood of Adam alone, exclusive of all others, and what he says to Noah and his sons jointly must be understood to be meant to Noah alone, Genesis 9. Farther, it is to be noted that these words here of 3 Genesis 16, which our author calls the original grant of government, were not spoken to Adam. Neither indeed was there any grant in them made to Adam, but a punishment laid upon Eve. And if we will take them as they were directed in particular to her, or in her as their representative to all other women, they will at most concern the female sex only, and import no more but that subjection they should ordinarily be in to their husbands. But there is here no more law to oblige a woman to such subjection, if the circumstances either of her condition or contract with her husband should exempt her from it, than there is that she should bring forth her children in sorrow and pain, if there can be found a remedy for it, which is also part of the same curse upon her. For the whole verse runs thus: Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. It would, I think, have been a hard matter for anybody but our author to have found out a grant of monarchical government to Adam in these words, which were neither spoke to nor of him. Neither will any one, I suppose, by these words, think the weaker sex, as by a law, so subjected to the curse contained in them, that it is their duty not to endeavour to avoid it. And will any one say that Eve, or any other woman, sinned, if she were brought to bed without those multiplied pains God threatens her herewith? Or that either of our queens, Mary or Elizabeth, had they married any of their subjects, had been by this text put into a political subjection to him? Or that he thereby should have had monarchical rule over her? God in this text gives not that I see any authority to Adam over Eve, or to men over their wives, but only foretells what should be the woman's lot, how by his providence he would order it so, that she should be subject to her husband, as we see that generally the laws of mankind and customs of nations have ordered it so, and there is, I grant, a foundation in nature for it. Thus, when God says of Jacob and Esau that the elder should serve the younger, 25 Genesis 23, nobody supposes that God hereby made Jacob Esau's sovereign, but foretold what should de facto come to pass. But if these words here spoke to Eve must needs be understood as a law to bind her and all other women to subjection, it can be no other subjection than what every wife owes her husband. And then if this be the original grant of government and the foundation of monarchical power, there will be as many monarchs as there are husbands. If therefore these words give any power to Adam, it can be only a conjugal power, not political. The power that every husband hath to order the things of private concernment in his family, as proprietor of the goods and land there, and to have his will take place before that of his wife in all things of their common concernment. But not a political power of life and death over her, much less over anybody else. This I am sure. If our author will have this text to be a grant, the original grant of government, political government, he ought to have proved it by some better arguments than by barely saying that thy desire shall be unto thy husband was a law whereby Eve and all that should come of her were subjected to the absolute monarchical power of Adam and his heirs. Thy desire shall be to thy husband is too doubtful an expression, of whose signification interpreters are not agreed, to build so confidently on, and in a matter of such moment and so great and general concernment. But our author, according to his way of writing, having once named the text, concludes presently without any more ado that the meaning is as he would have it. Let the words rule and subject be but found in the text or margent, and it immediately signifies the duty of a subject to his prince. The relation is changed, and though God says husband, Sir Robert will have it king. Adam has presently absolute monarchical power over Eve, and not only over Eve, but all that should come of her, though the Scripture says not a word of it, nor our author a word to prove it. But Adam must for all that be an absolute monarch, and so down to the end of the chapter. And here I leave my reader to consider whether my bare saying, without offering any reasons to evince it, that this text gave not Adam that absolute monarchical power our author supposes, be not as sufficient to destroy that power as his bare assertion is to establish it. Since the text mentions neither prince nor people, speaks nothing of absolute or monarchical power, but the subjection of Eve to Adam, a wife to her husband. And he that would trace our author so all through would make a short and sufficient answer to the greatest part of the grounds he proceeds on, and abundantly confute them by barely denying it, it being a sufficient answer to assertions without proof, to deny them without giving a reason. And therefore, should I have said nothing but barely denied that by this text the supreme power was settled and founded by God himself in the fatherhood, limited to monarchy, and that to Adam's person and heirs, all which our author notably concludes from these words, as may be seen in the same page, Observations 244, it had been a sufficient answer. Should I have desired any sober man only to have read the text, and considered to whom and on what occasion it was spoken, he would no doubt have wondered how our author found out monarchical absolute power in it, had he not had an exceeding good faculty to find it himself where he could not show it others. And thus we have examined the 2 places of Scripture, all that I remember our author brings to prove Adam's sovereignty, that supremacy which, as he says, it was God's ordinance should be unlimited in Adam, and as large as all the acts of his will, Observations 254, viz. 1 Genesis 28 and 3 Genesis 16, one whereof signifies only the subjection of the inferior ranks of creatures to mankind, and the other the subjection that is due from a wife to her husband, both far enough from that which subjects owe the governors of political societies. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Of 2 Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. 2 Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 6. Of Adam's Title to Sovereignty by Fatherhood. There is one thing more, and then I think I have given you all that our author brings for proof of Adam's sovereignty, and that is a supposition of a natural right of dominion over his children by being their father. And this title of fatherhood he is so pleased with that you will find it brought in almost every page. Particularly, he says, not only Adam, but the succeeding patriarchs had by right of fatherhood royal authority over their children, page 12. And in the same page, this subjection of children being the fountain of all regal authority, etc. This being, as one would think by his so frequent mentioning it, the main basis of all his frame, we may well expect clear and evident reason for it, since he lays it down as a position necessary to his purpose, that every man that is born is so far from being free, that by his very birth he becomes a subject of him that begets him, Observations 156, so that Adam, being the only man created, and all ever since being begotten, nobody has been born free. If we ask how Adam comes by this power over his children, he tells us here it is by begetting them. And so again, Observations 223, this natural dominion of Adam, says he, may be proved out of Grotius himself, who teacheth that generatione jus acquiritur parentibus in liberos. And indeed the act of begetting being that which makes a man a father, his right of a father over his children can naturally arise from nothing else. Grotius tells us not here how far this jus in liberos, this power of parents over their children, extends. But our author, always very clear in the point, assures us it is supreme power, and like that of absolute monarchs over their slaves, absolute power of life and death. He that should demand of him how, or for what reason it is that begetting a child gives the father such an absolute power over him, will find him answer nothing. We are to take his word for this, as well as several other things, and by that the laws of nature and the constitutions of government must stand or fall. Had he been an absolute monarch, this way of talking might have suited well enough. Pro ratione voluntas
might have been of force in his mouth, but in the way of proof or argument is very unbecoming, and will little advantage his plea for absolute monarchy. Sir Robert has too much lessened a subject's authority to leave himself the hopes of establishing anything by his bare saying it. One slave's opinion without proof is not of weight enough to dispose of the liberty and fortunes of all mankind. If all men are not, as I think they are, naturally equal, I am sure all slaves are. And then I may without presumption oppose my single opinion to his, and be confident that my saying that begetting of children makes them not slaves to their fathers, as certainly sets all mankind free, as his affirming the contrary makes them all slaves. But that this position, which is the foundation of all their doctrine who would have monarchy to be, may have all fair play, let us hear what reasons others give for it, since our author offers none. The argument I have heard others make use of to prove that fathers, by begetting them, come by an absolute power over their children, is this: that fathers have a power over the lives of their children because they give them life and being, which is the only proof it is capable of, since there can be no reason why naturally one man should have any claim or pretence of right over that in another, which was never his, which he bestowed not, but was received from the bounty of another. 1. I answer that every one who gives another anything has not always thereby a right to take it away again. But 2. They who say the father gives life to his children are so dazzled with the thoughts of monarchy that they do not, as they ought, remember God, who is the author and giver of life. It is in him alone we live, move, and have our being. How can he be thought to give life to another that knows not wherein his own life consists? Philosophers are at a loss about it after their most diligent inquiries, and anatomists after their whole lives and studies spent in dissections and diligent examining the bodies of men, confess their ignorance in the structure and use of many parts of man's body, and in that operation wherein life consists in the whole. And doth the rude ploughman, or the more ignorant voluptuary, frame or fashion such an admirable engine as this is, and then put life and sense into it? Can any man say he formed the parts that are necessary to the life of his child? Or can he suppose himself to give the life, and yet not know what subject is fit to receive it, nor what actions or organs are necessary for its reception or preservation? To give life to that which has yet no being is to frame and make a living creature, fashion the parts, and mould and suit them to their uses, and having proportioned and fitted them together, to put into them a living soul. He that could do this might indeed have some pretence to destroy his own workmanship. But is there any one so bold that dares thus far arrogate to himself the incomprehensible works of the Almighty? Who alone did at first and continues still to make a living soul, he alone can breathe in the breath of life. If any one thinks himself an artist at this, let him number up the parts of his child's body which he hath made, tell me their uses and operations, and when the living and rational soul began to inhabit this curious structure, when sense began, and how this engine which he has framed thinks and reasons. If he made it, let him, when it is out of order, mend it, at least tell wherein the defects lie. Shall he that made the eye not see, says the psalmist, Psalm 94:9. See these men's vanities. The structure of that one part is sufficient to convince us of an all-wise contriver, and he has so visible a claim to us as his workmanship, that one of the ordinary appellations of God in Scripture is God our Maker, and the Lord our Maker. And therefore, though our author, for the magnifying his fatherhood, be pleased to say, Observations 159, that even the power which God himself exerciseth over mankind is by right of fatherhood, yet this fatherhood is such an one as utterly excludes all pretence of title in earthly parents. For he is king because he is indeed maker of us all, which no parents can pretend to be of their children. But had men skill and power to make their children, It is not so slight a piece of workmanship that it can be imagined they could make them without designing it. What father of 1,000, when he begets a child, thinks farther than the satisfying his present appetite? God, in his infinite wisdom, has put strong desires of copulation into the constitution of men, thereby to continue the race of mankind, which he doth most commonly without the intention, and often against the consent and will of the begetter. And indeed those who desire and design children are but the occasions of their being, and when they design and wish to beget them, do little more towards their making than Deucalion and his wife in the fable did towards the making of mankind by throwing pebbles over their heads. But grant that the parents made their children, gave them life and being, and that hence there followed an absolute power. This would give the father but a joint dominion with the mother over them. For nobody can deny but that the woman hath an equal share, if not the greater, of nourishing the child a long time in her own body out of her own substance. There it is fashioned, and from her it receives the materials and principles of its constitution. And it is so hard to imagine the rational soul should presently inhabit the yet unformed embryo as soon as the father has done his part in the act of generation, that if it must be supposed to derive anything from the parents, it must certainly owe most to the mother. But be that as it will, the mother cannot be denied an equal share in begetting of the child, and so the absolute authority of the father will not arise from hence. Our author, indeed, is of another mind, for he says, "We know that God at the creation gave the sovereignty to the man over the woman, as being the nobler and principal agent in generation." Observations 172. I remember not this in my Bible. And when the place is brought where God at the creation gave the sovereignty to man over the woman, and that for this reason, because he is the nobler and principal agent in generation, it will be time enough to consider and answer it. But it is no new thing for our author to tell us his own fancies for certain and divine truths, though there be often a great deal of difference between his and divine revelations. For God in the Scripture says, "His father and his mother that begot him." They who allege the practice of mankind for exposing or selling their children as a proof of their power over them are with Sir Robert happy arguers, and cannot but recommend their opinion by founding it on the most shameful action and most unnatural murder human nature is capable of. The dens of lions and nurseries of wolves know no such cruelty as this. These savage inhabitants of the desert obey God and nature in being tender and careful of their offspring. They will hunt, watch, fight, and almost starve for the preservation of their young, never part with them, never forsake them, till they are able to shift for themselves. And is it the privilege of man alone to act more contrary to nature than the wild and most untamed part of the creation? Doth God forbid us, under the severest penalty, that of death, to take away the life of any man, a stranger, and upon provocation? And does he permit us to destroy those he has given us the charge and care of, and by the dictates of nature and reason, as well as his revealed command, requires us to preserve? He has in all the parts of the creation taken a peculiar care to propagate and continue the several species of creatures, and makes the individuals act so strongly to this end, that they sometimes neglect their own private good for it, and seem to forget that general rule which nature teaches all things of self-preservation, and the preservation of their young as the strongest principle in them overrules the constitution of their particular natures. Thus we see, when their young stand in need of it, the timorous become valiant, the fierce and savage kind, and the ravenous tender and liberal. But if the example of what hath been done be the rule of what ought to be, history would have furnished our author with instances of this absolute fatherly power in its height and perfection, and he might have showed us in Peru people that begot children on purpose to fatten and eat them. The story is so remarkable that I cannot but set it down in the author's words. "In some provinces," says he, "they were so liquorish after man's flesh,
that they would not have the patience to stay till the breath was out of the body, but would suck the blood as it ran from the wounds of the dying man. They had public shambles of man's flesh, and their madness herein was to that degree that they spared not their own children, which they had begot on strangers taken in war. For they made their captives their mistresses, and choicely nourished the children they had by them, till about 13 years old they butchered and ate them. And they served the mothers after the same fashion when they grew past childbearing, and ceased to bring them any more roasters. Garcilaso de la Vega, Historia des Incas de Peru, 1:1, chapter 12. Thus far can the busy mind of man carry him to a brutality below the level of beasts, when he quits his reason, which places him almost equal to angels. Nor can it be otherwise in a creature whose thoughts are more than the sands and wider than the ocean, where fancy and passion must needs run him into strange courses, if reason, which is his only star and compass, be not that he steers by. The imagination is always restless, and suggests variety of thoughts, and the will, reason being laid aside, is ready for every extravagant project, and in this state he that goes farthest out of the way is thought fittest to lead, and is sure of most followers. And when fashion hath once established what folly or craft began, custom makes it sacred, and it will be thought impudence or madness to contradict or question it. He that will impartially survey the nations of the world will find so much of their religions, governments, and manners brought in and continued amongst them by these means, that he will have but little reverence for the practices which are in use and credit amongst men, and will have reason to think that the woods and forests, where the irrational, untaught inhabitants keep right by following nature, are fitter to give us rules than cities and palaces, where those that call themselves civil and rational go out of their way by authority of example. If precedents are sufficient to establish a rule in this case, our author might have found in Holy Writ children sacrificed by their parents, and this amongst the people of God themselves. The psalmist tells us, Psalm 106:38, "They shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan." But God judged not of this by our author's rule, nor allowed of the authority of practice against his righteous law, but as it follows there, "The land was polluted with blood, therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance." The killing of their children, though it were fashionable, was charged on them as innocent blood, and so had in the account of God the guilt of murder, as the offering them to idols had the guilt of idolatry. Be it then, as Sir Robert says, that anciently it was usual for men to sell and castrate their children, Observations 155. Let it be that they exposed them. Add to it, if you please, for this is still greater power, that they begat them for their tables to fat and eat them. If this proves a right to do so, we may by the same argument justify adultery, incest, and sodomy, for there are examples of these too, both ancient and modern. Sins which, I suppose, have their principal aggravation from this, that they cross the main intention of nature, which willeth the increase of mankind, and the continuation of the species in the highest perfection, and the distinction of families, with the security of the marriage bed, as necessary thereunto. In confirmation of this natural authority of the father, our author brings a lame proof from the positive command of God in Scripture. His words are, "To confirm the natural right of regal power, we find in the Decalogue that the law which enjoins obedience to kings is delivered in the terms, 'Honour thy father,' page 23. Whereas many confess that government only in the abstract is the ordinance of God, they are not able to prove any such ordinance in the Scripture, but only in the fatherly power, and therefore we find the commandment that enjoins obedience to superiors given in the terms, 'Honour thy father,' so that not only the power and right of government, but the form of the power of governing, and the person having the power, are all the ordinances of God. The first father had not only simply power, but power monarchical, as he was father immediately from God. Observations 254. To the same purpose, the same law is cited by our author in several other places, and just after the same fashion, that is, and mother, as apocryphal words, are always left out, a great argument of our author's ingenuity and the goodness of his cause, which required in its defender zeal to a degree of warmth able to warp the sacred rule of the word of God to make it comply with his present occasion. A way of proceeding not unusual to those who embrace not truths because reason and revelation offer them, but espouse tenets and parties for ends different from truth, and then resolve at any rate to defend them, and so do with the words and sense of authors they would fit to their purpose, just as Procrustes did with his guests, lop or stretch them, as may best fit them to the size of their notions, and they always prove, like those so served, deformed, lame, and useless. For had our author set down this command without garbling, as God gave it, and joined mother to father, every reader would have seen that it had made directly against him, and that it was so far from establishing the monarchical power of the father, that it set up the mother equal with him, and enjoined nothing but what was due in common to both father and mother. For that is the constant tenor of the Scripture, honour thy father and thy mother, Exodus 20. He that smiteth his father or mother shall surely be put to death, 21:15. He that curseth his father or mother shall surely be put to death, verse 17, repeated Leviticus 20:9, and by our Saviour, Matthew 15:4. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, Leviticus 19:3. If a man have a rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and say, This our son is stubborn and rebellious, he will not obey our voice. Deuteronomy 21:18, 19, 20, 21. Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother, 28:16. My son, hear the instructions of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, are the words of Solomon, a king who was not ignorant of what belonged to him as a father or a king, and yet he joins father and mother together in all the instructions he gives children quite through his book of Proverbs. Woe unto him that saith unto his father, What begettest thou? Or to the woman, What hast thou brought forth? Isaiah 11, verse 10. In thee have they set light by father or mother, Ezekiel 28:2. And it shall come to pass, that when any shall yet prophesy, then his father and his mother that begat him shall say unto him, Thou shalt not live. And his father and his mother that begat him shall thrust him through when he prophesieth. Zechariah 13:3. Here not the father only, but the father and mother jointly had power in this case of life and death. Thus ran the law of the Old Testament, and in the New they are likewise joined in the obedience of their children, Ephesians 6:1. The rule is, Children, obey your parents, and I do not remember that I anywhere read, Children, obey your father, and no more. The Scripture joins mother too in that homage which is due from children, and had there been any text where the honour or obedience of children had been directed to the father alone, it is not likely that our author, who pretends to build all upon Scripture, would have omitted it. Nay, the Scripture makes the authority of father and mother, in respect of those they have begot, so equal, that in some places it neglects even the priority of order which is thought due to the father, and the mother is put first, as Leviticus 19:3, from which so constantly joining father and mother together, as is found quite through the Scripture, we may conclude that the honour they have a title to from their children is one common right, belonging so equally to them both, that neither can claim it wholly, neither can be excluded. One would wonder, then, how our author infers from the 5th commandment that all power was originally in the father, how he finds monarchical power of government settled and fixed by the commandment, Honour thy father and thy mother. If all the honour due by the commandment, be it what it will, be the only right of the father, because he, as our author says, has the sovereignty over the woman, as being the nobler and principler agent in generation, why did God afterwards all along join the mother with him to share in his honour? Can the father, by this sovereignty of his, discharge the child from paying this honour to his mother? The Scripture gave no such licence to the Jews, and yet there were often breaches wide enough betwixt husband and wife, even to divorce and separation. And I think nobody will say a child may withhold honour from his mother, or, as the Scripture terms it, set light by her, though his father should command him to do so. No more than the mother could dispense with him for neglecting to honour his father. Whereby it is plain that this command of God gives the father no sovereignty, no supremacy. I agree with our author that the title to this honour is vested in the parents by nature, and is a right which accrues to them by their having begotten their children, and God by many positive declarations has confirmed it to them. I also allow our author's rule, that in grants and gifts that have their original from God and nature, as the power of the father, let me add, and mother, for whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder, no inferior power of men can limit, nor make any law of prescription against them. Observations 158. So that the mother, having by this law of God a right to honour from her children, which is not subject to the will of her husband, we see this absolute monarchical power of the father can neither be founded on it, nor consist with it. And he has a power very far from monarchical, very far from that absoluteness our author contends for, when another has over his subjects the same power he hath, and by the same title. And therefore he cannot forbear saying himself, that he cannot see how any man's children can be free from subjection to their parents, page 12, which, in common speech, I think, signifies mother as well as father, or if parents here signifies only father, it is the first time I ever yet knew it to do so, and by such an use of words one may say anything. By our author's doctrine, the father, having absolute jurisdiction over his children, has also the same over their issue, and the consequence is good, were it true, that the father had such a power, and yet I ask our author whether the grandfather by his sovereignty could discharge the grandchild from paying to his father the honour due to him by the 5th commandment. If the grandfather hath, by right of fatherhood, sole sovereign power in him, and that obedience which is due to the supreme magistrate be commanded in these words, honour thy father, it is certain the grandfather might dispense with the grandson's honouring his father, which, since it is evident in common sense he cannot, it follows from hence that honour thy father and mother cannot mean an absolute subjection to a sovereign power, but something else. The right, therefore, which parents have by nature, and which is confirmed to them by the 5th commandment, cannot be that political dominion which our author would derive from it, for that being in every civil society supreme somewhere can discharge any subject from any political obedience to any one of his fellow subjects. But what law of the magistrate can give a child liberty not to honour his father and mother? It is an eternal law, annexed purely to the relation of parents and children, and so contains nothing of the magistrate's power in it, nor is subjected to it. Our author says, God hath given to a father a right or liberty to alien his power over his children to any other. Observations 155. I doubt whether he can alien wholly the right of honour that is due from them, but be that as it will, this I am sure he cannot alien and retain the same power. If therefore the magistrate's sovereignty be, as our author would have it, nothing but the authority of a supreme father, page 23, it is unavoidable that if the magistrate hath all this paternal right, as he must have if fatherhood be the fountain of all authority, then the subjects, though fathers, can have no power over their children, no right to honour from them, for it cannot be all in another's hands, and a part remain with the parents. So that according to our author's own doctrine, honour thy father and mother cannot possibly be understood of political subjection and obedience, since the laws, both in the Old and New Testament, that commanded children to honour and obey their parents, were given to such whose fathers were under civil government, and fellow subjects with them in political societies, and to have bid them honour and obey their parents, in our author's sense, had been to bid them be subjects to those who had no title to it, the right to obedience from subjects being all vested in another. And instead of teaching obedience, this has been to cement sedition by setting up powers that were not. If, therefore, this command, honour thy father and mother, concern political dominion, it directly overthrows our author's monarchy, since it being to be paid by every child to his father, even in society every father must necessarily have political dominion, and there will be as many sovereigns as there are fathers, besides that the mother too hath her title, which destroys the sovereignty of one supreme monarch. But if honour thy father and mother means something distinct from political...
I don't want to stop the training just yet. I think when I stop them here in just a minute and start programming, I am going to start a new lesson for them to start to learn how to walk forward. They're not perfect standing up by themselves just yet, but I think that's more than enough for them to start learning how to walk forward, because I wanted them to be able to stand still a moment and then start stepping. So. And you'll see the hats are all weird. I was trying to do training and run Unity and Visual Studio all at the same time, and it crashed and it erased my prefabs and shit, so I had to rebuild my character guy. I like this one better. He's better proportioned. His arms are too long. But it's alright. It'll be alright. I get so tired. I haven't played my guitar in a few days. So this next little plops out, I'm going to stop. Turn to working because I would like to see them start to move forward, walking wise, and I think they're just about ready to. Let's get into the groove, boy. You got the groove.
Political power, as necessarily it must, it is besides our author's business, and serves nothing to his purpose. The law that enjoins obedience to kings is delivered, says our author, in the terms honour thy father, as if all power were originally in the father. Observations 254. And that law is also delivered, say I, in the terms honour thy mother, as if all power were originally in the mother. I appeal whether the argument be not as good on one side as the other, father and mother being joined all along in the Old and New Testament, wherever honour or obedience is enjoined children. Again our author tells us, Observations 254, that this command, honour thy father, gives the right to govern, and makes the form of government monarchical. To which I answer that if by honour thy father be meant obedience to the political power of the magistrate, it concerns not any duty we owe to our natural fathers, who are subjects, because they, by our author's doctrine, are divested of all that power, it being placed wholly in the prince, and so being equally subject and slaves with their children, can have no right by that title to any such honour or obedience as contains in it political subjection. If honour thy father and mother signifies the duty we owe our natural parents, as by our Saviour's interpretation, Matthew 15:4, and all the other mentioned places, it is plain it does, then it cannot concern political obedience, but a duty that is owing to persons
Working
who
correctly,
have
the
no
team
title
that
to
wins gets to
sovereignty,
wear a hat.
nor any political authority as magistrates
colours.
over subjects.
Team
For the
colours
person
and team
of a
names
private father
change up every
and a
once in a
title
while.
to obedience due to the supreme
Tournament
magistrate
lasts 5
are things
matches.
inconsistent. And therefore this
5
command,
rounds, I
which
think.
must necessarily comprehend the persons of our natural fathers, must mean a duty we owe them distinct from our obedience to the magistrate, and from which the
Every
most
time it
absolute
recreates,
power
you'll
of
see they have
princes
different
cannot
skin
absolve us.
colors and stuff. They'll have different
What this
weights
duty
and stuff
is,
for
we
different
shall
parts
in
of their
its due
body.
place examine.
Parts also too. So
And thus we have at last got through all that in
get
our
a little
author's
better. I
examining
want to
argument for
be able
that
to make it where they
absolute
have different
unlimited
heights,
sovereignty described section 8,
body
which he
weights, be able
supposes
to
in Adam,
build
so
the
that mankind ever since have been all
build
born
the agent pretty
slaves
much from
without
the
any
ground up
title
each
to
time.
freedom. But if creation, which gave nothing but a being, made not Adam prince of his posterity, if Adam, Genesis 1:28, was not constituted lord
pretty
of
much doing it
mankind,
now
nor
for
had
each
a
time.
private dominion
Just
given
I would
him
need to
exclusive of his children, but
have a
only
way
a
to
right
save
and
some
power over the
information
earth,
about each.
and inferior creatures in common with the children of men, if also, Genesis 3:16, God gave not any political power to Adam over his wife and children, but only subjected Eve to Adam as a punishment, or foretold the subjection of the weaker sex in the ordering the common concernments of their
Right
families,
now, once they're created, they
gave
don't
not
get
thereby
destroyed
to Adam as to the husband power of life and death, which necessarily belongs to the magistrate. If fathers by begetting their children acquire no such power over them, and if the command, honour thy father and mother, give it not, but only enjoins a duty owing to parents equally, whether subjects or not, and to the mother as well as the father, if all this be so, as I think by what has been said is very evident, then man has a natural freedom, notwithstanding all our author confidently says to the contrary. Since all that share in the same common nature, faculties, and powers are in nature equal, and ought to partake in the same common rights and privileges, till the manifest appointment of God, who is Lord over all, blessed for ever, can be produced to show any
They
particular
also have
person's
male and
supremacy,
female, but
or a man's own
since they've
consent
rebuilt
subjects
the
him to a superior.
model, I haven't
This
added
is so
female.
plain that our author confesses that Sir John
components yet.
Hayward,
I haven't even
Blackwood, and
fixed their hair
Berkeley, the
yet,
great
so it's hard to
vindicators
tell
of
any
the right of kings, could not deny
specific
it,
things, especially
but
since I
admit
allow
with
everyone to have
consent
their
the
females
natural
painted.
liberty and equality of
There's a
mankind,
higher percent
for a
chance if
truth
you're female.
unquestionable. And our author hath been so far from producing anything that may make good his great position, that Adam was absolute monarch, and so men are not naturally free, that even his own proofs make against him, so that, to use his own way of arguing, the first erroneous principle failing, the whole fabric of this vast engine of absolute power and tyranny drops down of itself, and there needs no more to be said in answer to all that he builds upon so false and frail a foundation. But to
Then once I get him to start walking, or even maybe as a part of standing him up, I'll create a little
contradictions, the weakness of his
ball
own
shooter that shoots at them, so they can learn
Adam's
how to
absolute and
balance
sole
from
dominion is that which he is
being knocked
everywhere
around,
full
or
of,
even maybe
and
learn
all
how to
along
deflect
builds on.
through things.
And yet he tells us, page 12, that as Adam was lord of his children, so his children under him had a command and power over their own children. The unlimited and undivided sovereignty of Adam's fatherhood, by our author's computation, stood but a little while, only during the first generation, but as soon as he had grandchildren, Sir Robert could give but a very ill account of it. Adam, as father of his children, saith he, hath an absolute unlimited royal power over them, and by virtue thereof over those that they begot, and so to all generations. And yet his children, viz. Cain and Seth, have a paternal power over their children at the same time, so that they are at the same time absolute lords and yet vassals and slaves. Adam has all the authority as grandfather of the people, and they have a part of it as fathers of a part of them. He is absolute over them and their posterity by having begotten them, and yet they are absolute over their children by the same title. No, says our author, Adam's children under him had power over their own children, but still with subordination to the first parent. A good distinction that sounds well, and it is pity it signifies nothing, nor can be reconciled with our author's words. I readily grant that, supposing Adam's absolute power over his posterity, any of his children might have from him a delegated and so a subordinate power over a part or all the rest. But that cannot be the power our author speaks of here. It is not a power by grant and commission, but the natural paternal power he supposes a father to have over his children. For 1, he says, as Adam was lord of his children, so his children under him had a power over their children. They were then lords over their own children after the same manner and by the same title that Adam was, i.e. by
You
right
need to start
of
working on repairing their
by
scoring
right of
too.
fatherhood.
You see the
2,
team scores don't
it
make
is
it to the
plain
top
he means
anymore,
the
so I need to
natural
figure out what's
power of
going on
fathers,
with that.
because he limits it to be only over
What's
them.
up with that?
A delegated power has
that?
no such limitation as only over their own children. It might be over others as well as their own children. 3. If it were a delegated power, it must appear in Scripture. But there is no ground in Scripture to affirm that Adam's children had any other power over theirs than what they naturally had as fathers. But that he means here paternal power and no other is past doubt, from the inference he makes in these words immediately following. I see not then how the children of Adam or of any man else can be free from subjection to their parents, whereby it appears that the power on one side and the subjection on the other our author here speaks of is that natural power and subjection between parents and children, for that which every man's children owed could be no other, and that our author always affirms to be absolute and unlimited. This natural power of parents over their children Adam had over his posterity, says our author, and this power of parents over their children his children had over theirs in his lifetime, says our author also. So that Adam, by a natural right of father, had an absolute unlimited power of all his posterity, and at the same time his children had by the same right absolute unlimited power over theirs. Here then are 2 absolute unlimited
Come on,
powers
hurry up.
existing
Yep.
together, which I would have anybody reconcile one to another or to common sense. For the salvo he has put in of subordination makes it more absurd. To have one absolute, unlimited, nay, unlimitable power in subordination to another is so manifest a contradiction that nothing can be more. Adam is absolute prince with the unlimited authority of fatherhood over all his posterity. All his posterity are then absolutely his subjects, and as our author says, his slaves, children and grandchildren are equally in this state of subjection and slavery. And yet, says our author, the children of Adam have paternal, i.e. absolute unlimited power over their own children, which in plain English is, they are slaves and absolute princes at the same time, and in the same government, and one part of the subjects have an absolute unlimited power over the other, by the natural right of parentage. If anyone will suppose in favour of our author that he here meant that parents who are in subjection themselves to the absolute authority of their father have yet some power over their children, I confess he is something nearer the truth, but he will not at all hereby help our author. For he, nowhere speaking of the paternal power but as an absolute unlimited authority, cannot be supposed to understand anything else here, unless he himself had limited it and showed how far it reached.
and that he means here paternal authority in that large extent, is plain from the immediate following words. This subjection of children being, says he, the foundation of all regal authority, page 12. The subjection, then, that in the former line he says, every man is in to his parents, and consequently what Adam's grandchildren were in to their parents, was that which was the fountain of all regal authority, i.e., according to our author, absolute unlimitable authority. And thus Adam's
Trump is now threatening protesters, not rioters, with heavy force as we're also getting big LA protest updates and as Gavin Newsom problems getting bigger and bigger. RFK just fired an entire CDC vaccine advisory panel, and why public health experts are calling it one of the darkest days in modern medical history with severe consequences incoming. Now, Trump just
A lot of rough stuff going on out there in the world today.
And why a judge just threw out Justin Baldoni's $400 million bombshell lawsuit against Blake Lively, but the legal war between them is far from over. We're talking about all that and much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We need to talk about these huge updates around the LA protests, starting with those Marines they deployed to the city, with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth saying, due to increased threats to federal law enforcement officers in federal buildings, approximately 700 active duty U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to Los Angeles to restore order, saying we have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers even if Gavin Newsom will not. But just to start with a quick correction there, for some reason Hegseth continues to say that the Marines are coming from Camp Pendleton, which is a massive base near San Diego, but in looking into it, they're actually coming from the middle of the desert out in 29 Palms. But regardless, right, other officials have added that the Marines won't have the ability to arrest people, and instead they're there just to guard federal buildings and personnel. And as of this morning, they arrived in LA and they're awaiting deployment to specific locations throughout the city. But then also, separate from the specifics, just the idea of American troops being deployed on American soil, it's continued to be an extremely controversial issue. Some even comparing the US now to Russia, China, North Korea, and other totalitarian regimes that regularly use troops to quell civil unrest. Now, with this whole situation, one thing that local law enforcement and the National Guard are probably going to have to be dealing with are a number of looters. Right? And that, not because the protests or protesters in general are going around looting the city, but instead it ends up being part of a common pattern that we see when large-scale protests happen where people take advantage at night to cause some chaos. Right? Such as in downtown LA, where you had places like the large Apple store being broken into last night. And with that, you had city officials condemning those acts with, for example, Mayor Karen Bass writing, "Let me be clear, anyone who vandalized downtown or looted stores does not care about our immigrant communities. You will be held accountable." But then also being a sentiment that was echoed by Governor Gavin Newsom online, and actually I spoke with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about this as well, and he told me,
we can't allow bad actors to infiltrate those movements and to engage in provocations on the ground that then will delegitimize the ability of those righteous movements to persuade the American people that we need change.
But Jeffrey's also saying destruction of property is never acceptable, assaulting law enforcement officers is never acceptable, and anyone who engages in it should be held accountable. But then he also added, we also don't want to see this type of executive branch overreach where Donald Trump is perhaps trying to intentionally inflame the situation and cause more chaos on the ground than might otherwise exist. You know, that last thing that he said, it's a major talking point surrounding these protests. Is the Trump administration purposefully trying to make them worse? Because beyond just Jeffries making that claim,
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Trump wants to create a situation where he has the ability to start insurrection act or martial law for reals. Itching.
And we saw Mayor Bass telling reporters yesterday,
we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government.
And notably, Newsom's been making similar claims since at least Friday when he wrote, inciting and provoking violence, creating mass chaos, militarizing cities, arresting opponents. These are the acts of a dictator, not a president, which he then essentially restated in a reply to White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Which, speaking of Miller, he's been in the trenches online defending the Trump administration's handling of all this with, for example, him tweeting, what does Governor Newsom mean when he keeps saying the presence of ICE officers and the troops necessary to protect their lives and duties are inciting riots? He's adopting the argument of of the insurrectionists. Enforcing federal immigration law in our city is not allowed, and we will riot if you do. Newsom isn't trying to suppress the anti-American revolt. He's encouraging it. Within in general, the two having a lot of back and forth, with Miller and other MAGA stands claiming that the protests in California and the state government's alleged lack of a response is an insurrection, which Newsom and many others said that really the only people defending a modern insurrection is a lot of MAGA and Trump after he pardoned 1,500 Jan 6ers, which is also notably something Jeffries touched on in our conversation, essentially saying that this is hypocrisy or projection.
Donald Trump and the Republicans have zero credibility, zero, on the issue of law and order. We will not let them lecture America on this subject. When Donald Trump, on his first day in office, he didn't lower health care costs or lower the high cost of living as he promised on day one. And on his first day in office, he pardoned hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers on January 6th. That's what he did. And now wants to turn around and lecture America as if he's standing up for law and order? Get lost. These people are phony in that regard.
Right, and if you've watched yesterday and today, it's probably become clear that Newsom is consistently at the center of the story. You know, makes sense. He's the governor where the protests are happening, and he's kind of long been a boogeyman for conservatives. In fact, so much so that you have figures like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson saying some questionable things about it. With the most recently today being asked if Newsom should be arrested, which is a whole thing we talked about yesterday, and you had Johnson saying,
"That's not my lane. I'm not going to give you legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered, I'll say that."
With a Newsom using the opportunity to bash the GOP as a whole by claiming that it was on brand that they would want to use an 18th century punishment. And he's actually just been going off against the Trump administration and their allies. I mean, it's been pointed out that the cost of deploying troops in the National Guard is going to be enormous at around $134 million. With Newsom then using that stat to ask whether that money would be better spent on vet nutrition assistance. He also called out Republicans who claim that LA and California is full of violence and pointed out that many red states have far worse murder and violent crime rates. Also, one of the weirdest things that happened was Trump claimed that he spoke to Newsom last night, which Newsom replied, "There was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines onto our streets doesn't even know who he's talking to." But then John Roberts of Fox News saying, "Here's the call log," while also, I guess, not realizing that it was from 1 o'clock in the morning on June 7th, which notably, it wasn't yesterday, it wasn't the day before yesterday, it was the day before that. So seemingly, Trump lied or confused 3 days ago with yesterday. With that also just being a small taste of the swings that Newsom's been making online. But then to go back to the protests, one of the debates that we've actually seen pop up have been about masks, specifically about whether protesters and ICE agents should be able to conceal their identities. And notably, the use of masks among officers is something that Jeffries has chimed in on, with him arguing that America is a democracy, not the Soviet Union, and he pledged to identify officers who try to hide their faces. And while you have many agreeing with that take, there's also many pushing back on it. And there you have people arguing that they're masking to protect themselves, and that includes Todd Lyons, the acting ICE director.
So a lot of agencies were invited to come out 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles where we ran an operation where ICE officers were doxxed. So let's just say that again. People are out there taking photos of the names, their faces, and posting them online with death threats to their family and themselves. So I'm sorry if people are offended by them wearing masks, but I'm not going to let my officers and agents go out there and put their lives on the line and their family on the line because people don't like what immigration enforcement is. They are wearing those masks because we ran an operation with the Secret Service where we arrested someone that was going online, taking their photos, posting their families, their kids' Instagram, their kids' Facebooks, and targeting them. So let me ask, is that the issue here, that we're just upset about the masks? Or is anyone upset with the fact that ICE officers' families were labeled terrorists?
And so I wanted to know what your reaction is to that.
Of course, anybody who unlawfully targets the families of ICE agents should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. That's not what we're talking about in this particular instance. Does an ICE agent really need to wear a mask to snatch a 2 or 3 year old American citizen who's battling cancer away from their families and from their communities? Is that what needs to happen? That doesn't have anything to do with a legitimate threat to the safety and security of that particular enforcement action.
Right, and then separately, as far as whether protesters should be allowed to wear masks, you had Jeffrey saying that, that should be a decision made at the state and local level, with him then noting that he actually backs such a policy in his home state of New York. But then when it comes to ICE agents, he argued that this is a matter of safety and security, not just for the American people, but also of law enforcement officers themselves. So I'm saying, one, in terms of the Homeland Security officials who are snatching people off the streets in masks, that violates everything that we know about how law enforcement should be conducting themselves openly and honestly in the United States of America. But then he also added, two, that it sets up a very dangerous situation where you again allow for bad actors to potentially pretend to be or imitate Homeland Security officials. I'm saying at some point in time, you may have a circumstance where someone actually gets kidnapped thinking that they're being apprehended by a so-called ICE agent when it turns out to be a bad actor. But then another aspect of this whole situation is you have DHS claiming that these raids, they're to get criminals off the street. And they even had a thread that showed the huge number of criminals that were taken off the street, which is, it's sarcasm, it was like 5. That low number, it just fueled anger and criticism that these raids, they're targeting everyday people who are just trying to make a living to feed and house their families. Which actually brings us back around to the protest, because DHS also tried to prove that protesters were violent and chose the worst clips ever. There were people saying in the nearly 2-minute compilation there was maybe one violent moment where it looked like someone threw an object at police. Also, Customs and Border Patrol had their own proof, which showed a firework going off near police. And there, fireworks have definitely been used and pointed at police on occasion during these protests, and without a doubt, fireworks can be dangerous, and please don't throw them at police. But in general, the protests have largely continued to be extremely peaceful and border on boring. Really, the only violence that we've seen happen are in areas where protesters are confronted by ICE agents and police, which for many, it fuels the allegations that this is a manufactured crisis. And then finally, with this situation, it may end up just being the tip of the iceberg, right? Because similar protests have now popped up in cities all over the country. With seeing, for example, NBC News counting at least 25 rallies. Some that had small turnouts and others that drew hundreds or thousands. I mean, just up the California coast, there were anti-ICE protests in San Francisco drawing an estimated 9,000 people. And that came as there were already protests in the city over the weekend, which led to dozens of arrests and 2 officers reportedly getting injured. And then if you hop to the other side of the country, you had around 24 people arrested in New York City at a protest outside of Trump Tower. And with that, you had people like Florida's Republican Representative Anna Paulina Luna tweeting, "Notice how these riots never happen in red states. California can blame Trump all it wants, but this chaos is the direct result of years of soft-on-crime, pro-criminal policies. This would never happen under real law and order leadership." But plot twist, it is also happening in red states, starting with several cities in Texas. For example, in the capital city of Austin, you had some local outlets saying the demonstrations began peacefully, but there was eventually a standoff between protesters and the Texas Department of Public Safety, who deployed tear gas. And there you had the state's Governor Greg Abbott writing, "Between the Austin Police Department and the Texas Department of Public Safety, more than a dozen protesters were arrested in Austin. Peaceful protesting is legal, but once you cross the line, you will be arrested. Fuck around, find out." There was then also at least one person reportedly arrested in Dallas during a protest, with reports again saying that it started out peaceful, but eventually declared unlawful. And according to CBS News, a firework exploded near police officers and some people threw bottles at police. And like I said, there are dozens of protests happening all over, so this is just a small example of what we're seeing. And again, it is worth noting that a lot of these events have been peaceful. And even in cities where there were arrests, you have some officials noting that most events were peaceful. Though with that, I will say we're likely going to see how crazy everything might get this weekend as groups are planning mass protests on June 14th. And so with all that, one, I'd really love to know your thoughts and reactions to the updates and the news that we're seeing. So leave those comments down below. And 2, if you want to watch the full Hakeem Jeffries interview, I think it comes in at around just over 25 minutes. I've got a link for you in the description, and it's over on the PDS News Clips YouTube channel. And then you've got even more news we got to talk about in just a minute. But first, it is official. It is time for cold brew. And if you haven't made your own at home yet, what are you doing? Personally, I've been on this for weeks, and it tastes way better than anything I've gotten at some cafe. Plus, I'm in full control. No weird syrups or mystery milk, just pure coffee goodness made exactly how I like it. And with that, I gotta say shout out to today's sponsor, Trade Coffee, making cold brew easier than stealing the last slice of pizza. Just scoop the coffee, add the water, toss it in the fridge overnight, boom. You've got cafe quality cold brew waiting for you like a loyal dog waiting to love you. And Trade's cold brew collection, it's no joke. They've teamed up with 15 elite roasters across the country to create beans specifically for cold brew. And hey, I may be biased, but even just cracking open the bag, I'm just in heaven. The smell, it just hits you. It's glorious. I almost just want to stare at it for a minute. And with all of this, the gear is idiot proof. The taste is next level, and the price, totally reasonable. Plus, if you sign up for a cold brew subscription right now, Trade will actually send you a free Hario cold brewer. Free! It's just one more reason Trade is the #1 coffee subscription in the US. And I get the hype. So hey, here's the move. Scan the QR code or go to drinktrade.com/DeFranco and you can thank me later. Because your mornings are gonna be that much better. But then to shift gears from that to a very different kind of news, we gotta talk about this Justin Baldoni Baldoni-Blake Lively situation because we just got a huge update. Because Baldoni, he just took a huge L in his legal battle against Lively, but understand, the case is still far from over. Because yesterday, you had a judge dismissing the $400 million lawsuit that Justin had filed against Blake, where he accused her and her husband Ryan Reynolds of defamation and extortion. Which, to give you just enough background for those that haven't lived and breathed this story, with Blake and Justin starred in the film It Ends With Us, which Justin also directed, with the two not walking off that set as friends, to say the least. Right in December, you had Blake filing a civil complaint and then eventually a lawsuit where she claimed she was sexually harassed and then retaliated against during production. And then in January, you had Justin and his production company filing his lawsuit where he accused Blake, Ryan, and their publicist of trying to destroy his career and take over control of the film. And then actually, he also sued the New York Times, which was the first outlet to report on Blake's allegations. But then all of that bringing us to yesterday, where you had a judge tossing out his complaints, ruling that the allegations that Blake made in her suit are exempt from libel claims and that Justin's assertions that Blake stole creative control of the movie, they don't count as extortion. With the judge writing that the complaint did not adequately state that Blake's, quote, threats were wrongful extortion rather than legally permissible hard bargaining or renegotiation of working conditions. And a very big thing that a number of people have really missed is that the judge left the door open for Justin's camp to pursue different claims related to Blake potentially breaching her contract. But still, overall, right, this is considered a massive win for Blake, and so you had her team celebrating the news and calling the judge's decision a total victory and complete vindication. Adding, as we have said from day one, this $400 million lawsuit was a sham and the court saw right through it. We look forward to the next round, which is seeking attorney's fees, treble damages, and punitive damages against Baldoni, Sarowitz, Nathan, and the other Wayfarer parties who perpetrated this abusive litigation. You then also had Blake Lively addressing the news herself on Instagram, sharing resources and organizations that provide legal help to women who need it, and writing, like so many others, I felt the pain of a retaliatory lawsuit, including the manufactured shame that tries to break us. Well, the suit against me was defeated. So many don't have the resources to fight back. And adding, I'm more resolved than ever to continue to stand for every woman's right to have a voice in protecting themselves, including their safety, their integrity, their dignity, and their story. Right? And then, on top of all of that, you had the judge also dismissing the claims that Justin levied against the New York Times as well, which is why you then had a spokesperson for the Times saying, we are grateful to the court for seeing the lawsuit for what it was, a meritless attempt to stifle honest reporting. Our journalists went out and covered carefully and fairly a story of public importance, and the court recognized the law is designed to protect just that sort of journalism. But then with that, as far as where does that leave the case, I mean, well, Blake's lawsuit, that's still ongoing. Last week, she ended up dropping 2 of her emotional distress claims against Justin, with her lawyers there saying they were simply streamlining and focusing the case, with that trial still set for spring of next year. But then separate from that, it looks like Justin's team might still be fighting back. And that because today, his attorney, Brian Friedman, gave a statement to TMZ saying, while the court dismissed the defamation-related claims, the court has invited us to amend 4 out of the 7 claims against Miss Lively, which will showcase additional evidence and refined allegations. And adding, Miss Lively's own claims are no truer today than they were yesterday, and with the facts on our side, we march forward with the same confidence that we had when Miss Lively and her cohorts initiated this battle, and look forward to her forthcoming deposition, which I will be taking. So really, this story isn't going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And then, as far as the public reaction to the news, depending on where you go, very different reactions. So I will say, if you go to Blake's Instagram comments, you'll see tons of people accusing her of paying the judge off, others on Twitter continuing to slam her. But then, on the other side, you have people saying that they're glad that Justin is facing consequences for trying to use the courts to run a smear campaign, and some overall calling this a victory for women. But even that camp isn't universal, because you have those who, seem to support Blake, saying this doesn't actually look like a loss for Justin right now, because even if the case was dismissed, they believe that he's going for the court of public opinion anyway. So a lot of different takes, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different reactions, and while we wait to see what happens here, I'd love to hear your thoughts in those comments down below. But then from that, next up today, we've got to talk about how over a dozen states are now desperately trying to stop Trump from giving what some people call machine guns to convicted felons in their communities. Which I know just sounds like a crazy sentence, but let me explain. Right, so machine guns are heavily regulated under federal law. They have been for decades. But then along came these things called bump stocks, which effectively make semi-automatic rifles more closely mirror fully automatic machine guns by bumping the rifle back and forth, rapidly pulling the trigger. We saw the carnage that it could do in the 2017 mass shooting in Las Vegas, where you had a gunman firing over 1,000 rounds in just 11 minutes, killing 60 people and wounding hundreds more. And actually, in response to that, you had President Trump banning bump stocks in 2018. But then what you saw is that in 2020, this company called Rare Breed Triggers started selling a new product they called a forced reset trigger. And like the bump stock, it effectively makes semi-automatic weapons mirror fully automatic ones by snapping the trigger forward every time it's pulled back. But then in 2022, you had the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives determining that the forced reset trigger was illegal, with them arguing that because constant finger pressure on the trigger keeps the gun firing, it essentially is indistinguishable from a machine gun, even if the internal firing mechanism is semi-automatic. So Biden's DOJ took rare breed triggers and its dealers to court, and they seized more than 12,000 triggers from gun stores and individuals. But then, fast forward to last year, you have the Supreme Court striking down Trump's bump stock ban, with Clarence Thomas arguing that since technically the bump stock does not make the gun fire more than one bullet per squeeze of the trigger, it just lets the user pull the trigger over and over really fast, it doesn't meet the definition of a machine gun. Or in other words, a bump stock does not convert a semi-automatic rifle into a machine gun any more than a shooter with a lightning-fast trigger finger does. So then, the gun rights groups were like, well, if that's the case for bump stocks, why shouldn't it be true for forced reset triggers as well? And later in the year, you had a federal judge agreeing, ordering that the ATF return any triggers it seized from the parties to the lawsuit. But then, you had the Biden administration being like, wait, hold on. First of all, we're appealing, and secondly, if we're gonna return these dangerous weapons, we're gonna do it carefully and legally. Namely, by conducting background checks on anyone who asked for their triggers back and exempting states where the triggers were banned. And that is also the position that the ATF maintained until Trump got his people in April. Within the White House in May, settling the lawsuit and effectively handing a free win to the gun industry, which may or may not have to do with the fact that David Warrington, lawyer who's now Trump's White House counsel, previously represented rare breed triggers. But anyway, in this settlement, you had the company agreeing not to make forced reset triggers for handguns, but only on the condition that the ATF stop enforcing the ban on forced reset triggers as a whole. And then on top of that, the ATF would return triggers not only to the plaintiffs in the suit, but to anyone whose trigger was seized or voluntarily handed over. With that, even including convicted felons who were barred from owning guns and to people in states that ban them. With Bondi saying at the time, the Department of Justice believes that the Second Amendment is not a second-class right. We are glad to end a needless cycle of litigation with a settlement that will enhance public safety. And this is you, the president of Rare Breed Triggers, celebrating.
If I seem a little bit lighter today, with a little less anger in my eyes and a little less stress on my face, it's not because my wife has me on an amazing skincare regimen. It's because we did it. We beat the ATF.
But now, the update is that 15 states and DC are suing the federal government and seeking a preliminary injunction to prevent the triggers from going back out there. With them arguing that not only does the settlement go far beyond what the federal judge mandated last year and constitute an obvious threat to public safety, it also subjects the states to significant added law enforcement and healthcare costs because of the massive carnage the devices are capable of. New Jersey's Attorney General speaking for many when he said,
Public reporting on this issue has suggested that the U.S. Department of Justice forced this settlement over the objections of not only career ATF officials, but even the president's own political appointees at the agency. I wish they would actually stop and think about the carnage that could ensue if you put 12,000 machine guns on the street, irrespective of whose hands they fall into.
So we'll have to wait to see what happens here, whether those triggers go back into private hands or they stay with the feds. And then you've got even more news in just a minute. But first, you might be savvy enough to spot a scam, but is everyone in your life? But also, to be honest, are you really? Because, fake websites are popping up that look so real they could win design awards and still steal your information. They've gotten so sophisticated, even the most skeptical people I know have been fooled. With me, my biggest concern isn't just my own information, but also making sure my wife and my kids stay safe as well. And it's one of the reasons why I think you gotta use today's sponsor, NordVPN, your digital bodyguard in the chaos that is the new normal. And I've got the whole family on it. The kids love unlocking international Netflix. I use it to hide from targeted ads when I'm Googling whatever normal things I'm definitely Googling. If anyone asks, there was a news story on that thing. And no matter what I'm doing, NordVPN is hiding your IP like a magician on incognito steroids. It encrypts your data with military-grade tech. Your ISP, block. That shady dude in the coffee shop, block. Big brother, back off. And you get access to thousands of servers across the globe, so you can be virtually anywhere while physically in your hoodie and sweats. Stay safe, stay private, stay binge watching that one show that's only on Canadian Netflix. Scan that QR code or head to nordvpn.com/Phil or click the link in the description for a massive discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 bonus months. And it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So that's nordvpn.com/Phil. Then, next up from that, we gotta talk about how RFK Jr. just fired every single member of a CDC advisory panel that's been shaping the nation's vaccine policy for decades. Right, and as head of the Department of Health and Human Services, he does have the power to appoint and dismiss members, but removing the entire panel at once? That's one, obviously unprecedented, and two, you have experts warning that it could be the latest disaster for public health in the US. And in fact, one of the dismissed committee members said, I've never seen anything this damaging to public health happen in my lifetime. I'm shocked, it's pretty brazen, this will fundamentally fundamentally destabilize vaccination in America. Right, and as far as the panel in question, it's officially called the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP for short. It's made up of epidemiologists, infectious disease physicians, pediatricians, and other experts. And their job is to carefully review vaccine data, debate the evidence,
Sure
and
the
ultimately
target's
decide who should get
working
what
correctly
shot and when.
before I
With a
start
huge
training them to walk towards it.
consideration here being that insurance
Once they
companies
touch it,
and
should
programs like Medicaid
respawn
are
at a
required to
new
cover the
random
vaccines
location.
recommended by the panel. A panel that has long been considered a nonpartisan entity, with its members serving 4-year overlapping terms, which also means that the Biden administration just happened to appoint all 17 of the members who have just been let go. And that, including 13 who were only appointed to the panel last year, with Kennedy writing in a Wall Street Journal opinion piece announcing what he called the retiring of the committee members, that a clean sweep is needed to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science. And then with that, you had him trying to justify the move by claiming the committee has been plagued with persistent conflicts of interest and has become little more than a rubber stamp for any vaccine. Though notably, that's something that many experts have pushed back on, right? Arguing for one, committee members can't hold stocks or serve on advisory boards or bureaus affiliated with vaccine manufacturers, and saying that while it is true that some members may have ties to the pharmaceutical or vaccine industry, experts say that those often exist for legitimate reasons having to do with their research. And in any case, if ACIP members do have this type of conflict of interest, for example, if an institution that they work at receives money from a drug manufacturer, they disclose it and then recuse themselves from related votes. And in fact, if you go to the CDC's webpage for conflicts of interest, it shows that one current member had recused herself from votes on a handful of vaccines because she had worked on clinical trials for their manufacturers. And so you had that. Well, you also had Kennedy, who didn't provide any specific evidence to support his claim, saying that most of ACIP's members have received substantial funding from pharmaceutical companies, including those marketing vaccines. But he actually seemingly had to go back to 1997 to find a specific example that he said showed conflicts of interest resulting in the approval of a vaccine that shouldn't have been, with him also pointing to a 2009 HHS Inspector General report, which he said showed 97% of committee members failed to complete full conflict of interest forms. But that's misleading, right? Because in addition to being just from so long ago, that report, it covers all 17 CDC advisory committees that existed at the time, not just ACIP, and it didn't find serious conflicts among most members. It has found that 97% of the financial disclosure forms filed contained errors or omissions, like putting information in the wrong section or forgetting the initial and date amendments to the pages. But of course, that's also not the only thing that Kennedy said that faced resistance. For example, you also had him claiming that the committee, quote, has never recommended against a vaccine, even though it was later withdrawn for safety reasons, and that, quote, it has failed to scrutinize vaccine products given to babies and pregnant women, and adding, to make matters worse, the groups that inform ACIP meet behind closed doors, violating the legal and ethical principle of transparency crucial to maintaining public trust. But, with all that, while individual work groups may meet in private, the meetings of the committee, as well as materials presented to the members, they're public. And similarly, while it's true that the committee doesn't really straight up recommend against vaccines, it's important to note that its role is to come up for guidance for vaccines already licensed or authorized by the FDA. And then finally, contrary to what Kennedy has argued, ACIP hasn't always just acted as a rubber stamp, with, for example, in certain cases, it recommending more restricted use of vaccines than their approval under the FDA would permit. And notably, the committee is scheduled to meet from June 25th to the 27th to discuss vaccinations for COVID-19, RSV, influenza, and more. And with that, you have the HHS saying that meeting is still going to happen, and they've given the agency roughly 2 weeks to fill its advisory panel. A move that had at least one law professor specialized in public health law saying appointing people this fast means they were not properly vetted, and there is no real time to check conflict of interest issues. And adding, this will not restore trust in vaccines and is not designed to do so. Right, and that is, we've been seeing similar and even far harsher criticism from doctors, professors, former officials, and virtually every reputable health organization in the country. For example, one former director of the CDC saying, we'll look back at this as a grave mistake that sacrificed decades of scientific rigor, undermined public trust, and opened the door for fringe theories rather than facts. And adding, if this leads to vaccines not being recommended, millions of people could lose access, pay more for vaccines and for preventable illnesses, and children will be at greater risk of diseases we haven't faced in decades. And that is, you had the president of the American Medical Association saying this upends a transparent process that has saved countless lives. And the chair of the Infectious Disease Committee for the American Academy of Pediatrics claimed this is an unmitigated public health disaster, with him adding, Mr. Kennedy has no interest in science or saving lives. We have entered into a dangerous time for the health of the country. But of course, with all of this, we have to combine it with the context of everything else that's happened. Right? Because before this, Kennedy already took the unusual step of changing COVID-19 recommendations without first consulting a committee. He's also cut billions of dollars to state health agencies, including funds needed to modernize state programs for child immunization. And he's done things like halted funding funding for researchers who study vaccine hesitancy and canceled programs intended to discover new vaccines to prevent future pandemics. So obviously, a lot of people have been concerned and worried about the direction we're heading, but I mean, what we're seeing here, it's been described as one of the most troubling moves yet. But then, from that, as we begin winding down today's show, I wanted to talk about a different kind of news. It's a human interest piece, and it's centered on Glenn Edwards. So it starts all the way back in November of 2023 when a massive fire broke out at the Station Hill development site in Reading in the UK. And at the peak of the blaze, more than 50 firefighters were on the scene from fire stations across the country, with video then capturing a crane operator rescuing a guy trapped on top of a burning building. And that crane operator, it was Glenn Edwards, and it certainly wasn't easy. With Glenn saying he couldn't see anything because of the smoke, and he relied on radio communication in order to position the rescue cage correctly. With Glenn adding, I had so much noise up there with the alarms, it was quite buzzy. When I landed the rescue cradle as he just touched down, I could feel the weight. I could hear the crowd, but I couldn't see him. I was 100% blind. And as the smoke cleared, both literally and figuratively, Glenn was hailed a hero. The chief fire officer at Royal Berkshire Fire and Rescue saying that without Glenn's, quote, incredibly skillful rescue, this could have turned out to be an entirely different situation. With Glenn then getting called the Bruce Willis of Reading, and he was honored with a string of awards, including the Commendation Medal by the British Fire Services Association. But all of this is he's not quite on board with the title of hero, with him saying in an interview with BBC.
Do you feel like a hero?
No, not one bit. I've done what I had to do. I was there, I was in the crane, I got the man, he went home to his friends and family, and happy days, that's the main thing at the end of the day.
Right in the months following the rescue, a GoFundMe was launched to thank Glenn for his service, and it raised thousands of pounds. But that also wasn't the only time that Glenn was in the news, because the next time he made headlines for a much less positive reason, and that was he was diagnosed with cancer. With Glenn telling the BBC, I had cancer in the tongue in February when I rescued the guy. I got that cleared up with radiotherapy, but then in the next breath, after I had a full body scan, the consultant told me that I had cancer in my spine in 5 places. I've been undergoing chemotherapy, but it has grown, to cut a long story short. And that is actually where the second half of this story comes in, because upon learning of Glenn's diagnosis, you had a local charity by the name of Bucket List Wishes stepping in. And they're this charity that grants wishes for terminally ill adults that live around Berkshire. It was founded by a woman by the name of Jeannie Hackett after her mother received a terminal diagnosis, and Jeannie's continued making the wishes of other adults come true in her mother's memory. And so for Glenn, rather than having a lavish vacation or some bougie cruise, his wish was just some help moving house, maybe some new floors. And that It's exactly what Bucket List Wishes did, organizing the whole move for him, getting Glenn and his wife new floors, blinds, an oven, a new shed, and even some vouchers for groceries and bedding. We've even thrown in a fishing expedition for Glenn. And so you had Jeannie saying, we found this humbling, but also we've been emotional about this because we know how much of a hero Glenn is. Hopefully we have gone over and above and made a quite simple but stressful thing of moving a lot easier for him. And it appears it's done exactly that, with Glenn calling Jeannie an angel and saying, what she has done for us has been unbelievable. She has taken so much pressure off us. And so, with that, while obviously this deals with a sad situation, I just wanted to take the time to say that Glenn and Jeannie and Bucket List Wishes, you are our BAMFs of the day. Bad things happen in this world, and that's where our attention naturally gravitates to, and it's what we're fed every day. And I think it's important to also take a moment for those that try to do something in the face of all that. But that, my friends, is the end of today's show. Thank you for watching, and remember, I'll see you tomorrow because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you, mean it, bye.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, you're tuned into Why America. I'm Legia Miller. Let's get started. Today, we're talking about what's happened in LA over the weekend, how it started, and how this is all part of Trump's big, beautiful plan. Then I'll answer your questions that you asked in my YouTube community post at the end. First, what's going on in LA? Over the weekend, multiple days of protests led to the brief closure of the 101 freeway, numerous arrests, the burning of several Waymo self-driving cars, and ultimately the deployment of about 300 National Guard troops by executive order of the president on Sunday. And then Trump announced 2,000 more to be deployed, plus 700 Marines, despite protests on Monday remaining generally peaceful, and the National Guardsmen that were already there really had nothing to do. In that executive order from Saturday, which was clearly drafted long before the events of this weekend unfolded, in preparation for taking advantage of this type of unrest, Trump cited to 10 USC section 12406, which authorizes the president to federalize a state's National Guard, to call a state's National Guard members to assist with quelling rebellion against the authority of the U.S. government. The law explicitly states, quote, orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. Despite this explicit legal provision, and despite Trump's own order directing, quote, the Secretary of Defense to coordinate with the governors of the states and National Guard Bureau in identifying and ordering into federal service the appropriate members and units of the National Guard, Trump and his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, sent in troops over the objections of California Governor Gavin Newsom and without coordinating with him or any local authorities. The executive order is notable both in that it allowed for the deployment of 2,000 National Guard troops, even though only 300 have actually been sent, and it extends their deployment for up to 60 days. It's also notable because it is not limited in time or geography generally. It allows for deployment of troops, quote, at locations where protests against these federal functions are occurring or are likely to occur based on current threat assessments and planned operations. Meaning at any point, Pete Hegseth could decide to deploy troops anywhere he claims there is or could be a threat, up to 2,000 National Guard personnel for up to 60 days. Additionally, Hegseth could, under the guidelines of this order, quote, employ any other members of the regular armed forces as necessary to augment and support the protection of federal functions and property in any number determined appropriate in his discretion. In any number, Hegseth decides he could deploy from any other branch of the armed forces. Indeed, Hegseth has confirmed that there are hundreds of other locally based Marines that have been given orders to prepare to be deployed to quell unrest in LA if needed. Technically, he's supposed to coordinate with governors, but as we've seen in LA this weekend, that is apparently only a suggestion. Gavin Newsom has already promised that he will be suing the federal government for breaking the law when it did not consult with him about the deployment of troops. But that is pretty much his only recourse, and the Trump regime knows that. As they've made a habit of, especially in this second Trump term, this is an administration that puts the saying, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, to the test. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I've struggled with it. I know how stressful and overwhelming it can feel to watch those debts just pile up. And it's so hard to live your life under the constant strain of worrying about credit card debt on top of, literally everything else going on right now. And it can feel so good to finally take back control of your life by tackling those big, scary debts. If you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, you need to check out PDS Debt. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation, and they have a team of people ready to help you with your debt journey. They understand your specific scenario and will help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. PDS Debt is offering a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds. Head over to pdsdebt.com/Miller to get your free debt assessment today. You'll receive a full breakdown on how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt. There's no minimum credit score required. Whether your credit is bad or fair, they're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, in your savings account. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. And getting started is easy. Go to pdsdebt.com/Miller to complete your free debt assessment in just 30 seconds to see what options are available for you. Take back control today by visiting pdsdebt.com/Miller. Thanks, PDS Debt. What I think is important to unpack about this weekend's events in LA is how they all started, because much attention has been paid to burning cars and whether or not the protests have been peaceful, which we'll get into, but that is overshadowing the reason why protesters showed up to begin with. In addition to not coordinating with local officials about National Guard deployment this weekend, the Trump regime has made it a habit of showing up to conduct ICE raids and arrests without coordinating with local law enforcement or forewarning anyone. This inevitably leads to chaos and has people all across the country on edge. This happened just last week here in Minneapolis when federal officials conducted a raid on one of the busiest corners of one of the most heavily immigrant-populated neighborhoods in the city. Groups of residents immediately showed up when reports of federal officials and ICE sightings got out, and a protest ensued, requiring the Minneapolis Police Department to respond to unrest without any idea of what the hell federal agents were even doing there to begin with. And this lack of transparency only aids federal officials, who can then say, hey, we were just doing a regular arrest. Actually, there's nothing sketchy happening here. You are all just overreacting and being crazy anarchist leftists. And there's not much that local mayors or governors can do to ease tensions because they are also in the dark about the nature of the federal activity. But especially for residents of so-called sanctuary cities like Minneapolis and Los Angeles, people are on edge and looking out for federal activity because they want to protect their neighbors and they do not agree with the way that the Trump regime is carrying out immigration enforcement. And leaving Democratic governors in the dark about federal enforcement actions just gives the Trump regime ammunition to claim that leftist-led governments are letting anarchists run rampant in the streets. And the difference here in Minneapolis is that the protest that broke out happened in response to a single isolated incident. Not to say the city isn't crawling with ICE agents, but Los Angeles is of course a much bigger city with a much larger immigrant population, and California shares a border with Mexico, so immigration enforcement there is just going to be more high profile and widespread. And so the protests that occurred in and around LA over the weekend got so big at first because they were in response to multiple incidents, including upwards of 7 different workplace raids, one at a garment factory, a Home Depot parking lot, and elsewhere. Here's the problem though. When ICE raids a workplace, for example, to arrest certain individuals they believe are in the country illegally, they are conducting civil arrests. ICE and immigration enforcement are part of civil law enforcement as opposed to criminal law enforcement. ICE is not an arm of the Department of Justice. It is not tasked with arresting people for violating the criminal statute. They are engaged in administrative arrests to enforce immigration law. Yet despite this, they are conducting what have been described as military-style raids. Multiple legal observers and the ACLU have confirmed that the arrests carried out during the raids were done without any judicial warrants, by heavily armed agents in tactical gear with varying levels of face coverings and identification. According to Al Jazeera, quote, agents arrived in unmarked black SUVs and armored vehicles, and at certain points sealed off entire streets around targeted buildings. Drones were reportedly used for surveillance in some areas, and access to sites was blocked off with yellow tape, similar to measures which would be taken during a high-threat counterterrorism or drug bust operation. Reports of just how many people were arrested in those raids varies, with some estimating upwards of over 100 or 200 people, though according to Al Jazeera, as of last Saturday, only a handful of lawyers have been allowed into the detention center where they're being held. DHS has released information about 12 of the people arrested, of course highlighting the people with criminal histories to indicate that what they're doing is simply taking violent criminals off the street and reinforcing their narrative that all immigrants are criminals and dangerous and therefore excessive force is justified. According to LAist, at least 2 of the 12 people DHS identified as having been arrested during the LA raids over the weekend were already in federal custody before this weekend, meaning there's no way they could have been arrested because they were already detained. So if we're keeping a tally of the lies being told by the federal government about what's happening, first it was that they were going to coordinate with state governors before deploying troops, and second is that at least 12 of the people they arrested were violent criminals, even though at least 2 of the people they named could not have been arrested over the weekend because they were already in custody. The accounts on the ground also do not line up with what the federal government is claiming. The LA Police Department released a statement Saturday night that protests had been largely peaceful and without incident, thanking the people of LA for remaining calm. Throughout the night on Saturday, the unrest did intensify, but at no point did the mayor of LA or Governor Gavin Newsom call for additional reinforcements. In fact, before troops even made it on the ground in LA, Trump issued a self-congratulatory social media post claiming responsibility for the lack of unrest in LA. Despite this, and in the face of condemnations from elected officials on the ground in LA, Trump decided to issue his executive order and deploy troops to the area. This decision was roundly criticized due to the fact that it was likely to only intensify unrest, violence, and chaos in the area, especially given the lack of coordination between federal troops and local law enforcement. And tensions did escalate Sunday, with people on both sides taking advantage of the chaos to instigate violence. At one point, the 101 freeway was overtaken, people were throwing fireworks, electric scooters, pieces of cement at the police below the highway overpass, various Waymo electric self-driving cars were set on fire, one man was seen driving his van into protesters and cops alike. Both LAPD and National Guard troops used tear gas and other quote-unquote less lethal weapons against protesters. Notably, at least 2 members of the media were shot with rubber bullets. British photojournalist Nick Stern has been a journalist for 30 years and told the BBC he had been hit by rubber bullets before, which always resulted in a bad bruise. This time, though, the bullet broke the skin and left a 2-inch hole in his leg that needed surgery. According to Stern, at the time he was shot, he was clearly a member of the press, standing visibly in the middle of the street. He believes he was shot by the LAPD, though he said it was hard to tell. Again, the chaos can blur what's really happening, making it hard to tell when either side is acting illegally. But video captured of an Australian journalist, mic in hand, talking to a video camera, clearly a member of the press, shows a law enforcement officer turning towards her and shooting her directly with a rubber bullet. There is no one around her. She is facing away from law enforcement, and members of the press do routinely get caught up in the violence of the uprisings they are reporting on, often getting injured. But the direct targeting of journalists and the press, while clearly identifiable as press, is deeply concerning, especially given the general hostility this regime has shown against the press. And while local law enforcement in California has claimed that they're not in cahoots with ICE and we're simply there to address unrest, it's not like we're dealing with bleeding heart liberals in the LAPD either. The overlapping agendas of heavily militarized ICE agents and heavily militarized local law enforcement, even if they are not working in coordination, even if they're in a sanctuary city, creates situations ripe for abuse. And the result of all of this is the terrorization of the local population, many of whom are not engaging in any form of protest, and if they are, the vast majority are doing so peacefully in order to exercise their right to free speech and assembly. And I'm not going to say that it was exclusively the cops, the feds, or the troops that escalated things. There were people present at those protests, throwing things, lighting shit on fire, and generally escalating the chaos. But that is a truly foreseeable outcome when unrest like this ensues and then you send in the troops. Trump should know he was president during the George Floyd uprisings here in Minneapolis. I can say from my experience on the ground, the vast majority of people participating in and living around the protest sites in Minneapolis in 2020 were interested in maintaining peace. They were interested in voicing their dissent and calling for consequences and police reform or abolition, but most would agree that setting buildings on fire was not the best means to achieve those ends. There were numerous reports of people coming into the city from elsewhere to take advantage of the chaos. I witnessed giant souped up pickup trucks, the kind you never see inside this city, driving around filled with people who clearly did not live here. There were reports of people racing down side streets with guns hanging out of the windows of their trucks. Apartment buildings formed watch groups to stand watch with baseball bats to divert any would-be arsonists and looters from gaining entrance to the buildings. Armed tankers eventually rolled down our streets. The 3rd Precinct Police Station is still a burnt-out husk of a building that stands vacant to this day 5 years later. It is not an exaggeration to say that the people of Minneapolis were terrorized during that summer. It's been 5 years, and the sound of helicopters overhead still activates my fight-or-flight response. Trump saw this unfold in 2020. He wanted to federalize the National Guard then to send them into Minneapolis, but was stopped by the various people in place overseeing the Department of Defense and DHS. This time around, he's not making that mistake again. He has made sure to put a human puppet, a literal walking joke, in place as the head of the Department of Defense for a reason. Pete Hegseth is a failing TV personality with a drinking problem, allegedly. He owes all of his power and credentials to Trump, and he is a walking, talking stooge for the president, ready to do whatever daddy says and too stupid to know any better. And that's exactly how Trump likes it. Ditto for Ice Barbie, self-proclaimed dog killer Kristi Noem. They are both sadistic, vacant shells devoid of critical thinking skills, and Trump will use that to his advantage. And by Trump, I do mean him personally, because he loves being seen as a strong man and showing force, but I also mean the people behind the scenes, the ones that are really pulling the strings. Because, of course, Donald Trump did not sit down himself at his typewriter and author that executive order to deploy the troops. As much as Hegseth and Noem are loyal to Trump, Trump is also a walking, talking stooge for the right-wing white nationals behind the scenes. People like Stephen Miller, a fourth-generation immigrant himself, who is frothing at the mouth to watch this entire thing burn to the ground. To Miller, no relation, ICE is not arresting people fast enough. He has repeatedly laid the groundwork for calling immigration at the southern border an invasion so that a state of emergency can be declared, paving the way for further federal law enforcement deployed to border states. He's been calling the protesters in LA insurrectionists, which Trump also parroted yesterday. This is in order to lay more groundwork for future presidential actions that could include invoking the Insurrection Act. That act allows the president to use the armed forces in whatever way he deems fit in any state, with or without that state's permission, to suppress an insurrection. Conveniently, nowhere does the statute actually define what an insurrection means, and the Supreme Court has ruled that it is at the discretion of the president to decide what an insurrection is and when to deploy the troops under the Insurrection Act. But Trump's cronies know that people are jumpy about the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act, and so instead of doing so, they dipped a little toe in the water with their executive order over the weekend by citing to a different statute that allows for the federalization of National Guard troops with permission from the governors, but then just didn't obtain that permission. So effectively, they are acting in a way that would be allowed under the Insurrection Act without actually invoking that act. That way, they avoid the media circus that would come from an official invocation of the Insurrection Act. Because invoking the Insurrection Act is the closest thing this country has to martial law. The president cannot just declare martial law. There's no law that exists under which he could say it's now martial law. Instead, he can suspend habeas corpus, which I already made a whole episode about, and then invoke the Insurrection Act to send in troops wherever he wants, with or without the cooperation of local authorities, to handle whatever he's deemed is an insurrection and to enforce whatever federal laws he's decided need to be overseen by federal authorities. As the Brennan Center has pointed out years ago, the Insurrection Act is woefully devoid of any checks on the authority of the president and so broadly written and ill-defined that it provides a shocking amount of leeway for abuses, which is why Stephen Miller and other of Trump's cronies are chomping at the bit to use it. What's new about the use of the Insurrection Act and the latest moves by the Trump administration to federalize the National Guard is that in the past, these tactics have largely been used to help protect the rights of civilians, as opposed to protecting federal agents doing shit that the people do not agree with and that is probably illegal. The last time the president federalized the National Guard against the wishes of the governor of a state, it was LBJ federalizing the National Guard in Alabama. He took this extraordinary step on March 20th, 1965, days after Bloody Sunday in Selma, during which 600 protesters were violently assaulted while trying to peacefully march from Selma to Montgomery. After demonstrators received permission from a federal judge to attempt to do the march again, LBJ attempted to work with Alabama governor and notorious segregationist George Wallace to deploy troops in order to avoid another violent clash. Wallace promised LBJ he'd deploy the National Guard and then went on public television and said, actually, I won't do that. You're going to have to do it. And so LBJ federalized the Alabama National Guard and sent the 10,000 available National Guardsmen to maintain order while 50,000 marchers joined Martin Luther King to march from Selma to Montgomery. I have no doubt that 60 years later, there's got to be someone behind the scenes in the Trump administration feeling real vindicated to now be able to abuse the power of the president to serve the very white nationalist bigots who had the National Guard turned against them all those years ago in Selma. Instead of protecting the rights of people to assemble and voice their dissent, the National Guard is coming in to protect ICE's ability to conduct broad daylight abductions with face coverings and no warrants. And after 5 months of watching ICE grow ever bolder in its willingness to act as faceless, unidentifiable Gestapo for the Trump regime's grand plan to crack down on brown people, the people are understandably on edge. They are ready to show up and show out whenever ICE shows its face, no matter how covered it is. And Trump's cronies are betting that some of them will resort to violence, or that even if they don't, adding armed troops to the mix will be the spark necessary to ignite further unrest, which will then provide further justification for greater federal crackdowns and militarization in the very liberal and sanctuary cities that have been on Trump's radar since his first administration. It is also notable that this is happening in Los Angeles, and the Trump regime is absolutely seizing on this fact. They are likening the unrest this weekend to the Rodney King riots in 1992. In that event, after a group of cops pulled Rodney King over for drunk driving, a bystander caught them on film beating this black man for 15 minutes straight, leaving him with permanent disabilities, and then the cops were acquitted. And after they were acquitted, riots ensued. In that chaos, looting happened, buildings were burned down, and the National Guard and the Marines were called in to restore order. In that case, however, the LAPD were fully overwhelmed, and the governor requested the troops be sent in to assist them. That is not what is happening in LA now, nor are the events from this weekend even close to as bad as they were in 1992. But the images of the protests this weekend do recall the famous images from the Rodney King riots, and it isn't hard for the Trump regime to utilize that history for their own propaganda. LA is just a city full of unruly brown people, prone to civil unrest, always in need of saving. Trump himself promised that the National Guard will be sent in, and LA will finally be set free. And it is this tactic, combined with my experience existing in Minneapolis in the summer of 2020, that leads me to believe that calls by elected officials and others for protesters generally to remain peaceful in order to not give Trump what he wants, which is greater unrest, those calls are a little misguided. Yes, elected officials should condemn violence. Studies show that condemnation by public officials does genuinely help quell violence. However, these calls for people generally to remain peaceful misplace the blame for the violence on the people who are very unlikely to be instigating the violence to begin with. People who genuinely care about the well-being of their neighbors and their city, who believe in the message of the protesters that ICE is not welcome in LA, who want greater transparency, who demand that the rights of those being targeted by ICE be respected, they are not the ones setting Waymo self-driving cars on fire. Though honestly, good riddance. Those things are a danger to the public and they kind of creep me out. They were not the ones in Minneapolis setting buildings on fire and looting local businesses. And the people causing the destruction and chaos are not going to hear Gavin Newsom saying, hey everyone, let's be peaceful, and think, heck, he's right. People are absolutely angry, and they are throwing things at law enforcement, spitting on them, yelling at them. But throwing rocks and spitting do not cause the level of unrest we've seen in LA this weekend. It is when that very justified anger of the populace is met with militarized federal law enforcement that things escalate. Trump said it himself this weekend when he said, ever the poet, "When you spit, we hit." That is when tear gas and rubber bullets start to fly. And in the pandemonium, there are people present who will take advantage of the chaos. And then the entire movement can be written off as nothing more than violent, left-wing lunatics. David from The Atlantic wrote on Sunday of the potential three-step process that the Trump regime may take from here ahead of midterm voting in 2026. I think it's important to lay out because statements from the likes of Trump, Stephen Miller, border czar Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and others in the wake of the unrest in LA, characterizing it as an insurrection, calling for the arrest of Gavin Newsom, pushing for greater military presence, indicate that this is the direction they may likely head, probably in ways that aren't entirely cut and dry or overtly obvious. They'll probably try to hide behind legalese to make it seem like a legitimate exercise of power, but please know that it won't be. Those three steps, as laid out in The Atlantic, are: step 1, use federal powers in ways to provoke some kind of made-for-TV disturbance: flames, smoke, loud noises, waving of foreign flags. Step 2, invoke the disturbance to declare a state of emergency and deploy federal troops. Step 3, seize control of local operations of government, policing in June 2025, voting in November 2026. What happens between now and November 2026 is, of course, a major question mark, but like I said, that executive order Trump issued over the weekend does not have an expiration date or a geographic limitation. It can be used to deploy whatever number of armed forces Pete Hegseth sees fit to any location in the country to quell whatever level of quote-unquote unrest the administration doesn't like. And you better bet it will be other sanctuary cities targeted for the inevitable social unrest that will happen in the wake of further civil and human rights abuses conducted in broad daylight, caught on camera, and broadcast to everyone via social media. Our empathy and outrage are the very things that can be used against us. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Martin Luther King would have told us all to practice peaceful protesting, because I think that he had far more complicated tactics and beliefs than that, especially towards the end of his life when he became more frustrated and disillusioned with the willingness of the state to commit violence. Check out the book King, his latest biography. It's really good. But I do think this weekend's unrest in LA does provide a good lesson in the power of peaceful protests in the age of chronic onlineness. On the one hand, we have become incredibly desensitized to seeing brutality committed on camera and broadcast across the world. There's only so much empathy even the most caring person can experience before shutting down. That being said, the last 5 months have shown that we are still capable of outrage. We still care about the well-being of our neighbors and people's rights being violated. And the internet is a great way to alert others to the existence of injustice in a way that has never been possible in the history of our species. So I do still think there is power in the dissemination of images and video of protesters peacefully exercising their First Amendment right to voice their dissent and to assemble, and being met with very overt and hostile state violence. The people en masse are not great at grasping nuance and subtlety, but that juxtaposition of peaceful protester met with clear, overt, and heavy-handed state violence has always seemed to move people. But there's a lot to be learned from the civil rights movement today. Optics do matter. Being prepared to face violence with nonviolence takes training and strategy. It is not a spur-of-the-moment thing that just anyone is prepared for. But that really is the only weapon we have in the face of an increasingly violent state: each other and the fact of being on the right side of history. The world just needs to see it. And I know that there'll be a lot of people in the comments who disagree with me, just as there have been and continue to be many movements in the US and abroad who believe fundamentally that state violence has to be met with violence from the citizenry. But I really want to hear from viewers in the LA area. I know there are a lot of you. What are you seeing on the ground? What has your experience been since Friday? Okay, getting to your questions. 158 if you responded to my little YouTube community tab, so I won't get to all of them, but one of the ones I saw pop up a few times was about the waving of the Mexican flag at the protests. Like I said, optics do matter, and I think that the right is better at optics than the left is. I think it would be a more powerful image to see an American flag flying at these rallies. I saw an image of a man flying a flag that was the Mexican flag on one side and the American on the other, which I think could also be powerful, but coalition building and tipping the needle is all about reaching across differences to work towards a common goal with people who you don't necessarily agree with on everything. And I think waving an American flag is subversive in a way that calls people in to question what is patriotic. This is America. This is about people from Mexico, certainly, but it's about America, the country. I think taking back the American flag on the left has some powerful symbolism that has yet to be really fully tapped into. But if it's a Mexican person waving the Mexican flag, I think that's their prerogative. But if you're a white person or a non-Mexican waving the Mexican flag, I think it's important to think critically about the optics of that situation, because that could be sending a message you don't intend to send about a country and people from a country that you are not a part of. Spike315 asks, what are the implications of Trump mobilizing the Marines rather than the National Guard? And Kim Casey 0137 asked, what can Newsom do? These go hand in hand. I'm very sorry to report that the main thing Newsom can do and the implications of mobilizing the Marines are what Newsom is already doing, filing a lawsuit. He's going to say Trump overstepped his authority by bringing in the Marines or the National Guard without first working with Newsom. He's going to say it's against the constitutional principle of federalism and violated the sovereignty of the state of California. And then while that lawsuit gets written and filed, Trump will just move on to the next city, unfortunately. Iris Sullivan 3612 asks, Glendale canceled its contracts with ICE. LA is a sanctuary city, so why does LA have contracts with ICE at all? So that is true that Glendale announced it was going to cancel contracts with ICE to house detainees. They had about 82 detainees, and as of Monday morning, officials confirmed it no longer houses those detainees. Glendale is a city located in Los Angeles County, but it is in fact the entire state of California that is a sanctuary state. SB 54 prohibited local and state municipalities from using funds for federal immigration enforcement purposes, including the use of jail facilities. Glendale was the only known holdout that continued to defy that law and work with federal authorities. I don't know why they were allowed to do that. Their contract began in 2007, so perhaps they were allowed to grandfather in the existing contract, but it could have just been a lawsuit against them that never got filed, so they were never forced to follow the law until recent public pressure finally made them fold. This is a great example of the importance of local law and politics. You can get your city or state to pass sanctuary laws. You can be a watchdog and a whistleblower of local authorities. You can put pressure on them to change. And that goes hand in hand with the final question people asked over and over, which is, what can we do? Especially if you aren't in LA or can't protest for various reasons. If you can protest, I encourage you to do so with vetted organizations in your area. Again, there needs to be some strategy to this, and there are precautions and processes that need to happen for a protest to happen without completely devolving into chaos. I'm talking medics, legal bystanders, media attention, understanding which irritants need water to wash your eyes out with or milk. There's a wealth of protest knowledge that local organizations have gathered over decades of work that needs to be tapped into. Protesting does work. Unfortunately, with any social or political movement, it's about sustained protest, not one big bang protest that changes the world. And I know that's how we've been taught about the civil rights movement. Well, Rosa Parks didn't give up her seat, and then they marched on Washington, and MLK had a dream, and then they won. But that's not how it works. Rosa Parks was a trained activist actively working with MLK and others when she refused to give up that seat. So they were ready when the ensuing bus boycott started in Montgomery. That bus boycott lasted 13 months. So it's not about looking for immediate gratification, but instead finding what you can do that will be sustainable over the long haul. Often that involves creating community. Find the local organization that speaks to you and vow to keep showing up, even if you can only do a little here and there. That matters. Try your local indivisible chapter if you don't know where to start. Another tangible thing, become a legal observer. You don't have to be a lawyer, though lawyers and law students also do great at this role. As a legal observer, you are trained to be the eyes and ears and gather evidence for future lawsuits at rallies and protests. You stand witness to what's happening, and you are a vital resource for protecting the rights of protesters either in the field or after the fact. And you get a nifty little vest. You get trained to be a legal observer through your local chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. Google National Lawyers Guild Legal Observer Program and find your local chapter to get started. Local ACLU chapters also hold trainings. If you don't see one scheduled, reach out to your local National Lawyers Guild or ACLU branch and request a training, given the increased likelihood that we'll be in the streets for the foreseeable future. If that's not your jam, there are other skills needed at protests. Again, this is where joining a local organization with experience will serve you well and give you the tools you need to show up with a strategy. The next major event is June 14th, the No Kings protest. That's this Saturday. June 14th is the day Trump plans on having a military parade in his honor. So there will be counter-protests nationwide everywhere but Washington, D.C. to pull the attention away from his event. The more people that show up, the more pathetic his little parade will look. Go to nokings.org to find the event near you. If you want to support my work, all my videos are completely ad-free and uncensored over on Patreon, patreon.com/Legion Miller. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Travis, Art, David, RH, Latranger Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you liked this episode, you'll like the one from last week about Palantir and the government's plan to make a giant federal database. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye!
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we have bombshell news here that just broke. It looks like the Trump administration is importing Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the wrongly deported migrant who was sent to a maximum security gulag in El Salvador, who was sent to CCOT. What do we know about his return and the pretense under which the administration is bringing him back?
Well, one thing we know is that the Trump administration is forever changing its story because it told the federal judge previously it is, quote, impossible to secure the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. That turns out not to be the case because the reporting is Abrego Garcia is on his way back to the U.S. Now, to coincide with bringing him back to the U.S., the Trump administration, Pam Bondi's Department of Justice, has indicted Abrego Garcia criminally on 2 counts: conspiracy to transport aliens and transportation of undocumented aliens. And I'll tell you, Brian, I've read the 10-page indictment. And as a career prosecutor, 30 years, I drafted and had grand juries issue more indictments than I could ever count. When I read this, I am somewhat skeptical, and here's why. It is 10 pages basically of repeating the same thing over and over again with relatively few facts and details until it gets to paragraph 30, and it details what happened in a 2022 traffic stop in which Abrego Garcia was driving a vehicle with a whole bunch of folks in the vehicle who didn't have IDs on them. Interestingly, no arrest was made at that time, and it sure doesn't look like any criminal investigation was pursued. That's pretty much it. The balance of this 10-page indictment is a bunch of summary assertions that Abrego Garcia transported aliens from here to there, did various things, but very light on details. The only details they could really come up with date back to a 2022 traffic stop. That's the first problem I spot, but there are some bigger problems. The conspiracy in this indictment is alleged to have been up and running between 2016 and 2025. First observation, it looks like if this is accurate, then the first Trump administration apparently let Abrego Garcia run wild for the first 4 years of the Trump administration. But wait, it gets even worse. In 2019, there was a court hearing, and it was at that court hearing that Abrego Garcia made his case. And remember, the judge ordered that Abrego Garcia may not be deported specifically to El Salvador, which of course is exactly where the Trump administration deported him to in violation of that court order. Brian, in 2019, first of all, who was president? My recollection is that was Donald Trump. Also, if they had all this great incriminating evidence back in 2019, I mean, the conspiracy was up and running for the first 3 years of the Trump administration by then, they would have presented it in court, but nothing. So now let's move forward in time to when the Trump administration deported Abrego Garcia just a few months ago. Brian, come on. Don't you think if they had now amassed all of this dramatically incriminating evidence showing Abrego Garcia was running this conspiracy for 10 years, do you really think they would have just deported him to El Salvador and let him get away with all of it just a few months ago? This stinks. This, to me, feels like, smells like an after-the-fact bootstrapping act of desperation to try to save face and convince people that Abrego Garcia was really a criminal all along. Well, then the first question is, to the Trump administration, then why in the hell have you dropped the ball for years over and over and over again? The good news, Brian, is when he gets back into court, Abrego Garcia, and the government, the prosecutors, DOJ has to put up or shut up. It will be very interesting to see if this case falls apart, which it very well might, or if they really have the goods dating back to 2016.
And I want to dig into that in a moment, but first, isn't it interesting that the whole purpose of the outcry over this case was because he wasn't given due process? And so I think what you're saying is exactly the fact that if they have all of this incriminating evidence and you know what Pam Bondi is claiming when she comes out and says that he was engaged in some big trafficking ring, wouldn't that be the first thing that they would put forward? Why deprive him of due process if you've got such a home run case that only suddenly happens to show up, you know, in June, several months after he's been deported, and you've deprived him of due process all of that time? If you have a home run case like Pam Bondi is claiming the DOJ has, why in the world would you hide that and not put that out front and center, especially for months and months and months, as even the Supreme Court has to rule unanimously against this administration that he has to be sent back?
Brian, there's no good answer to that question. They didn't do it in 2016. They didn't do it in 2019. They didn't do it as a matter of months ago when they deported him. And the whole time this case has been litigated in front of Judge Sines in Maryland, and she has been taking the DOJ lawyers to task. They didn't come up with any of this. But now, all of a sudden, again, it feels like to save face, they have conjured up all of this incriminating evidence. Well, it will soon be put to the test. And let's be clear, they still unconstitutionally deported Abrego Garcia. They sent him to that prison in El Salvador without giving him any notice or opportunity to be heard, as is required by the Fifth Amendment's due process clause. That is something they will have to carry through this litigation, and it will come back to haunt them.
Glenn, the question then becomes, now that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is going to be back in the United States, he's gotten out of CCOT, the only thing preventing him from having his freedom is the fact that he's now going to be contending with these new indictments at the hands of the DOJ, what it seems like may very well be trumped up charges as some after-the-fact pretense to kind of exact some retribution against him. But if the DOJ loses, does that mean that Garcia is then free to walk, a free man in this country?
Yeah, a couple of things to unpack. First of all, I suspect at his arraignment, which is the first court hearing any defendant gets after he or she has been indicted, at his arraignment hearing, I am certain that Pam Bondi's DOJ lawyers will ask the judge to detain Abrego Garcia pending
I believe they've
trial.
already signaled that they're going to do exactly that.
And then it will be up to the judge to assess if he is detention eligible, if the government can make its case that he is a danger to the community, that he is a flight risk. And listen, in the event, he is also subject to potential deportation after he gets his due process rights guaranteed by the Constitution. It could very well be that he's eligible for deportation. We don't know because he didn't get his due process rights honored the first time. And if he is deportation eligible, that will be a separate basis apart from this criminal indictment that could give the judge the authority to detain him pending deportation. So lots of moving pieces now in two separate but related matters, the criminal prosecution on the new indictment and the deportation following the Constitution as they should have done in the first instance.
Glenn, what if it's discovered after all of this, let's say that the government's effort to hold these criminal charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia fails, and it becomes clear enough that they're seeking political retribution against him? Is there some type of lawsuit that he can wage against the government for exactly that?
It's a big if, but the answer to your question is potentially. What would have to happen, in my opinion, is that once this indictment is put to the test, if the judge holds evidentiary hearings, motions hearings in the run-up to the trial, and a judge concludes, you know what, they really don't have the goods, and all of this was just a pretext to try to cover up their original unconstitutional conduct that they perpetrated against Abrego Garcia, the judge dismisses the case with prejudice. He finds vindictive and bad faith prosecution by Bondi's DOJ. That's a lot of ifs there. But if all of that comes to pass, then Abrego Garcia could very well have a case against the federal government for the unconstitutional, vindictive, and retributive conduct that it's taking against him.
What do you make of the fact that the Trump administration did opt to do what they themselves said there was no chance of them doing, which is actually facilitating the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
The first thing I would do is, if I were Abrego Garcia's lawyers in his deportation case in Maryland, I would file something with Judge Sines asking for further sanctions, summary judgment, and some penalties, perhaps contempt proceedings against the Trump administration and the DOJ lawyers who represented in court that it was impossible for the United States to facilitate the release and return of Abrego Garcia. That is now shown to be absolute and utter bullshit, and lawyers from the Department of Justice should not get away with spewing bullshit in court.
And what are the implications now for the other wrongly deported migrants? I know there's a number of other cases. There was the gay barber that was wrongly deported. There were, I think, something like 144 Venezuelans who were wrongly deported. So there's a lot of other cases that are ongoing that kind of live in this world. Does the fact that the Trump administration has done what it claimed it couldn't do by virtue of returning Garcia, does that have implications for these other cases where the government might have said the same thing?
It actually does. I believe it has direct implications because Abrego Garcia is actually the second person in rapid succession that the Trump administration has brought back to the United States after unconstitutionally deporting them. There is another gentleman, a Guatemalan, who was unlawfully deported to Mexico. And recently the Trump administration facilitated his return. Now they've done it again for Abrego Garcia under admittedly different circumstances. So I think these DOJ lawyers are going to be hard-pressed to walk back into any of the courts around the country where these issues are being litigated, and they're being litigated all over the United States in federal district courts in various jurisdictions, and say, yeah, we just can't bring people back. It's not possible. It's not feasible. It's too cumbersome. Judges are going to say, yeah, you know what? That argument doesn't fly, so you might want to move on to your next argument.
Well, look, this is a major case and a lot to look forward to in terms of what the administration opts to try and do in terms of locking Kilmar Abrego Garcia up as he awaits his actual trial. So we'll see what happens as soon as this arraignment takes place, which I presume is going to be within 24 to 48 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And then, obviously, the trial from there is going to have huge implications as well, not just on these other cases that are ongoing, but Trump's whole deportation agenda more broadly. So for those who are watching, if you want to follow along, please make sure to subscribe. The links to both of our channels are right here on the screen. It's the best way to support our work and the best way to support independent media more broadly. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
Choose to lean into it. Every Mazda is engineered to give you effortless control.
Wake up. You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, it looks like the Trump administration is signaling defeat with a major move as it relates to an immigration case that's ongoing right now. Can you explain what happened in court?
Brian, on the wrongful deportation front, it really feels like the dam is breaking because now in rapid succession, the Trump administration has facilitated the return of not one but two wrongfully deported men. They returned them both to the United States after, saying in court up and down 6 different ways, it's impossible for us to facilitate the return of somebody who's now in a separate country, a sovereign nation. We have no authority and no power. Well, guess what? They just did. Not once, but twice. The big one is in the Abrego Garcia case, which has been in litigation for months in federal court in Maryland before Judge Sines. And the attorneys for the Department of Justice, these third-rate lawyers, repeatedly said, yeah, Judge, can't be done. They actually, I believe, used the word impossible. Well, now they've done it. So I guess it can be done. It's not impossible. And, no misstatement, no misrepresentation by a DOJ lawyer should ever go unpunished or unaddressed. More to come on that front in the near future, I believe. But then they actually brought back a second wrongfully deported, unconstitutionally deported person. This time it was a Guatemalan that the Trump administration unlawfully, unconstitutionally deported, did not honor his constitutional due process rights of notice and opportunity to be heard. They just stuck him on a bus and they sent him to where? Not Guatemala, but Mexico. Well, guess what? A judge had previously ordered that this particular man, who was identified in the court papers and in the reporting only by his initials, OCG, this Guatemalan immigrant may not be deported specifically to Mexico. Why? Because he fled Mexico, where he had been kidnapped and brutally assaulted. So a judge entered an order saying the Trump administration may not deport OCG to Mexico, which of course is precisely what the Trump administration did. So this judge, a federal judge up in Massachusetts, issued an order saying the Trump administration must, quote, immediately take every step available to have him returned to the U.S. And lo and behold, get ready for it, the Trump administration abided by that court order instead of fighting it, instead of delaying matters, instead of offering bullshit explanations and excuses about why we can't possibly facilitate the return of OCG. No, this man was returned. The reason it's such a big deal, Brian, is because now we know that when the Trump administration goes into court in cases like Abrego Garcia and says, oh, Judge, we can't possibly facilitate the return of anybody who is in a sovereign country. It's up to that country to return them, not us. Well, it looks like those incessant claims that were being offered in other immigration cases in court were lies, flat out lies. And I hope that this is the beginning of a trend where the Trump administration both begins to comply with court orders and begins to return to the United States the many people they have unlawfully and unconstitutionally deported.
Glenn, why do you presume the Trump administration did opt to comply after so many instances where they were just perfectly content to outright refuse any court orders?
Yeah, Brian, it's a great question, and I'm afraid we don't have a definitive answer, but let's tease it out a little bit. So this gentleman, OCG, was a Guatemalan migrant. Interestingly, he had come to the U.S. illegally previously and had been deported. Now, after he was deported, there is reporting and there are court filings that he was brutalized in the country of Mexico. The reporting is that he was kidnapped and I'm quoting the reporting here, he was raped. So he came back into the United States, again, illegally. He'd been deported once before, but once he got here, he made his way into court, he made his case, and the judge said, yes, this man may not be deported to Mexico. And of course, the Trump administration didn't care. They violated that order. They didn't give him his due process rights, and they just sent him to Mexico. So now the Trump administration finds itself in a position where they have deported him to a place where he had been brutalized previously. And, maybe they felt like, listen, this is the kind of case where we can facilitate his return. And then you know what the Trump administration is going to do? I predict they're going to give him his due process rights. And here's what I suspect the courts will do. They will say, look, he had been deported previously. He came back here. And the only thing we ordered is that he may not be deported specifically to the country of Mexico. However, he may end up being deported to Guatemala, which is where he was from. Part of this court ruling involves not allowing the Trump administration to deport people to third countries, not their countries of origin. So if we tease it out, and I'm kind of looking into the crystal ball here, Brian, it may be that the Trump administration believes there is some upside to bringing him back, giving him his due process rights, and having a court order that, okay, he can't go to Mexico, but you can deport him to Guatemala. Wouldn't the Trump administration maybe feel vindicated, feel like that's a win if in fact they could deport this man? But you know what? It's a win for the Constitution because Here is something that gets lost in the mix all the time, largely courtesy of Trump's disinformation and propaganda. There are people in the United States who can be deported and should be deported. However, they can only be deported after they have enjoyed their full constitutional rights of notice that the government is going to try to deport them and an opportunity to make their case in court represented by an attorney. There are plenty of people who deserve deportation, but the United States government, the Trump administration, has to do it right, has to do it lawfully, and has to do it constitutionally.
Glenn, you brought this point up in your first answer, but how does the Trump administration then go into court and continue to say that we have no ability to bring back someone who's out of our jurisdiction, who's out of the country and in the hands of a sovereign country like El Salvador, for example, when they've just done exactly that here?
Brian, that's the perfect question, and if only mainstream media, legacy media, corporate media would focus on that, I think the American citizens and the American population would be far better informed. Because here is what I would say to Donald Trump. I would say, you know what, sport? It looks like you can facilitate the return of people you unlawfully and unconstitutionally deported. So I would put it directly to Donald Trump and his administration. Now, do Abrego Garcia, because you've been lying and saying you can't return somebody to the U.S. who happens to be in a sovereign country, another country. Well, you were lying about it. You've now exposed yourself as liars. Now, do Abrego Garcia and the other 140 Venezuelan immigrants that you unlawfully, wrongfully deported to El Salvador.
Also, Glenn, it's worth asking in light of new reporting for your reaction to the fact that a number of these people were
I'm tired. I gotta take a nap, yo.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability.
Breathe. Working on. We're almost there. Stay with.
Adam's children had regal authority over their children, whilst they themselves were subjects to their father and fellow subjects with their children. But let him mean as he pleases. It is plain he allows Adam's children to have paternal power, page 12, as also all other fathers to have paternal power over their children, observations 156. From whence one of these two things will necessarily follow, that either Adam's children, even in his lifetime, had, and so all other fathers have, as he phrases it, page 12, by right of fatherhood, royal authority over their children, or else that Adam, by right of fatherhood, had not royal authority. For it cannot be but that paternal power does or does not give royal authority to them that have it. If it does not, then Adam could not be sovereign by this title, nor anybody else, and then there is an end of all our author's politics at once. If it does give royal authority, then everyone that has paternal power has royal authority, and then, by our author's patriarchal government, there will be as many kings as there are fathers. And thus what a monarchy he hath set up, let him and his disciples consider. Princes certainly will have great reason to thank him for these new politics, which set up as many absolute kings in every country as there are fathers of children. And yet who can blame our author for it, it lying unavoidably in the way of one discoursing upon our author's principles? For having placed an absolute power in fathers by right of begetting, he could not easily resolve how much of this power belonged to a son over the children he had begotten, and so it fell out to be a very hard matter to give all the power, as he does, to Adam, and yet allow a part in his lifetime to his children when they were parents, and which he knew not well how to deny them. This makes him so doubtful in his expressions, and so uncertain where to place this absolute natural power which he calls fatherhood. Sometimes Adam alone has it all, as page 13, Observations 244, 245, and Preface. Sometimes parents have it, which word scarce signifies the father alone, page 12, 19. Sometimes children during their father's lifetime, as page 12. Sometimes fathers of families, as page 78 and 79. Sometimes fathers indefinitely, Observations 155. Sometimes the heir to Adam, Observations 253. Sometimes the posterity of Adam, 244, 246. Sometimes prime fathers, all sons or grandchildren of Noah, Observations 244. Sometimes the eldest parents, page 12. Sometimes all kings, page 19. Sometimes all that have supreme power, Observations 245. Sometimes heirs to those first progenitors who were at first the natural parents of the whole people, page 19. Sometimes an elective king, page 23. Sometimes those, whether a few or a multitude, that govern the commonwealth, page 23. Sometimes he that can catch it, an usurper, page 23, Observations 155. Thus, this new nothing that is to carry with it all power, authority, and government, this fatherhood, which is to design the person and establish the throne of monarchs whom the people are to obey, may, according to Sir Robert, come into any hands, anyhow, and so by his politics give to democracy royal authority, and make an usurper a lawful prince. And if it will do all these fine feats, much good do our author and all his followers with their omnipotent fatherhood, which can serve for nothing but to unsettle and destroy all the lawful governments in the world, and to establish in their room disorder, tyranny, and usurpation. End of chapter 6. Of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 7. Of Fatherhood and Property considered together as fountains of sovereignty. In the foregoing chapters we have seen what Adam's monarchy was, in our author's opinion, and upon what titles he founded it. The foundations which he lays the chief stress on, as those from which he thinks he may best derive monarchical power to future princes, are two, viz. Fatherhood and property, and therefore the way he proposes to remove the absurdities and inconveniences of the doctrine of natural freedom is to maintain the natural and private dominion of Adam, Observations 222. Conformable hereunto, he tells us, the grounds and principles of government necessarily depend upon the original of property, Observations 108. The subjection of children to their parents is the fountain of all regal authority, page 12, and all power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power, there being no other original to be found of any power whatsoever, Observations 158. I will not stand here to examine how it can be said without a contradiction that the first grounds and principles of government necessarily depend upon the original of property, and yet that there is no other original of any power whatsoever but that of the father, it being hard to understand how there can be no other original but fatherhood, and yet that the grounds and principles of government depend upon the original of property, property and fatherhood being as far different as lord of a manor and father of children. Nor do I see how they will either of them agree with what our author says, Observations 244, of God's sentence against Eve, Genesis 3:16, that it is the original grant of government, so that if that were the original, government had not its original by our author's own confession either from property or fatherhood, and this text, which he brings as a proof of Adam's power over Eve, necessarily contradicts what he says of the fatherhood, that it is the sole fountain of all power. For if Adam had any such regal power over Eve as our author contends for, it must be by some other title than that of begetting. But I leave him to reconcile these contradictions, as well as many others, which may be plentifully found in him by any one who will but read him with a little attention, and shall now come to consider how these two originals of government, Adam's natural and private dominion, will consist, and serve to make out and establish the titles of succeeding monarchs, who, as our author obliges them, must all derive their power from these fountains. Let us then suppose Adam made, by God's donation, lord and sole proprietor of the whole earth, in as large and ample a manner as Sir Robert could wish. Let us suppose him also, by right of fatherhood, absolute ruler over his children with an unlimited supremacy. I ask then, upon Adam's death, what becomes of both his natural and private dominion? And I doubt not it will be answered that they descend to his next heir, as our author tells us in several places. But this way, it is plain, cannot possibly convey both his natural and private dominion to the same person. For should we allow that all the property, all the estate of the father, ought to descend to the eldest son, which will need some proof to establish it, and so he has by that title all the private dominion of the father, yet the father's natural dominion, the paternal power, cannot descend to him by inheritance, for it being a right that accrues to a man only by begetting, no man can have this natural dominion over any one he does not beget. Unless it can be supposed that a man can have a right to anything without doing that upon which the right is solely founded. For if a father, by begetting and no other title, has natural dominion over his children, he that does not beget them cannot have this natural dominion over them. And therefore, be it true or false, that our author says, Observations 156, that every man that is born, by his very birth becomes a subject to him that begets him, this necessarily follows, viz., that a man by his birth cannot become a subject to his brother, who did not beget him, unless it can be supposed that a man by the very same title can come to be under the natural and absolute dominion of two different men at once, or it be sense to say that a man by birth is under the natural dominion of his father, only because he begat him, and a man by birth also is under the natural dominion of his eldest brother, although he did not beget him. If then the private dominion of Adam, i.e. his property in the creatures, descended at his death all entirely to his eldest son, his heir, for if it did not, there is presently an end of all Sir Robert's monarchy, and his natural dominion, the dominion a father has over his children by begetting them, belonged immediately upon Adam's decease equally to all his sons who had children, by the same title their father had it, the sovereignty founded upon property and the sovereignty founded upon fatherhood come to be divided, since Cain as heir had that of property alone, Seth and the other sons that of fatherhood equally with him. This is the best that can be made of our author's doctrine, and of the two titles of sovereignty he sets up in Adam, one of them will either signify nothing, or if they both must stand, they can serve only to confound the rights of princes, and disorder government in his posterity. For by building upon two titles to dominion which cannot descend together, and which he allows may be separated, for he yields that Adam's children had their distinct territories by right of private dominion, Observations 210, page 40, he makes it perpetually a doubt upon his principles where the sovereignty is, or to whom we owe our obedience, since fatherhood and property are distinct titles, and began presently upon Adam's death to be in distinct persons, and which then was to give way to the other. Let us take the account of it as he himself gives it us. He tells us out of Grotius that Adam's children, by donation, assignation, or some kind of cession before he was dead, had their distinct territories by right of private dominion. Abel had his flocks and pastures for them, Cain had his fields for corn, and the land of Nod where he built him a city. Observations 210. Here it is obvious to demand which of these two after Adam's death was sovereign. Cain, says our author, page 19. By what title? as heir. For heirs to progenitors, who were natural parents of their people, are not only lords of their own children, but also of their brethren, says our author, page 19. What was Cain heir to? Not the entire possessions, not all that which Adam had private dominion in, for our author allows that Abel, by a title derived from his father, had his distinct territory for pasture by right of private dominion. What then Abel had by private dominion was exempt from Cain's dominion, for he could not have private dominion over that which was under the private dominion of another, and therefore his sovereignty over his brother is gone with this private dominion. And so there are presently two sovereigns, and his imaginary title of fatherhood is out of doors, and Cain is no prince over his brother, or else, if Cain retain his sovereignty over Abel, notwithstanding his private dominion, it will follow that the first grounds and principles of government have nothing to do with property, whatever our author says to the contrary. It is true, Abel did not outlive his father Adam, but that makes nothing to the argument which will hold good against Sir Robert in Abel's issue, or in Seth, or in any of the posterity of Adam not descended from Cain. The same inconvenience he runs into about the three sons of Noah, who, as he says, page 13, had the whole world divided amongst them by their father. I ask then, in which of the three shall we find the establishment of regal power after Noah's death? If in all three, as our author there seems to say, then it will follow that regal power is founded in property of land, and follows private dominion, and not in paternal power or natural dominion. And so there is an end of paternal power as the fountain of regal authority, and the so much magnified fatherhood quite vanishes. If the regal power descended to Shem as eldest and heir to his father, then Noah's division of the world by lot to his sons, or his 10 years sailing about the Mediterranean to appoint each son his part, which our author tells of, page 15, was labour lost. His division of the world to them was to ill or to no purpose, for his grant to Ham and Japhet was little worth, if Shem, notwithstanding this grant, as soon as Noah was dead, was to be lord over them. Or if this grant of private dominion to them over their assigned territories were good, here were set up two distinct sorts of power, not subordinate one to the other, with all those inconveniences which he musters up against the power of the people, observations 158, which I shall set down in his own words, only changing property for people. All power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power, there being no other original to be found of any power whatsoever. For if there should be granted two sorts of power, without any subordination of one to the other, they would be in perpetual strife which should be supreme, for two supremes cannot agree. If the fatherly power be supreme, then the power grounded on private dominion must be subordinate and depend on it. And if the power grounded on property be supreme, then the fatherly power must submit to it, and cannot be exercised without the license of the proprietors, which must quite destroy the frame and course of nature. This is his own arguing against two distinct independent powers, which I have set down in his own words, only putting power rising from property for power of the people. And when he has answered what he himself has urged here against two distinct powers, we shall be better able to see how, with any tolerable sense, he can derive all regal authority from the natural and private dominion of Adam, from fatherhood and property together, which are distinct titles that do not always meet in the same person, and it is plain by his own confession, presently separated as soon both as Adam's and Noah's death made way for succession, though our author frequently in his writings jumbles them together, and omits not to make use of either where he thinks it will sound best to his purpose. But the absurdities of this will more fully appear in the next chapter, where we shall examine the ways of conveyance of the sovereignty of Adam to princes that were to reign after him. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke, Book 1, Chapter 8, of the conveyance of Adam's sovereign monarchical power. Sir Robert, having not been very happy in any proof he brings for the sovereignty of Adam, is not much more fortunate in conveying it to future princes, who, if his politics be true, must all derive their titles from that first monarch. The ways he has assigned, as they lie scattered up and down in his writings, I will set down in his own words. In his preface he tells us that Adam being monarch of the whole world, none of his posterity had any right to possess anything but by his grant or permission, or by succession from him. Here he makes two ways of conveyance of anything Adam stood possessed of, and those are grants or succession. Again he says, all kings either are, or are to be reputed, the next heirs to those first progenitors, who were at first the natural parents of the whole people, page 19. There cannot be any multitude of men whatsoever, but that in it, considered by itself, there is one man amongst them that in nature hath a right to be the king of all the rest, as being the next heir to Adam. Observations 253. Here in these places, inheritance is the only way he allows of conveying monarchical power to princes. In other places he tells us, Observations 155, all power on earth is either derived or usurped from the fatherly power. Observations 158. All kings that now are or ever were are or were either fathers of their people, or heirs of such fathers, or usurpers of the right of such fathers. Observations 253. And here he makes inheritance or usurpation the only ways whereby kings come by this original power. But yet he tells us, this fatherly empire, as it was of itself hereditary, so it was alienable by patent, and seizable by a usurper. Observations 190. So then here, inheritance, grant, or usurpation will convey it. And last of all, which is most admirable, he tells us, page 100, it skills not which way kings come by their power, whether by election, donation, succession, or by any other means. For it is still the manner of the government by supreme power that makes them properly kings, and not the means of obtaining their crowns. Which I think is a full answer to all his whole hypothesis and discourse about Adam's royal authority, as the fountain from which all princes were to derive theirs, and he might have spared the trouble of speaking so much as he does up and down of heirs and inheritance, if to make any one properly a king needs no more but governing by supreme power, and it matters not by what means he came by it. By this notable way our author may make Oliver as properly king as anyone else he could think of, and had he had the happiness to live under Massanello's government, he could not by this his own rule have forborne to have done homage to him, with O King, live for ever, since the manner of his government by supreme power made him properly king, who was but the day before properly a fisherman. And if Don Quixote had taught his squire to govern with supreme authority, our author no doubt could have made a most loyal subject in Sancho Panza's island, and he must needs have deserved some preferment in such governments, since I think he is the first politician who, pretending to settle government upon its true basis, and to establish the thrones of lawful princes, ever told the world that he was properly a king whose manner of government was by supreme power, by what means soever he obtained it, which in plain English is to say that regal and supreme power is properly and truly his who can by any means seize upon it, and if this be to be properly a king, I wonder how he came to think of, or where he will find, an usurper. This is so strange a doctrine that the surprise of it hath made me pass by without their due reflection the contradictions he runs into by making sometimes inheritance alone, sometimes only grant or inheritance, sometimes only inheritance or usurpation, sometimes all these three, and at last election or any other means added to them, the ways whereby Adam's royal authority, that is his right to supreme rule, could be conveyed down to future kings and governors, so as to give them a title to the obedience and subjection of the people.
But these contradictions lie so open that the very reading of our author's own words will discover them to any ordinary understanding, and though what I have quoted out of him, with abundance more of the same strain and coherence which might be found in him, might well excuse me from any farther trouble in this argument, yet, having proposed to myself to examine the main parts of his doctrine, I shall a little more particularly consider how inheritance, grant, usurpation, or election can any way make out government in the world upon his principles, or derive to any one a right of empire from this regal authority of Adam, had it been never so well proved that he had been an absolute monarch and lord of the whole world. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Two Treatises of Civil Government. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. Two Treatises of Civil Government by John Locke. Book 1, Chapter 9. Of Monarchy by Inheritance from Adam. Though it be never so plain that there ought to be government in the world, nay, should all men be of our author's mind that divine appointment had ordained it to be monarchical, yet, since men cannot obey anything that cannot command, and ideas of government in the fancy, though never so perfect, though never so right, cannot give laws nor prescribe rules to the actions of men, it would be of no behoof for the settling of order and establishment of government in its exercise and use amongst men, unless there were a way also taught how to know the person to whom it belonged to have this power and to exercise this dominion over others. It is in vain, then, to talk of subjection and obedience without telling us whom we are to obey. For were I never so fully persuaded that there ought to be magistracy and rule in the world, yet I am nevertheless at liberty still till it appears who is the person that hath right to my obedience, since if there be no marks to know him by, and distinguish him that hath right to rule from other men, it may be myself as well as any other. And therefore, though submission to government be every one's duty, yet since that signifies nothing but submitting to the direction and laws of such men as have authority to command, it is not enough to make a man a subject to convince him that there is regal power in the world, but there must be ways of designing and knowing the person to whom this regal power of right belongs, and a man can never be obliged in conscience to submit to any power unless he can be satisfied who is the person who has a right to exercise that power over him. If this were not so, there would be no distinction between pirates and lawful princes. He that has force is without any more ado to be obeyed, and crowns and sceptres would become the inheritance only of violence and rapine. Men, too, might as often and as innocently change their governors as they do their physicians, if the person cannot be known who has a right to direct me and whose prescriptions I am bound to follow. To settle, therefore, men's consciences, under an obligation to obedience, it is necessary that they know not only that there is a power somewhere in the world, but the person who by right is vested with this power over them. How successful our author has been in his attempts to set up a monarchical absolute power in Adam, the reader may judge by what has been already said. But were that absolute monarchy as clear as our author would desire it, as I presume it is on the contrary, yet it could be of no use to the government of mankind now in the world, unless he also make out these two things. First, that this power of Adam was not to end with him, but was upon his decease conveyed entire to some other person, and so on to posterity. Secondly, that the princes and rulers now on earth are possessed of this power of Adam by a right way of conveyance derived to them. If the first of these fail, the power of Adam, were it never so great, never so certain, will signify nothing to the present government and societies in the world, but we must seek out some other original of power for the government of polities than this of Adam, or else there will be none at all in the world. If the latter fail, it will destroy the authority of the present governors and absolve the people from subjection to them, since they, having no better a claim than others to that power which is alone the fountain of all authority, can have no title to rule over them. Our author, having fancied an absolute sovereignty in Adam, mentions several ways of its conveyance to princes that were to be his successors, but that which he chiefly insists on is that of inheritance, which occurs so often in his several discourses, and I, having in the foregoing chapter quoted several of these passages, I shall not need here again to repeat them. This sovereignty he erects, as has been said, upon a double foundation, viz. That of property and that of fatherhood. One was the right he was supposed to have in all creatures, a right to possess the earth with the beasts and other inferior ranks of things in it, for his private use, exclusive of all other men. The other was the right he was supposed to have to rule and govern men, all the rest of mankind. In both these rights, there being supposed an exclusion of all other men, it must be upon some reason peculiar to Adam that they must both be founded. That of his property our author supposes to arise from God's immediate donation, Genesis 1:28, and that of fatherhood from the act of begetting. Now, in all inheritance, if the heir succeed not to the reason upon which his father's right was founded, he cannot succeed to the right which followeth from it. For example, Adam had a right of property in the creatures upon the donation and grant of God Almighty, who was Lord and proprietor of them all. Let this be so as our author tells us, yet upon his death his heir can have no title to them, no such right of property in them, unless the same reason, viz. God's donation, vested a right in the heir too. For if Adam could have had no property in or use of the creatures without this positive donation from God, and this donation were only personally to Adam, his heir could have no right by it, but upon his death it must revert to God, the Lord and owner again. For positive grants give no title farther than the express words convey it, and by which only it is held. And thus, if, as our author himself contends, that donation, Genesis 1:28, were made only to Adam personally, his heir could not succeed to his property in the creatures, and if it were a donation to any but Adam, let it be shown that it was to his heir in our author's sense, i.e. to one of his children, exclusive of all the rest. But not to follow our author too far out of the way, the plain of the case is this. God, having made man, and planted in him, as in all other animals, a strong desire of self-preservation, and furnished the world with things fit for food and raiment and other necessaries of life, subservient to his design, that man should live and abide for some time upon the face of the earth, and not that so curious and wonderful a piece of workmanship, by his own negligence or want of necessaries, should perish again, presently after a few moments' continuance, God, I say, having made man and the world thus, spoke to him, that is, directed him by his senses and reason, as he did the inferior animals by their sense and instinct, which were serviceable for his subsistence, and given him as the means of his preservation. And therefore I doubt not, but before these words were pronounced, 1 Genesis 28:29, if they must be understood literally to have been spoken, and without any such verbal donation, man had a right to an use of the creatures by the will and grant of God, for the desire, strong desire of preserving his life and being, having been planted in him as a principle of action by God himself, reason, which was the voice of God in him, could not but teach him and assure him that pursuing that natural inclination he had to preserve his being, he followed the will of his Maker, and therefore had a right to make use of those creatures, which, by his reason or senses, he could discover would be serviceable thereunto. And thus man's property in the creatures was founded upon the right he had to make use of those things that were necessary or useful to his being. This being the reason and foundation of Adam's property, gave the same title on the same ground to all his children, not only after his death but in his lifetime, so that here was no privilege of his heir above his other children, which could exclude them from an equal right to the use of the inferior creatures for the comfortable preservation of their beings, which is all the property man hath in them. And so Adam's sovereignty built on property, or, as our author calls it, private dominion, comes to nothing. every man had a right to the creatures by the same title Adam had, viz. By the right every one had to take care of and provide for their subsistence. And thus men had a right in common, Adam's children in common with him. But if any one had begun and made himself a property in any particular thing, which how he or anyone else could do shall be shown in another place, that thing, that possession, if he disposed not otherwise of it by his positive grant, descended naturally to his children, and they had a right to succeed in it and possess it. It might reasonably be asked here, how come children by this right of possessing before any other the properties of their parents upon their decease? For it being personally the parents, when they die without actually transferring their right to another, why does it not return again to the common stock of mankind? It will perhaps be answered that common consent hath disposed of it to their children. Common practice, we see indeed, does so dispose of it. But we cannot say that it is the common consent of mankind, for that hath never been asked, nor actually given. And if common tacit consent hath established it, it would make but a positive, and not a natural right of children to inherit the goods of their parents. But where the practice is universal, it is reasonable to think the cause is natural. The ground then, I think, to be this: the first and strongest desire God planted in men, and wrought into the very principles of their nature, being that of self-preservation, that is, the foundation of a right to the creatures for the particular support and use of each individual person himself. But next to this, God planted in men a strong desire also of propagating their kind, and continuing themselves in their posterity. And this gives children a title to share in the property of their parents, and a right to inherit their possessions. Men are not proprietors of what they have merely for themselves. Their children have a title to part of it, and have their kind of right joined with their parents, in the possession which comes to be wholly theirs, when death, having put an end to their parents' use of it, hath taken them from their possessions. And this we call inheritance. Men being by a like obligation bound to preserve what they have begotten, as to preserve themselves, their issue come to have a right in the goods they are possessed of. That children have such a right is plain from the laws of God, and that men are convinced that children have such a right is evident from the law of the land, both which laws require parents to provide for their children. For children, being by the course of nature born weak and unable to provide for themselves, they have by the appointment of God himself, who hath thus ordered the course of nature, a right to be nourished and maintained by their parents, nay, a right not only to bear subsistence, but to the conveniences and comforts of life, as far as the conditions of their parents can afford it. Hence it comes that when their parents leave the world, and so the care due to their children ceases, the effects of it are to extend as far as possibly they can, and the provisions they have made in their lifetime are understood to be intended, as nature requires they should, for their children, whom after themselves they are bound to provide for. Though the dying parents by express words declare nothing about them, nature appoints the descent of their property to their children, who thus come to have a title and natural right of inheritance to their father's goods, which the rest of mankind cannot pretend to. Were it not for this right of being nourished and maintained by their parents, which God and nature has given to children, and obliged parents to as a duty, it would be reasonable that the father should inherit the estate of his son, and be preferred in the inheritance before his grandchild. For to the grandfather there is due a long score of care and expenses laid out upon the breeding and education of his son, which one would think in justice ought to be paid. But that having been done in obedience to the same law whereby he received nourishment and education from his own parents, this score of education received from a man's father is paid by taking care and providing for his own children. Is paid, I say, as much as is required of payment by alteration of property, unless present necessity of the parents require a return of goods for their necessary support and subsistence. For we are not now speaking of that reverence, acknowledgement, respect, and honour that is always due from children to their parents, but of possessions and commodities of life valuable by money. But though it be incumbent on parents to bring up and provide for their children, yet this debt to their children does not quite cancel the score due to their parents, but only is made by nature preferable to it. For the debt a man owes to his father takes place, and gives the father a right to inherit the son's goods, where, for want of issue, the right of children doth not exclude that title. And therefore a man having a right to be maintained by his children where he needs it, and to enjoy also the comforts of life from them when the necessary provision due to them and their children will afford it, if his son die without issue, the father has a right in nature to possess his goods and inherit his estate, whatever the municipal laws of some countries may absurdly direct otherwise. And so again his children and their issue from him, or for want of such, his father and his issue. But where no such are to be found, i.e. no kindred, there we see the possessions of a private man revert to the community, and so in politic societies come into the hands of the public magistrate, but in the state of nature become again perfectly common, no body having a right to inherit them, nor can anyone have a property in them otherwise than in other things common by nature, of which I shall speak in its due place. I have been the larger in showing upon what ground children have a right to succeed to the possession of their father's properties, not only because by it will appear that if Adam had a property, a titular, insignificant, useless property, for it could be no better, for he was bound to nourish and maintain his children and posterity out of it, in the whole earth and its product, yet all his children coming to have, by the law of nature and right of inheritance, a joint title and right of property in it after his death, it could convey no right of sovereignty to any one of his posterity over the rest, since every one having a right of inheritance to his portion, they might enjoy their inheritance, or any part of it in common, or share it, or some parts of it by division, as it best liked them. But no one could pretend to the whole inheritance, or any sovereignty supposed to accompany it, since a right of inheritance gave every one of the rest, as well as any one, a title to share in the goods of his father. Not only upon this account, I say, have I been so particular in examining the reason of children's inheriting the property of their fathers, but also because it will give us farther light in the inheritance of rule and power, which in countries where their particular municipal laws give the whole possession of land entirely to the firstborn, and descent of power has gone so to men by this custom, some have been apt to be deceived into an opinion that there was a natural or divine right of primogeniture to both estate and power, and that the inheritance of both rule over men and property in things sprang from the same original and were to descend by the same rules. Property, whose original is from the right a man has to use any of the inferior creatures for the subsistence and comfort of his life, is for the benefit and sole advantage of the proprietor, so that he may even destroy the thing that he has a property in by his use of it where need requires. But government being for the preservation of every man's right and property, by preserving him from the violence or injury of others, is for the good of the governed, for the magistrate's sword being for a terror to evildoers, and by that terror to enforce men to observe the positive laws of the society, made conformable to the laws of nature, for the public good, i.e. the good of every particular member of that society, as far as by common rules it can be provided for. The sword is not given the magistrate for his own good alone. Children, therefore, as has been showed, by the dependence they have on their parents for subsistence, have a right of inheritance to their father's property, as that which belongs to them for their proper good and behoof, and therefore are fitly termed goods, wherein the firstborn has not a sole or peculiar right by any law of God and nature, the younger children having an equal title with him, founded on that right they all have to maintenance, support, and comfort from their parents, and on nothing else. But government being for the benefit of the governed, and not the sole advantage of the governors, but only for theirs with the rest, as they make a part of that politic body, each of whose parts and members are taken care of and directed in its peculiar functions for the good of the whole by the laws of society, cannot be inherited by the same title that children have to the goods of their father.
The right a son has to be maintained and provided with the necessaries and conveniences of life out of his father's stock gives him a right to succeed to his father's property for his own good. But this can give him no right to succeed also to the rule which his father had over other men. All that a child has right to claim from his father is nourishment and education, and the things nature furnishes for the support of life. But he has no right to demand rule or dominion from him. He can subsist and receive from him the portion of good things and advantages of education naturally due to him, without empire and dominion. That, if his father hath any, was vested in him for the good and behoof of others, and therefore the son cannot claim or inherit it by a title which is founded wholly upon his own private good and advantage. We must know how the first ruler from whom any one claims came by his authority, upon what ground any one has empire, what his title is to it, before we can know who has a right to succeed him in it and inherit it from him. If the agreement and consent of men first gave a sceptre into any one's hand, or put a crown on his head, that also must direct its descent and conveyance. For the same authority that made the first a lawful ruler must make the second too, and so give right of succession. In this case, inheritance or primogeniture can in itself have no right, no pretence to it, any farther than that consent which established the form of the government hath so settled the succession. And thus we see the succession of crowns in several countries places it on different heads, and he comes by right of succession to be a prince in one place, who would be a subject in another. If God, by his positive grant and revealed declaration, first gave rule and dominion to any man, he that will claim by that title must have the same positive grant of God for his succession. For if that has not directed the course of its descent and conveyance down to others, nobody can succeed to this title of the first ruler. Children have no right of inheritance to this, and primogeniture can lay no claim to it, unless God, the author of this constitution, hath so ordained it. Thus we see the pretensions of Saul's family, who received his crown from the immediate appointment of God, ended with his reign, and David